All right, this is King Butcher. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. This is the Kumite special. That's right. You had to happen again. Guys, I was going to cancel the show because I'm fucking sick. But I'm like, you know what? I cannot cancel the Kumite. I've been talking about the Kumite for a long time. It has to happen. And it's happening right now, guys. One-on-one debates. We're going to time the debates. And we're going to have judges. And I was thinking, you know what? You guys in the chat can be a judge as well. So what I'm going to be doing, I think is going to be, I'm going to be setting up a poll. So you guys can vote. You guys can determine who do you think won the debate. So yeah, we have a few people who want to debate, but you just got to wait for them to show up. So bear with me over here, people. I know LT wants to debate Black Chibi. El Jefe wanted to debate somebody. MMA Champ wanted to debate Mighty Max, who I was calling Minimax. Sorry about that. Who else wants to debate? There's a bunch of people who want to debate. Boxing Chief wants to debate anybody. So that's what we're going to be doing. Also, guys, if you have any topics that you think would be interesting to debate, let me know in the chat. Controversial topics are always welcome, obviously. It's going to make it a little bit more interesting, spice things up. Let's give a shout out to people in the chat. The Quacks, Jixer, Shaka Milk Rogers, GB Guthrie, of course, Vince Vegas, the Not Fake Cone. Who else is it? Christopher Raymond, the Quacks. I already mentioned the Quacks. That guy, Filthy Pappy, Uncle Burnt Apostrophe, and many more. Guys, welcome to the show. All right, Boxing Chief says he's going to be joining us later. But yeah, I think this is going to be interesting. Hey, I might even jump in and debate anybody. Depending on what we want to debate, obviously. So, yeah, guys, we want to keep this controversial, of course. Somewhat civilized. I mean, it is a debate after all, so this might get a little bit crazy. And please, don't complain about the show is getting out of control. It will get out of control, all right? I'll try to keep it under control. But, you know, I'm not fully in control when it comes to trying to... Well, my mic doesn't really work properly, as you guys know, for some reason. So people can fucking hear me. But yeah, guys, just hang in there. We're going to have some people jump in and debate. In the meantime, I can play some music. Yeah, let's debate Teofimo Lopez. Actually, I just noticed Teofimo Lopez is having a press conference for that Cambuso fight. I'm like, are we really going to watch them like bark at each other? Jesus Christ. Well, this fight's happening, finally. We can get that over with. We can move on. Teofimo Lopez is supposed to be a pound-for-pounder, the undisputed lightweight champion. Yes, undisputed. You heard me right. And it's been like, what, over a year now that he hasn't fought? Jeez, thank God this fight's finally happening. The undisputed lightweight champion hasn't fought in over a year. What's going on, guys? And then these guys think that they deserve all the praise and adoration, and they should be treated as superstars. They should get the big paydays. Why should you get it? Because what? Because you had a close fight with Lomachenko? All of a sudden, let's roll out the red fucking carpet? Is that how it works now? And what are the fans supposed to do? Like, just wait for you to fight again and be all excited when you fight Cambuso? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I told you guys, I'm kind of sick, so I'm going to be taking some, like, pills. Not pills, but like candy. Mr. BDA, if you can hear me, it would be nice if you could jump in for a little bit.
Yes, sure. Why not? Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're a bit low, man.
Well, let me see if I can. How about now? Hello, hello?
A bit low. Oh, maybe it's my... Hold on. It's my mixer thing. Yeah, I got it.
Is it?
Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, you were talking about Kombucha versus Lopez, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see the altercation they had in the gym?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody posted on Discord, and I jokingly put in there like, "Oh, this is gonna give us a bunch of fodder to talk about for 5 episodes," which of course is completely false. I was being facetious because that's what you expect from Teofimo Lopez's father. Now, Teofimo Lopez himself, we've had that talk a little bit here about whether he's the one that's cringe or not. I don't really dislike him too much. It's more his father, man. That way he talks about him. It's like, we're going to knock you.
Hey, which brawl was better, this one or the one between Pacquiao and what was the other guy? Arisa? No, it was Arisa against somebody else, man. Oh, he kicked Freddie Roach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one was better, this one or the? Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, it's saying here error. YouTube is not receiving enough. Anyways, I think it's fine. I think the connection's fine.
My Wi-Fi is messing up, guys. Hey, what's up, raza? ¿Cómo estás, BDA? ¿Cómo estás, Bucho?
What's up, man? Estoy bien.
Aquí estamos.
Chingón.
Well, listen, speaking of, we're buying a little time here before the Kumite starts, before people start streaming in. And we're just talking about Teofimo Lopez and his father. I mean, surprise, surprise, got into an altercation in the gym.
He might be trying to sell the fight.
Yeah, because nobody cares, man, about this fight.
Yeah.
Hey, we got somebody called Henry Cyborg on StreamYard. Yo. Can't hear the guy. Hold on, wait. Anyways. So, yeah, what we're talking about, Teofimo. Yeah, man, listen, that could have been a fake altercation because I don't know about you guys. I don't really care about this fight. I mean, I'm glad Teofimo's coming back, but I'm not really excited about this fight in particular. It's a mismatch.
Same way, bro. Same way. I mean, his dad coming out, bro. His dad just ruins. His dad, man, is just messing, like, ruining Teofimo's image, man, in my eyes, right? But his dad comes out and says, "We're not going backwards. We're not gonna fight Devin Haney. Why would we go backwards? We're going forwards." And then he fights Kambosos.
Well, I mean, the kombucha fight was talked about for, I believe we were having this discussion in November. So a year ago, right? Remember that, Bucho? We were talking about
it's been delayed.
Yeah, we were talking about whether it was a good idea for him to go over to Triller and all that. A year later, with the fight still hadn't happened. Now, of course, some people are gonna say, "Yeah, but guys, you know, it's not Teofimo Lopez's fault." Yeah, it's not necessarily his fault that he got sick. And well, again, we don't even know if he really got sick. But the point is, he decided to go for the money. He could have rematched Lomachenko. Instead, he came out with the excuse of, "Well, you know, if they would have won, they wouldn't have given us a rematch." Which I don't know how he comes up with that, but that's his logic. So he decides to fight Kambosos to keep the belts. Remember, that's what it was. Is we want to keep all the belts, so we have to fight Kambosos, who's a mandatory for one of those times. Then it becomes when they started telling him, "Hey, you may have to fight in Australia, so we can recoup the money." Oh, we might vacate the belt. So which one was it? Was it for the belts? No, it was that $6 million offering that the Triller made that would have given him $3 million or $4 million, I forget how much, and that's what they went for. Then it turned out that they didn't know what they were doing over there at Triller when it comes to making fights, and this is where we're at now. He's fighting in New York. Who knows how many people are going to be there, and that's about it, man. You know, it's hopefully he wins. But this whole thing of going backwards, is Devin Haney really that bad? Because the other thing is, well, we got bigger fish to fry with Josh Taylor. Then he goes, "Hey, I want to fight Josh Taylor 137. So we can have the lightweight belts and the junior welterweight belts at the same time." It's like, that's not how it works, man.
No, I mean, he's trying to pull. Somebody mentioned like the Sugar Ray Leonard shit. He's trying to pull a Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, man. The catch weight seemed hella fishy, man. It almost seemed to me like he didn't want to fight. That's what it seemed to me. He didn't want to fight Josh Taylor. I mean, I even heard Josh Taylor in a couple of interviews saying that Teofimo's blowing smoke up his butt.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think Josh Taylor is struggling to make 140 anyways. So now you want that guy to like go down even further to meet you at a fucking catch weight? Sounds like fucking bullshit, in my opinion. They know he's struggling.
That's why he's calling him out, in my opinion, because he knows he's gonna move up, and then he's gonna say he ducked him.
Yeah, we have Felipe on streamer over here. Yeah, that's a good point, man. He might be calling out Josh Taylor, because he knows that Josh Taylor is gonna move up anyways, and then he's gonna call that a fucking duck. But we'll see, man. Listen, let's see him get through fucking kombucha, whatever his name is, and then we'll see what happens, man. Hopefully, he doesn't take another year layoff or some shit like that. This was ridiculous, man.
Yeah, man, this was crazy. For a couple of $1 million, man, he threw away a whole fucking year of success he could have had.
Yeah. And then he's talking about him. He wanted to like. I'm not making fun of people who have like mental issues or anything, but I don't buy his fucking bullshit excuse. Remember, I feel like killing myself or something. Like, are you serious, man?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that he's been having suicidal thoughts. I mean, God bless. Hopefully, that's not true, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't buy it into it.
Yeah, it seems to me like too many people are playing that card. That it's starting to look suspicious. You know what I mean? Like maybe one boxer says he has mental issues. I'm like, all right, but then everybody's coming up with that shit. Come on, something's weird here. You know, it's like an excuse. It's a cop out that people are using now. Mental issues.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that his marriage dissolved. So that could, that with the layoff, it could have maybe compounded into something larger. But like you're saying, Bucho, is listen, all you can do as a fighter is fight. That's why I always say, well, not always, but most of the time I say, look, these youngins, they don't really want to fight now because let's face the facts. Training for a fight, being a professional fighter at this level, it can get redundant. The training gets monotonous and it's easy to get bored with. But these people need to remember that they're not going to have a prime for too long. There's a limit. If they're lucky, they can keep fighting into their late 30s. But most fighters, by their 35, 36th birthday, they're done. So they should spend the next 12 years now giving it their all in the gym, in the ring. And then once they retire, guess what? Early 40s, you're still young. Now you got money, you got a glory, you got a, you made history if you were lucky, and now you can enjoy the rest of your life doing something else.
Yeah.
But for some of them, it's like, I don't want to fight now, I don't want to train now.
Look at Keith
and then when
Thurman.
they're in their 30s, and they miss the action.
Exactly.
And now they need the money for whatever. They go, oh, now I need to fight. It's like, it's over, man.
Keith Thurman, he's now calling out Crawford. It's like, do you even deserve a Crawford fight? What the hell have you done lately? What the hell have you done? A close fight with Conceição Lopez. Then you get beat by Pacquiao, who's in his 40s. And all of a sudden, I don't know, after... when was that fight? When was the Pacquiao fight? Was that like 2 years ago?
2019, yeah.
Holy shit. And this guy has the balls. Oh, all of a sudden, now I want Crawford in 8 months or something like that. Get out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously, after a few tune-ups, right? He's intending on fighting Crawford.
He's intending to fighting one tune-up, and then like all of a sudden, here comes my payday against Crawford. Man. Boxing is turning to shit.
I mean, he would need to win a couple of fights, right, for that to happen. And I don't know if without him,
beat him to Virgil Ortiz, man. I'd love to see that fight. Thurman versus Virgil.
Yep. That's a better fight.
That would be a bad
it makes sense. A young guy coming up, and then he's fighting a veteran. You're not gonna put like Thurman with Crawford. Crawford should be fighting Spence. Forget about Thurman. Thurman needs to redeem himself. And fighting a shitty tune-up isn't gonna redeem. And fighting a shitty tune-up isn't gonna redeem himself, and it's not gonna make me want to see him fight Crawford.
Well, I was surprised when somebody said in the one of the last podcasts that Keith Thurman, I think it was Jimmy who said that the reason why he took a long layoff in 2018 or a lot, big time off was he got fat. It wasn't a car accident or anything like that. It was or injuries. No, he was fat, and it's true because if you look at the interviews from that era, he does look chunky. Now, some people could say, well, maybe that doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't have a car accident. Maybe the car accident led to him being inactive, and that's why he got fat. In any event, I haven't heard much from him to indicate that he's itching to get back in the sport. I mean, he talks a big game about how he wants Crawford and this and that, but I don't know. It's just that I don't see him in training. I don't hear him talking about rehabilitation. Then again, I haven't really seen his interview, so what the fuck do I know? But it's just
he wants us to pay for him. Like he wants to fight Crawford in a pay-per-view. I'm pretty sure that he thinks it's gonna be a pay-per-view fight, and we're all gonna cough up like $75, $80.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I mean, look,
kidding.
the reality of it is, Butcher, you tell me, man. I mean, what are Crawford's options? Because Spence, he was in the crowd, but we don't know if he can fight or when he can fight. Ugas is with the PBC.
Yeah.
And I know Crawford now, he's some sort of free agent or something, but who knows how if he's going to agree to any deal proposed by the PBC. So who else is left? Pacquiao retired. That ship has sailed. What's he going to do?
154. He mentioned 154. Like, man, he needs to fight Spence. Why can't that fight happen? What's going on? Like, why?
It should be.
Years ago we had a conversation about.
Well, hold on. We have Felipe. Felipe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, man, okay. Who do you want to debate?
MMA champ. I've been calling him out.
MMA champ. Okay. So you were calling out. Who was calling out Fight Scout then?
I was calling him out too.
Okay.
But MMA champ agreed.
MMA champ agreed. Okay, he'll show up. He always shows up. Let me write it down here. So you're calling out 2 people here. Fuck. And what do you want to debate?
Anything.
All right.
Anything.
Felipe calls out MMA champ, aka Haitian Sensation. And you're also calling out Fight Scout. Holy shit. All right. You want to debate anything? Weren't you debating something with Fight Scout on Discord? You guys were talking for a long time.
It was about the fixed fights thing.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know if people want to see that.
Fight Scout doesn't really. He said he doesn't want to, and
he doesn't want to.
I tried my own tricks. I called him a doctor and all that, but he doesn't want to do it on camera. I mean, he doesn't want to do it on the stream. He just wants to. He wants to do skirmishes. He'll leave a meme or something and then get out in the Discord, but he won't actually debate anyone. I mean, he tried it with you, Bucho, and I mean that didn't.
Yeah,
I don't think it piqued his interest too much. But what was I gonna say, man? You finish up with.
Well, no, just letting people know who just tuning in over here that we have a Kumite today, so it's 1-versus-1 debates. You can let me know if you want to debate anybody. You can just give me a topic that you want to debate, and we'll find somebody that you can debate with. Pretty sure we can find somebody.
Throw out a whole bunch. Yeah, we can throw out a whole bunch of subjects out there and see what sticks and see what people disagree with. But yeah, I wanted to say, okay, because we got Lopez versus Kombucha, right? This Saturday. Yeah. We also got Figueroa versus Fulton. That seems like a much more solid fight. So there's some good fights going on this Saturday. But again, the big question is people are still talking about Terence Crawford versus Porter. But again, it's where does Crawford go from here? He can't make.
Look who jumped in. Look who jumped in.
Wait, who is this?
Yo, let me go on a low rant right now, bro. Listen, everybody in this YTBC is inferior to me, bro. All of you bitches are inferior, bro.
Oh.
I am a boxing historian, bro. I am the best in the business. I could debate El Dong. I could debate El Gayfe. I could debate anybody, bro. I can debate 50 people at once, bro. I'll destroy all of you guys. Inferior to me, bro. You're a Canelo fanboy, Felipe.
Okay. Let's debate that, man. Let's get it on, man.
MMA's gotten like his last 20 predictions wrong, but he's talking.
Bro, you're a Canelo fanboy. Go suck off Canelo's roided up cock, bro.
All right, let the debate begin. Oops.
You're a bitch, Felipe. I'm gonna destroy you, Felipe.
All right, who wants? What's the topic over here?
Canelo and his fixed fights. And
let's do this. Okay.
All right.
So why are his fights fixed? How?
What did you say, son? Say it again.
Why or like how are his fights fixed?
Okay. Second of all, right? These guys do not look nothing like their other fights, right? Also, rehydration clauses, all types of blood draining, all of this. Because listen. Because with all of these, tests, right, that you get, it drains your blood. It drains your body of blood, right? And for the PD test and everything, right? But they're never, testing Canelo as much as they did Triple G, okay? Second of all, Canelo is a known drug cheat, right? Almost everybody in Canelo's camp has popped for PEDs, right? So this is a fact, bro. We know Canelo is juice to the gills, okay? And look at what's his name? What's that guy's name? That he fought, who just moved up to 175?
Smith.
Yeah, Callum Smith. Look at Callum Smith in his last fight compared to Canelo.
Wait, what was
he was trying to survive, but he look how he did in his last fight. He was destroying the guy. He looked great in his last fight. But bro, you're getting destroyed right now. You're a Canelo fanboy. You're an Eddie Reynoso fanboy. Shut up, bro.
If he's fighting a dude who has lost like 5 fights before, at 175.
I mean, it's his first fight at 175. You dummy. You don't fight a champion at your first.
Because he was weight drained.
You idiot.
You're dumb.
You don't fight a champion on your first fight at the weight division.
Wait,
you idiot.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say he should fight.
You're a clown.
I said
you're a clown. I'm destroying you.
You're not destroying shit.
You're need some arguments.
You have no argument.
Yeah, I just destroyed you already, bro.
Your argument is that he beat someone at 175, so now that means his fight.
Listen. Did Callum Smith look like he did in any of his other fights? Did he actually look like he tried to win, or did he look like he tried to survive? Because everybody will tell you that Callum Smith looked like he tried to survive. He did not actually, use all of his tools in his toolbox that he uses in his other fights. That is fact. You can look at any other fight of Callum Smith and look at the Canelo fight. Look, totally different fighters. Stop playing games.
Did you watch his fight with John Ryder?
Yes, I watched that fight. It was a close fight. I gave it to Callum Smith. But listen, bro.
No. For like half the round,
Callum Smith looked better in that fight than he looked versus Canelo, bro. And that's facts. You're getting destroyed, bro.
Okay, that's because of his level of opposition, though.
Oh, level of opposition. Listen. That doesn't mean that you're at least not gonna try to use your skills that you've been using your whole. Like, look at Kovalev. He was not pumping his jab like he usually does. He was not throwing his punches like he usually does. He wasn't throwing them with hard, vicious intention. Listen, bro, you could tell it was fixed, bro.
That could be for a lot of reasons. It could be because he was drained. It could be because he
bro. Okay, you just admitted that he was drained too.
Wait.
Thank you, Canelo fanboy. Thank you, Canelo fanboy.
That's a different argument.
Thank you.
That's a different argument.
Bro, everybody in chat is saying I'm destroying you, bro. You're a clown, bro.
No, but
you're a clown, bro.
Nah, nobody's saying
you're a clown, bro.
You're go back to fucking Haiti,
bro. Bro, you're a clown.
Go back to Haiti.
Bro, you're my bitch. You're my bitch. Shut up, bitch.
You get
Shut
no
up, bitch.
You get no.
All right, let's stick to the topic, guys.
Cartel with Canelo, bro. Go suck Canelo's cock, bitch.
So his argument is
Shut
that
up, bitch.
His only argument is that
go suck Canelo's cock.
Man, this is not even like a boxing fucking debate anymore, guys.
That his opponents fight different in his fights. That like ignores like everything that he does.
Canelo was a juice
to nullify his opponents.
Pound number one. Usyk is go cry.
I like Usyk too, but okay, that's beside the point, right?
So people are saying that MMA champ is winning the debate by 54%, 54 to 46%. So it's close, guys. Felipe, you need to step it up, man.
Okay, so MMA has no argument.
You're a clown, Felipe. Shut up,
fanboy.
Shut up. I'm destroying you.
Bro.
I'm destroying you. Bro, we can talk about any Canelo's fight, and I can tell you how it was fixed, bro.
Okay, the Caleb Plant fight, how?
And he got destroyed. And he got destroyed by Floyd Mayweather, bro.
Okay, how was the Caleb Plant fight fixed?
The Caleb Plant fight was fixed because how come Canelo Caleb Plant was able to take all of Canelo's punches right early in the fight, but now later in the later rounds, now he has a weak chin or something, and now he can't take Canelo's punches. But Canelo was catching him earlier on, and Caleb Plant was eating it. Like, come on, bro.
No,
you're a clown. You're destroying yourself, bro.
So as the fight goes on, he was eating more punches, and of course his stamina was.
Bro, you're destroying yourself, bro.
Stamina wasn't gonna hold.
You're destroying yourself, bro.
He's literally
destroying yourself. And how come
most people predict?
And also let's talk about how Billy Joe Saunders, right? How did Billy Joe Saunders say that he was going to come and lay down and just collect the paycheck? Why did Billy Joe Saunders say that? Talk about that. Talk about that too.
There's a lot of shit like that, bro.
Also, talk about how Canelo could have been undisputed in 160 and 154, but chose to do it at 168, bro. He actually could have been undisputed at 175 too, but he chose not to because he knows that would be able to destroy him.
So much stronger,
bro. And why is he ducking? Why is he ducking a GGG rematch? Why is he fighting?
So
bums with belts. Why is he fighting bums with belts? Shut up! You're getting destroyed.
You know what you would say if he would have fought Triple G at 39? You would have said, "Oh, he's too old. He's too old."
You're getting destroyed.
He was in for a payday. That was his retirement.
You're getting destroyed.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta let him talk, man. Come on.
So basically, he's saying like, "Oh, why isn't he fighting Triple G? Why isn't he fighting Triple G?" Okay. First of all, if he did fight Triple G at 39, you know what he would say? He would say, "Oh, well, he didn't try because he's like 40 years old and he was just there to lie down. He didn't even try, right?"
Listen.
About the 160 fights, what makes Charlo like such a much better opponent than Billy Joe Saunders or Andre? Andre hasn't beaten a single world champion.
I never said. Whoa. And also, let's talk about how GGG. Let's talk about how GGG beats Canelo twice and got robbed. Right? Is that not fixed? Is that not fixed? How come every commentator? How come every boxers in the sport said that GGG won?
A lot of people thought Canelo won the second fight. It could have gone either way.
Teddy Atlas said
Teddy Atlas is a Triple G fan, bro.
A bunch of fighters said that GGG won, bro.
Teddy Atlas is a Canelo hater like you.
GGG won, bro.
Okay, and a bunch of fighters said that Canelo won.
And a bunch of commentators.
That's facts.
Listen,
get your facts straight.
That's a robbery, bro. It was a robbery, and you know it. You're a Canelo fanboy, so you won't admit it, bro.
What did you score the second fight?
You won't admit it, bro.
What did you score the second fight?
I had it 7-5 GGG. GGG.
It could have gone 7-5 either way. The scorecards were close. It was a majority decision.
GGG won, bro.
In your opinion,
go cry, Canelo fanboy. Go cry.
You're the one that needs to cry because you lost. You're the one that's crying. You're the one that's crying.
We all know GGG won, bro.
Keep crying.
You're Canelo fanboy,
Keep crying.
Listen, you won't admit it.
I can hear it in your voice. In your voice, you want to cry because he lost.
Bro, you won't admit it, bro. You won't admit it, bro. You're a clown. You're
not admitting that he won.
Canelo cherry picked the whole division. Canelo could have been undisputed at 175. He could have been undisputed at 160, 154.
Why isn't anyone else going undisputed? Why isn't anyone else going undisputed? Why isn't anyone else going undisputed? Speak
about that, bro.
Why isn't Charlo undisputed?
Speak about that, bro.
Why isn't AJ undisputed?
Bro, you're destroying yourself, bro. We're not talking about AJ. We're talking about Canelo, clown.
I'm saying that no one else is going
undisputed. We're talking about Canelo, clown.
Like, if he did go undisputed,
you're destroying yourself, bro.
You'd be like, oh,
destroying yourself, bro.
At 168.
You're destroying yourself, bro.
There's 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. So basically, he's saying, "Oh, why isn't he going undisputed in another division? What makes 160 like?"
Well, why is he cherry picking? Why is he cherry picking, bro?
Who's he cherry picking? He's cherry picking champions.
Yeah, he cherry picked the whole division. He cherry picked the whole division.
The champions. How did he cherry pick a division?
He cherry picked the whole division. What are you talking about? Okay, listen. 160 is one of the weakest divisions in boxing. That's facts. Caleb Plant has one of the worst resumes as a champion. That's facts.
How is Andre better?
Bro, I'm not talking about.
He's the champion at 160. You're saying
let me say something. It's true that Canelo could have been undisputed in any other division, and he chose this weight division, right? Bro, it's facts. Like, you're destroying yourself.
Wait, but if he did choose 160, what would you say then?
Shut up, bro.
Shut up.
You're destroying yourself.
I'm destroying
Like,
myself.
I'm not even gonna talk to you, bro. I'm not even gonna talk to you anymore.
Alright, so we ended
destroying
now?
yourself.
That's it. All right, let's see who won this debate. According to the people in the chat, Felipe 49%, MMA champ 51%.
This is the true robbery.
It's the robbery of the century. All right,
Bro,
Oh.
I'm a king, bro. I'm destroying everybody, bro.
yeah.
This
Shout out
is the
to
true
everybody
robbery
in the
of the
chat who said
Oh,
I won, bro.
it's 50-50
you know,
now.
hey,
It's 50-50
this,
now.
you're a loser. Losers don't speak. Okay,
Yeah, you
losers
quit,
don't speak.
quit.
Hey, let me
All right,
talk.
all right, guys,
I win by
guys,
default.
let me talk, let me
I
talk,
win by
let me talk, let me
default.
talk,
The
let me talk.
winner
I'm gonna have
wins. The
to mute
winner
you
is
guys.
talking. Okay,
All right,
The winner's not talking because it's a draw, apparently.
the winner is talking, bro.
all right.
Yeah.
Let me talk. We have somebody called.
RTD win.
We have somebody called Fight Takes. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? Welcome to the show. Do you want to debate anybody?
MMA
Yeah, bro,
said
give
no
me
mas.
MMA.
MMA
Give me
said no
MMA.
mas.
MMA. All right, let's get it on. Fight Takes versus MMA. Let me time this shit. Where the fuck?
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to
I mean, I'll
debate?
talk about anything, bro. Everything you just said was a lie. You were just
You're a
out here lying,
bitch,
making
bro.
stuff
Shut up,
up.
ho.
You're making stuff up. You
Bro,
can't even tell
I'm
facts.
not making stuff up.
You can't even tell
Alright.
facts. You're over here saying Canelo ducked Andrade
drug
at
cheat.
160.
It's true.
When did he duck Andrade at
Had
160?
fixed
Nah.
facts. It's true.
Nah. You tell
has
me when he ducked
stipulations.
Andrade at
Shut up.
160.
I'm winning the poll now.
Hey,
by
tell
the
me
way.
when he
Shut up,
ducked
bro.
Andrade at 160.
You're a bitch.
Tell
I'm
me.
winning the
You're a
poll
bitch.
now.
You're destroying me,
I'm
bro.
winning the
You're a
poll now.
bitch,
Give
By
me
the
the
way.
timeline.
You're a
Give me
bitch,
the
bro.
facts. Give me
You're a
the
bitch, bro.
mandatory. Give me
You're
the
a bitch,
sanctioning
bro.
body that
You're a
ordered the
bitch,
fight.
bro.
Tell
You're a
me when he
bitch.
ducked Andrade at
Bro,
160.
I
Tell
never
me.
said you
MMA's
ducked
debate
Andrade.
strategy.
I never said that, bro. Did I ever say
I
you
know
ducked
you.
Andrade?
No. Tell me. I heard
You
you say it
hoe?
right now.
Did I ever say that? Did I
Okay,
ever say that?
what, did he
No.
duck him at
So when
154?
you
Tell
come
me
on
the
here
same
talk
thing. Give me the
facts, did
timeline.
I
Give me the
ever
sanctioning
say
body.
that?
Give me the
Anybody in
organization that
chat,
ordered the
did
mandatory.
I
Tell me.
ever say that? Did I ever say
No,
that
because you're just
Canelo
making
ducked
shit up.
Andrade?
You're not
Did I
telling
ever say that,
facts.
bro?
You're just
Did
making
I
shit
ever
up.
say that?
No,
Did I
you
ever
you
say
didn't
that,
say
bro?
anything that was
Did I
truthful.
ever say that?
You didn't say
Did I
anything that
ever
was
say that,
truthful. You
ho?
said a bunch of dumb
Did I-
shit.
Everybody in the chat, did I ever say that? Or did I come with facts?
Man, I'm
Everything I
talking to
said
you. I'm not
is
talking to the
proven
chat. Tell
facts.
me, look, talk to
Everything
me.
I said is
So, no,
proven
nothing you said is
facts.
proven facts.
Everything I
Nothing you
said
said is
is proven facts, bro.
no, it's
Let's
not. It's
debate
not.
now. Let's
It's not.
debate now. Let's
No,
debate.
it's not.
Let's
No, it's
Let's
not.
debate.
debate. Let's debate.
Okay, go for it.
Alright. Okay, so is it let me ask you a couple questions. Is
Go
it
ahead.
true
Go ahead. Do
Canelo?
it. Please.
Is it true Canelo pop dirty?
Yeah, for the PED thing. And then the
Yes.
hair follicle test proved that he didn't do it. But I mean,
Is it true that Canelo has rehydration clause, aka
no,
dehydration clause?
it's not. It's not
It's
true.
not true.
What
It's
fight
not
are you using
true. You just
rehydration clause
body
for?
yourself, bro. It's not true.
No, tell
Look
me.
at this
Tell me
guy,
what
bro.
fight.
Look
Tell me
at this
what
guy,
fight
bro.
using
It's
rehydration
easy
clause
work.
for.
Look at this,
Tell me.
BDA.
Tell
BDA,
me.
look at this, bro.
Tell me
I'm
the fight.
destroying
Butcher.
every guy you
Tell
put
me
me
the fight.
against, bro. Listen, bro.
No.
I'm
You're making
destroying
stuff
him,
up.
bro. I am
No, you're making
destroying
stuff
him.
up.
I'm
You're making
destroying
stuff
him,
up.
bro.
You're making stuff
I'm
up. You're lying.
destroying
You're
him, bro.
lying. You're
I'm
lying.
destroying
No,
him,
you're
All right,
bro.
all
lying.
right, guys,
You're
guys,
You're
lying.
getting
come on,
destroyed.
come
You're
on.
You're
Let's
getting
lying.
just
destroyed,
repeat
You're
bro.
each other.
lying.
All right,
You're getting
You're a
destroyed.
liar.
You're
You're a
getting
liar.
all right, guys. We can't just go on loops here. Come on, let's bring in some arguments. So, fight takes. You start. Go ahead.
Oh man, I mean anything he says is pretty much a lie, so I'm just waiting to counter him. It doesn't matter what he says.
MMA.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
I'm here. I'll give you the truth. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got the timelines, the dates, whatever you want to whatever you want to go off of. This dude's just saying this dude's just repeatedly saying you're wrong, you're whatever, and just making shit up. So I mean, man, whatever he wants to say, go
How
ahead.
am I making it up? How
Because
am I
he's making
making
it
it
up.
up?
Okay,
BDA.
what fight?
Let me ask BDA
Where was
something.
this? What was this
Bucho.
rehydration clause? In what fight?
Oh,
In what
Bucho.
fight?
Is it
Yeah.
true? Is it
No,
true that Canelo has
name the fight. No, name the
rehydration
fight.
clauses?
Okay, what fight?
The Kovalev fight, a
No,
bunch of fights, bro. What are you
there was
talking
no
about,
rehydration clause for the Kovalev fight.
bro? He has rehydration clauses almost every fight.
No, dude,
Like,
that's
come
the
on.
IBF. That is the
Like,
IBF's
come on,
rule.
bro. Like, come
That's the
on.
IBF's rule.
Like, come on, bro.
That is the IBF's
Come
rule.
on. Come on.
See, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Bro,
You're just a
listen,
hater.
the Quags
Bro,
just said in the chat,
why do you
Canelo
hate
had
Canelo?
rehydration
Why
clause
do you hate Canelo so
in
much?
his last
Nah,
four
just tell me
fights,
why
bro.
you hate
In his
Canelo so
last
much.
4 fights, bro.
Nah, just tell me why you
In
hate
his
Canelo
last
so much.
4 fights,
Nah, just tell
Canelo
me
had
why you hate
rehydration
Canelo so much.
clause.
I love
In
to
his
hear
last
it, man.
4 fights, bro.
So you can't even
Look it up
tell
yourself,
me, bro.
dummy, before you come
Nah, bro,
on
you
here
sound
trying to
stupid. Like, listen to the
talk
way
like
you're
you know
talking,
everything,
bro.
bro. Look it
You're
up
telling me the
yourself, bro.
same thing you told the last dude.
Look
Just
it
a
up,
bunch of
bro.
bullshit.
Look it up,
You don't
bro.
even have
You're a
facts.
Canelo
Yeah,
fanboy,
look up the
and that's why
IBS
you're mad.
rules.
You're a
Look at the
Canelo
IBS
fanboy,
rules.
and that's why you're mad.
This is
You're a
stupid,
Canelo
bro.
fanboy, and that's why you're mad, bro.
Man, this dude has no
Come with
argument.
facts.
He
Come
has
with
no
facts,
argument,
please.
bro.
Come
Bro,
with
you got no
facts.
argument. It's
What are
embarrassing.
you talking about? I have no
You have
argument.
no argument. It's embarrassing
facts,
what you're
bro.
saying. Listen to what you're saying.
It's
You sound
facts.
dumb. You sound like you started
You
watching
sound
boxing a
dumb.
few
You
months ago.
sound
You don't
dumb,
know
bro.
what the fuck
What are
you're
you
talking
talking
about.
about?
You
It's
sound
facts that
stupid.
Canelo had
You
rehydration
sound
clause.
stupid.
Oh shit! I think I fucked that up. Hold on. Shit.
Is
It's
it
the
true?
IBF.
Is it
Whenever
true?
those things happen,
Is
it's the
it true,
IBF.
everybody in the chat? Is it true? Is it
It's
true?
not.
Oh
It's
my
not.
god, that's so dumb. This dude has no facts.
You're a
He's
hoe,
just going
bro. You're a hoe.
rehydration
All right.
clause.
I'm
It's the
destroying you
IBF.
right now. It's easy work, bro. Now let's talk about Canelo.
Man, we
Okay,
can talk about anything,
what do you
bro.
want to talk about?
I'll
What
draw
do you want to
circles
talk
around you
about?
with this stuff, bro. You don't know
What
what
do you
you're
want to
talking
talk about?
about.
What do you want to talk about? Let's get off this
I
topic
mean,
because I already
apparently,
destroyed you.
you
What
just
do you
hate
want to talk
Canelo
about?
for any
Let's do
reason
something else.
or whatever. I don't
You
know.
got 10 minutes. Jesus. All right, go
Yeah.
ahead.
What do you want to talk about?
MMA said no mas.
I didn't say no mas.
I mean,
Listen,
okay,
bro.
whatever.
Let's talk about something else about Canelo. All right.
Go for it.
No, you come up with the topic now.
I mean,
Since you want to
what
debate
do you
me,
want me to say about Canelo's
I'm the
doing
one.
is
So you want to
achieving
debate me?
greatness right now.
Come
He's
up
trying to
with
become
a topic.
a 5 division world champion. His last 8 fights, he's won or his last 8 or 6. What is it? His last 6 of 8 fights have been against all champions. What, 3 of them undefeated?
Okay.
10
So
different belts in those last 8 fights, including 2 Ring Magazine belts. Like, how is that
okay,
not great?
listen.
Nobody else in the sport is doing.
Listen. But when you have
No, you asked me the question. What do you mean,
wait.
listen? You asked me the question.
Yeah, I asked you a question, right? And you said your point now. Okay, when you have rehydration clauses, when you're using PEDs, when you're known for
Oh,
using
man.
PEDs, when you are blood draining people, when you're having fixed fights, when you're
fixed fights, okay.
you're robbing
Illegal,
people.
completely illegal.
Listen. When you're doing all that stuff, it's hard for me to give the fighter credit.
It's hard for me to take you serious whenever you say things like fixed fights and blood being drawn and things like that.
Everything I'm saying is facts, though.
In your fantasy world, in your head, maybe.
DGG had more blood tests than Canelo for PEDs. He had more blood tests than Canelo. It drained him, bro.
GGG told you what? He went and told you, he came on YouTube and said, hey, MMA guy, like, I'm doing more doping tests than Canelo.
Have you heard of weaponized drug testing?
No, I haven't, but that sounds like a hilarious thing to make up.
Is when they try to use they say a fighter popped dirty, but they won't talk about how other fighters pop dirty. They won't. It's like, look, Floyd actually popped dirty before his fight with Pacquiao, but they swept it under the rug. You can look it up. He actually popped dirty before his fight.
Yeah, no. But he got caught with needles in his arm by USADA, and they never recorded it.
So listen, that's weaponized drug testing, right, bro?
Okay. Well, what's your point?
Okay, so what I'm saying is
really
that all of this stuff is in Canelo fights. He does this to his opponents, and Canelo's using his A-side tactics. And I don't think his fights are fair. And it's true that he has these types of stipulations in his contracts and stuff like that. So. And
I mean, Caleb Plant was over there saying that
in the past,
I'm gonna have the best chance to beat Canelo because I'm not gonna have to deal with any of this, and I'm gonna get my full count. And he still got stopped. Like there was VADA testing, he still got stopped. Billy Joe got stopped. People said a few years ago, Billy Joe and Canelo were gonna.
Billy Joe,
they're gonna give Canelo the most problems because of his style. They both got stopped.
Billy Joe said he's gonna lay down and collect his paycheck. That's what he said.
No,
that's
bullshit.
That's what he said. He said that.
Bro, he was being sarcastic.
No, Billy Joe literally said that, bro. So
when Billy Joe saw he was gonna fight Andrade, he said he'd rather die on the plane crash home than lose to Andrade.
He literally said that, bro.
That dude was not gonna lay down.
You're getting destroyed. You're getting destroyed. You're
In the
getting
chat,
destroyed.
we
Nah,
have
dude,
Fight
you
Takes
dumb.
is
Like,
winning
you sound-
61%, MMA
Getting
Champ
destroyed.
39%. Fight Take 61%, MMA Champ 39%. MMA, you're losing, man.
MMA
Listen,
is
bro.
just saying
Listen,
whatever the hell. I don't know what the hell this dude's
listen.
talking.
I'm not losing. I know that I'm
This dude
speaking
can't even
facts. This
accept he's
guy is
losing.
not speaking facts, bro. He's
This
not
dude can't
speaking
even accept
facts,
he's
bro.
losing.
I
Like,
don't care, bro.
I know you don't care. You don't care about anything that is facts.
No,
You're just making
it's
stuff up
facts,
as we
bro.
go.
Everything I'm saying is facts. Even shout out to the Quags who's rooting for me. The Mexican dude is a casual, bro. It's facts right now. People
In the
are
chat,
saying I'm destroying you, bro.
Jose Gonzalo says Haitian getting body bagged.
Okay.
Like,
Cool,
come
man.
on, bro.
Right, man.
Right.
Right.
Really
You don't
lucky.
know anything about boxing, bro.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess I'm just wrong with all this stuff,
Yes,
and
you're
everybody
wrong.
in the
You're
chat
wrong.
is wrong, and you're.
Listen,
All right,
Bolt
guys. You know what
says,
we're gonna do?
I'm
We're
the
gonna
king
take a
of
break
Mexico.
from. All right,
Shout
hold
out
on,
to
guys.
him.
Haitian. Give me a second.
Okay,
We're
right.
gonna take a break from this debate. So I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna get Gonzalo. Are you there? I'm gonna get Gonzalo to give us a breather.
What's up?
Here.
How you doing, Bucho? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome to the show, man. I don't know if you've been listening. Have you been listening?
Yeah, I've been listening. MMA's kind of funny.
What are your thoughts about this? What are your thoughts on this debate, the Canelo debate?
I mean, about his fights being fixed, it's you can't generalize. It's a fight by fight basis, and sure, were there some A side advantages to the fights? Well, yes, and did some shady things occur? And some of the fights that you kind of have to wonder why that happened. Well, it depends. I mean, a little bit is true of what Felipe was saying. When you have a different opponent in there, there's a different reaction. So the counter punching, the body shots, the high guard, the good defense and other things that Canelo brings to the table. He's pretty complete. So I mean, it's not like facing somebody that is not going to get his get back when he's supposed to, and Canelo does. But a lot of people seem to have a problem with that, and that's everybody has the right to their own opinion. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. So everybody has the right to their own opinion, but yeah, that's a good point. So, Canelo is the A side. He has used that to his advantage. Has he gone overboard? Probably. Are his fights fixed in the sense that the guys are taking dives? I don't think so. But yeah, I'm with Gonzalo on this one. And by the way, MMA champ, I think you lost this one. So yeah, you're no longer the champ. I guess Fight Takes TV.
Yeah, give me that shit. Give me that crown. Give me that championship.
But shout
Fight
out to
Takes
him,
is a champ right now.
But I know I beat him.
Yeah.
Already. It's a robbery like Canelo's fights. Robbery.
It's
Fake
a robbery
it's
like
fixed-
Canelo's
it's a fixed
fight.
It's
man.
fixed. It's fixed, bro. So,
Yeah.
listen, I'm not even
Yeah, I
about
was
to
on some
worry. It's
PEDs.
fixed.
I knocked out MMA champ.
It's fixed, bro.
I knocked
He didn't
him
knock
out.
me out.
I
I
knocked
beat
him
him
out.
like
I
Triple
gave him
G
a
beat
catch weight.
Canelo. I beat him like
I weight
Triple G
drained
beat
him
Canelo.
and knocked
I
his
beat
ass
him like
out.
Floyd beat
I
Canelo.
knocked his ass out.
Bro, it's fixed. It's
I knocked
fixed.
his
Bro.
ass out.
It's fixed.
Easy.
anybody
It
wants
was
to
easy
join the
too. It wasn't
debate,
even hard.
I
Like,
beat you, bro.
That
I
was
beat
so
you.
easy.
I beat you.
It was
We all
easy.
know this, bro. We
It was
know
easy.
I beat you, bro.
Right.
all right, guys. If you want to debate, just click the link in the chat. It's a StreamYard link.
I can debate on whether Teofimo is undisputed.
Okay, well, who disagrees with that? I agree.
I don't think he's I don't think he's undisputed.
You don't think he's undisputed?
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I-
the WBC said he was, but I mean, if you think he's not, like, I understand that too. It's like he's undisputed, but unofficially undisputed. It's like lesser than Josh Taylor. And,
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree with you on that. Haney is the WBC champion. Teofimo is not undisputed, so
The franchise belt doesn't make you undisputed because Canelo still has a franchise belt at 160, and Charlo has the regular belt at 160. And
you could look it up. You can look it up on any of the other organizations' websites. They have Haney as the WBC champion.
So if the other organizations don't recognize you as the champion, I don't see how you can be undisputed.
Facts.
yeah. I mean, I want to see Teofimo fight Haney next. With the franchise, he can make that happen. So hopefully that is what happens.
Facts. I think he's gonna move up after this fight, though.
Oh man, I hope not. I hope he fights Haney before he moves up.
Haney might move up too, though. So if they
Haney went and partnered up with Josh Taylor and stuff. It's kind of like a duck move to me. Where I see it.
If they want to make that fight at 140, that'd be cool too.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? If Lomachenko beats Comey, he'd be mandatory for Haney's belt.
He'd be.
So I mean, I can definitely see Haney like ducking that fight and moving up.
Yeah, I think he's number one in the WBC and the WBO.
Yeah.
I think Haney takes the Lomachenko fight. I don't think it's going to duck Loma.
Nah, he's not gonna
Guys,
fight Loma. Loma will stop him.
Jeez, fuck.
But he wanted to fight Loma, and Loma.
No, that's not what happened.
The franchise.
No.
That was just media.
That
That was just media hype, bro. That wasn't like real.
Nah, it's not media hype.
That's
Look it up,
cap
bro.
MMA.
It is media hype.
Why don't you look up facts, bro? You
Yo,
never look up
MMA.
facts.
Bro, I've
you never
seen
look up
facts.
facts.
Why
You never
would
like to look
why
stuff
would
up.
why
You
would
think everything
Lomachenko
is false,
fight
but you didn't look up
Teofimo
nothing.
for-
The same thing with the
who
Canelo.
actually
You
had-
never look
who
up
actually
stuff
had a
because
over
if you looked
Teofimo
up
Haney
that
did.
Canelo rehydration clause, you would know it's facts. You dummy.
Wait, there was no rehydration for the plant.
Bro,
fight.
look,
Or
just
Saunders
look up
fight.
this stuff, bro.
There wasn't. There just wasn't.
When I even tried to debate you, look up, look it up, look it
What
up.
up? Look
That's
what
all.
up.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't. We're
What
on
am I
two different
supposed to
levels.
look up?
Look it up, bitch.
What am I
Look it
supposed
up.
to look up? What do I look up?
Shut up.
Look it up.
You're not my level. Bro.
Look at
You're not my level, bro.
I don't know. What is he supposed to look up, man?
Yeah, what do I look up?
Canelo rehydration clause. Because he
check it
said it's
out.
not
Go
true,
check it out.
right? So,
No. You said his last 4 fights.
no, you
had
said
hydration
it's
clause.
not true. So look it up. That's all.
No, it's not true. His last 4
It's
fights.
not true. It's not true. Okay, look it up.
Shit, I missed a super chat. Guys, I wanna thank the Quacks for his super chat. He says the facts are Canelo fought Kovalev for the WBO, not the IBF. Exactly. So there was no rehydration clause on their end. I guess Kovalev drained himself. That's true. They were
Talking
fighting
about
for the
the Jacobs
WBO, not the
fight.
IBF.
Kovalev fight.
And I missed another super chat.
Jacobs
I'll
broke the
find it.
hydration clause.
Yeah,
Just
he
paid a
broke
fine.
that. Exactly.
That's for the IBF. It wasn't like Canelo didn't just like put that in there and said, "Hey Jacobs, you can only rehydrate to this." That's the IBF's rule.
Facts.
But Canelo is known for putting clauses in
That's
his
what
fights.
MMA is ignoring. That's what MMA is ignoring.
I'm not ignoring nothing.
Ignores fact.
MMA's
It's
a
not
fanboy,
facts,
bro.
bro.
MMA's a
Whatever.
fanboy, bro.
All right,
not.
you look that up. And in the meantime, Ryder of the Storm, thank you for your contribution. He says, how could Smith fought Canelo the same way he fought Ryder? Canelo is elite. Plus, Canelo attacked the arm, which made Smith hesitant to attack back. So basically, Canelo is not John Ryder. So, yeah, it's a
Bro,
different boxer.
He broke his
Different
bicep. He broke his bicep. So that should tell you
Wow.
something, no?
Yeah. All right,
For
guys,
sure.
if you want to debate, don't be shy. Click the StreamYard link. And yeah, let's have a one-on-one debate. Come on, guys. Let's find something. Come on. I might even jump in. I'll debate MMA. I'll debate you. I
shit.
challenge you, man.
All right, what do you want to debate
know.
on? Old
I
head.
don't know. All
There's a
right.
lot of people not showing up again.
Oh, we have Boxing Chief. What's up?
Hey, Bucha, thanks for having me on again. I just don't know what's going on. Sorry for my tardiness, but
No,
I'm
don't worry,
here.
man.
I'm ready
All right.
to judge or debate, whichever one anybody needs.
Well, I know you want to debate, so join in. Well, let's find a topic over here. Pick a topic. I'm pretty sure somebody will disagree. At least.
I know what MMA and Chief should debate about.
About what?
They,
I'm
they
sorry,
should
what was
debate about. They should debate about who Mayweather ducked.
Oh, I got a whole
Mayweather
list of
ducked?
people.
Yeah.
I can go all the way through that on who he did and didn't duck, and anybody wants to try and counter me, be my guest.
Okay. Who did he duck?
Well, he ducked Pacquiao for years because there's a lot of documentation supporting this. He ducked him with the blood test, and he ducked him for 3 years on the blood test. And here's how I know
Also,
this.
he also ducked Margarito.
True.
Yes, he did duck Margarito. You're absolutely right, because Margarito actually confronted him. He said, "I will fight you later, and when I do, it will be bigger." And then he fought Ricky Hatton instead.
Hey, did he duck did he duck Mosley at 135?
Yes, he did. Absolutely, he ducked me. Well, let me rephrase and be as honest as possible about this. The fight didn't happen, and as to why it didn't, I don't know. But he was offered a career high payday prior to Diego Corrales to fight
He
Mosley
also
and didn't accept
he
it.
also ducked.
And he was offered
He also-
he was offered more to fight Mosley, to what I understand, than what he got for fighting Diego Corrales. Now, that I don't have the magazines anymore that support all this, but I was told that they were trying to offer each of them somewhere between $2.5 to $3 million not to split, but to each have. And he got 1.4 to 1.5 to fight Diego Corrales, so he got significantly less to fight Corrales than what they were offering for Mosley.
You know
He
what?
also ducked
That's
Ricky,
but
right?
hold on. I
He
think MMA champ disagrees with you, but he's pretending to agree with you because he's afraid of debating you, boxing chief.
That's like cap. That's cap. I don't like Floyd Mayweather. Also, Floyd Mayweather also ducked Winky, right? That's facts.
Yep, that was offered for a 50-50 split, and Mayweather wanted a 60-40. I have an article on my phone that says as safe as a favorite that supports that. So, but to be fair, he had just moved to junior welterweight, and Winky had just beaten either Shane Mosley or Felix Trinidad. It was around 2005. So I think it was Shane Mosley that he beat twice. So
He also ducked Vernon Forrest.
to say that's a full-fledged duck of Mayweather ducking right is a little bit. They couldn't agree on price, but you're also talking about him moving up 2 weight classes to fight a guy much bigger than him. So people could say it was a duck. The fight didn't get negotiated appropriately, and I'm sorry, it's kind of like saying that what's his name, Lomachenko is ducking Triple G because he won't fight him when it's like 2 to 3 weight classes apart. I don't like Mayweather, but I'm fair about it.
People
Go
in the
ahead.
chat are saying the MMA champ is a Floyd fan, but
He ducked
some-
Vernon
you-
Forrest,
so
and
wait,
he
hold on.
also ducked Thurman too.
MMA champ.
And I'm not a Floyd fan.
You're a
and
Floyd
that's
fan. You're
there's
changing
only
your
one
fucking
person
tune. You're
saying
trying to
that.
pretend
We,
that you're not a Floyd
stop
fan.
being biased. There's only
Why are
one
you
person
afraid of
saying that.
defending your man? Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid
You're
of defending
biased.
Floyd
You're
Mayweather?
biased,
Why are you
Bucho.
afraid?
Bucho,
Come on.
don't make me get on your ass, bro.
Now,
No,
now
but
let
MMA
me point
I'm
out.
You're a
outside
Floyd
of
fan,
I'll
man.
destroy you,
Stop
having
it.
me,
Bucho.
BDA.
He did duck.
Appreciate
You're
it.
not fooling
Bucho,
anybody,
you're an
man.
old head, bro.
You're not fooling anybody. You're
You
not
need
fooling
your
anybody.
pills.
about-
You're a
Bucho, come on,
Floyd
bro.
fan.
How about Eric
You've always
Morales,
been a
boxing
Floyd
chief?
fan.
Bucho, come on, bro. You need your
Eric
dementia
Morales
pills,
was
bro.
never a
Come on.
possibility for Floyd Mayweather. By the time he moved to 130, Floyd Mayweather was already between 135 and 140. That wasn't a duck. And
Also,
I'll tell you 2 other guys. I'll tell you 3 other
Castillo,
guys he didn't duck, and that was
Castillo
was,
beat Floyd Mayweather. Facts.
Acelino Freitas. Popo
no.
Freitas.
Freitas and Casimir were not ducks because they were contracted to a separate network, and neither Freitas or Casimir or Mayweather were a big enough star for the 2 networks to want to do a cross promotion. I can't hold that against Floyd. By the time they were ranked and had belts, because they did fight on HBO before, but by the time they were ranked and had belts and had names for someone to want to have to fight them, they were already contracted to Showtime. Mayweather couldn't have controlled that.
Hey, boxing
So
chief.
hold on,
Also,
boxing chief.
Koshizou.
Hold on. Listen,
Go ahead.
Bucho,
Yeah.
you got destroyed by Precise. You got buck broken by Precise. So don't make me destroy you
Butt
too, bro.
broken.
Like, come on.
Yeah,
come
of
on,
course,
bro.
yeah.
Yeah, come on.
But the fake
Precise is
stoppage
your
is.
dad, bro. Come on, man. Like, don't make me destroy you. I don't want to have to, make you get your dementia pills, bro. So come on.
Bring it, man. Bring it. Hey, but I have a question for boxing chief. Boxing chief.
Yeah, go for it.
Concerning Floyd Mayweather, do you consider the Gotti win, like in his top wins of all time, like his best? Yeah.
So sometimes the fighter's best performance isn't necessarily the biggest win. I think Roy Jones' best performance was, and I'll get back to Floyd Mayweather, but was Bryant Brandon. I think Holyfield's best performance was George Foreman. He had bigger fights than that, but the way they performed, the way they physically put their combinations together and did what they did, sometimes is against their opponent, wasn't on their level, and that made them look even better. Gotti was 34 years old and kind of shot by the time he fought Floyd, and that's one of the reasons why Floyd looked so good in that fight.
Yeah, but I think casuals bring up Gotti's name when they talk about Floyd Mayweather and he beat Gotti. I'm like, listen, I respect Gotti, I love Gotti. I mean, come on, this guy was fun to watch, but he wasn't Man, this guy got destroyed by De La Hoya. At that point, I was like, well, this guy should retire. Remember that when he fought De
Even
La Hoya?
Floyd Mayweather said
he was an exciting-
that
he was an
Gotti
exciting
is not on
B-plus
his
fighter.
level.
He lost to Angel Manfredi, I believe, Ivan Robinson twice.
Yep.
I mean, this guy, like, he was a journeyman, like, not a journeyman, sorry. He was a contender, but he wasn't, come on, you can't say that he was a big win for Floyd Mayweather.
Like
No,
Gotti,
what it was is that was his first pay-per-view bout, and that's what
And
transitioned him from championship boxing into the pay-per-view level of boxing. But and
boxing
so
chief.
by
Hold
that
on.
standpoint, it was one of his biggest platforms to fight, but it wasn't his biggest win as per quality opponent.
Gotti, listen, there's levels to this. Gotti was not as good as Floyd. Even Floyd said, "There's I'm better than Gotti." He said, I'm way better than him. He said that on when they were debating on some type of show or whatever. He said, "I'm going to destroy this guy," and look what he did. I mean, I'm not going to rate that Gotti win too high because I mean we all knew Floyd was going to beat him.
But I'm gonna put this in perspective. Now, you take the Gotti from the second Mickey Ward fight, who had stuff left in the tank, and fighting the way he did with that style against Floyd. Floyd has a little more problems with him. Floyd still beats him, and probably close to the same way. But Gotti was more fluid on his feet back then. He was lighter on his feet. He wasn't having trouble making weight. He wasn't a shot fighter. He didn't have the mileage of the 3 Mickey Ward fights.
Yeah,
and so he'd be able to throw some punches and lay in some more shots than being a human punching bag. Floyd still wins that fight, but it would have been a little bit more of a challenge.
I think Floyd, casual fans always bring up the Gotti win. I don't think it should be mentioned.
They love to bring up the Gotti one, but then they'll also say that Gotti doesn't. The same casuals will say Gotti doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame because he was a C+ fighter.
Yeah.
But that was one of Floyd's biggest wins. So they're basically admitting the fact that Floyd fought C+ competition. I don't believe all that, but that's how when they debate me, that's how I drop little things on them and make them walk into their own words.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point. Hey, does Fernando Vargas deserve to be in the Hall of Fame if Gotti is there?
If Gotti's there, I don't object to it. He won the title twice. He was the youngest one to win the belt in that division. He fought a number of world champions. So I don't have an argument with it, even though I don't like the guy. But he was exciting, and it's the International Boxing Hall of Fame, not accomplishments. And for his time frame, he was famous. He was the guy in the division that everybody wanted to fight to make money. Given De La Hoya and Trinidad were bigger draws, but when you mixed him in with that group, guess what happened? More money was involved.
All right. Let's find something to debate here as we wait for other people to join us. I'm pretty sure MMA champ and boxing chief can find something to disagree on.
Like what? Like I need to know his opinions on some certain stuff first.
Okay, I'm not a Floyd Mayweather fan by any way, shape, or form, so I can debate any part of his career you want. But I can defend his career objectively because, like I said, the people said he ducked certain fights. I know for a fact he didn't duck them because they just weren't there to be made. But I think Winky Wright's overrated. I think Bernard Hopkins is the person that has the most title defenses at middleweight is Triple G and not Bernard Hopkins.
Whoa. I don't know anything. Okay, no, I'm not going to debate you because I don't know much about. But there's actually the argument that Golovkin doesn't even have enough title defenses. He doesn't because he was defending that WBA regular belt for the longest of times.
But
right?
there was no super champion when he was there because Kelly Pavlik had already lost and the belts had already disseminated. So there wasn't a super champion when he was there. So he was a WBA
Felix
champion.
Sturm. What was Felix Sturm then? I don't remember. Felix Sturm. Felix Sturm did have a WBA belt at one point in time. That's a good question. I'll have to go back and research that. Well, that's the thing.
I'm not in front of a computer at the moment.
I think he had a WBA as well. So who was the WBA champ at the time? Right?
He won. His first belt was an interim belt, Golovkin's. But then his first defense was of a championship. Right. And like I said, there was no super champ there at the time. So I think Felix Sturm had just lost, and I don't remember what happened to him. You got a good point there, but his title may have been the regular title, but there was not a unified super champion while he was there because, like I said, Jermaine Taylor had already lost and moved on. Kelly Pavlik had already lost and moved on. Kelly Pavlik's belts were disseminated because he couldn't stay active, so those belts went elsewhere, and that's where Golovkin picked his up. That's why he was interim at first because the original champion and Kelly Pavlik was inactive. And then if you remember, we were passing the linear belt around in the middleweight. Hold on, I'm almost done. He was passing the linear belt around with Sergio Martinez and Paul Williams and so on and so forth. But the belt holders at the time, and the longest reigning one was Triple G. Now, Triple G made 20 title defenses with one draw, but it's still considered a title defense. Bernard Hopkins made 19 because one was a no contest. And a no contest means that the bout never took place, so therefore that's not a title defense. But people still count it as a title defense.
Chief, who do you think won Floyd versus Pacquiao?
What's that?
Who do you think won Floyd versus Pacquiao?
Who I think won? I've had it as close to 7-5 for Floyd. I scored it one time, almost a draw when I was watching it with no volume on, but I had to play it in slow motion, which I don't like to do. So when I'm judging a fight without those little cheap shots of watching in slow motion and making up narratives, which is how I think people do that when they're trying to justify their guy winning, I usually have Floyd winning every time I watch it, but never by more than 2 rounds.
In the chat, somebody said, Chain with Eyes says they both had 20 defenses, and Bernard Hopkins doesn't have a draw and got a better resume.
No, he doesn't have a draw. He's a no contest, to whoever said that. So a no contest is not a title defense.
Worse, no?
So
I mean, it doesn't count.
So
yeah.
And the interesting part about Golovkin is he got a belt back or 2. And he's still, he's racking up some defenses because he's been champion all along, whether he lost to Canelo or not officially.
Yeah, well, by the time he fought the last one, that would have been his 21st title defense. So he has 20 defenses. Now, you can say no draw all you want to, but a draw is an actual title defense. A no decision is not. A no contest is not a fight. It's not even a fight, let alone a title defense. A draw counts as a title defense. The same people that don't want to count the draw will count the no contest, which is complete irony.
So now with the IBF, he's fought Ceremeta, then he beat, what's his name, Debriachenko. Those count too. Not together. But I think
overall,
they're announcing him.
Well, just like Virgil Hill. Virgil Hill over 2 reigns had Virgil Hill over 2 reigns had the most title defenses of light heavyweight at one point in time. I think Darius Michalczewski broke that record with 23. But at one point in time, Virgil Hill passed Bob Foster's record of title defenses, but it was over 2 reigns. Vladimir Klitschko is, I think, tied for the number of title defenses over 2 reigns. But in a single reign, at which weight class are we talking about again? I'm sorry. At middleweight, in a single one at middleweight, it should be Gennady Golovkin due to the fact that he fought 20 times after he won the title, and they were all either draw. There's one draw and the rest were victories. That's 20 title defenses. Bernard Hopkins has 20 title fights, but one of them was a no contest, and that's not supposed to count.
That's not counting. Yeah.
But the historians are counting it. There's the problem.
But Felix
they're saying,
did have he did have the super title up until he lost to Daniel Gale.
Yeah.
So I believe his first 5 title defenses were of the regular belt.
Hence the word no contest, right? Means the contest didn't take place. It's like this fight this week with McWilliams Arroyo and Martinez. He didn't get the victory. No contest, meaning it don't count. It's just there like a blemish that could be seen. I don't know, just as a historical fact on your resume, but it shouldn't even be counted in a positive or a negative.
So someone I think I could barely understand, but said something about the first 5 were only of a regular belt, but there was no super champion. So how are you going to hold that against the guy when there's no super belt to defend? There was no super middleweight belt. There was no super champion in the WBA organization at the time at 160 to defeat.
I think it was Felix Stern.
And a draw is defending your titles because you keep them. It's like, for example, somebody trying to break into your house. He doesn't get in. He doesn't break in. You defended your property, so you get to keep your things.
Yeah.
Right.
Well said.
But there was a super champion for his first 5 title defenses. It was Felix Stern.
Felix Stern was a super champion. How? The only way to be a super champion is to have 2 belts. What did he have?
Are you sure that's the only way, though? I think there was a case where there was a guy with a WBA super belt and he didn't unify.
So in 2001 ish, the WBA stripped Lennox Lewis of the WBA because he wouldn't fight John Ruiz, and it caused such an uproar that they stripped the champ for no good reason, quote unquote. I mean, it's a legit reason. The guy earned a title shot. You didn't want to fight him. You had a chance to make the fight. You refused, so they took the belt away. Now, I don't think Lennox was ducking him, but in John Ruiz's defense, he went through hell after the David Tua fight to try and get to be number one contender. He went through a long list of fights. He earned his shot. Now, Lennox didn't want to fight him, so WBA took the belt away, and they let Ruiz and Holyfield fight over it. There's such an uproar about the whole thing. They said, well, no, this is just going to be the regular belt. We're going to make Lennox Lewis the super champion. And then the documentation that I read going with it is, in order to be a super champion, you have to have the WBA and another title, a new unification situation, and that's how you became the super champion. Now, if there's more legislation to it since then, I didn't read up on it, but that's usually how it came about.
Yeah.
That's how Casamora became the super champion. Also.
But these guys don't respect the
right
rule.
now,
I mean,
right
they
now
can
for
write-
example,
they can write
Murata
so
is the
many rules.
WBA super champion at 160, right? And he hasn't unified with anyone.
And who cares? These guys have so many rules. They don't even respect them.
So the
You know what I
question
mean?
is, if Felix
He's
Sturm
about
was
to
the super
unify-
champion, how did he
he's
get
about to
that? How
unify
did he
with
become super
GGP.
champion when he didn't
know.
have more than one belt at a time?
Okay, then.
But he is the super champion right now.
Who?
Ryota Murata at 160.
He's the
Well, for
WBA
that
super champion.
organization. But a
Sorry?
separate organization is IBF. So how do you value that over the other? You really can't. They're just different organizations. That doesn't mean because he's the super champion for that organization that one's better than the IBF.
So no.
I don't really.
What I'm
go
trying
ahead.
to get at, that this guy's saying, is that somebody is the WBA super champion right now and has not gone through any unification fight, and they still have a regular champion at the same time. That goes against the very way that they wrote the whole thing up. So he won an interim belt because the guys were Kelly Pavlik was busy with his the cysts all over his hand and couldn't make title defenses. And then when he vacated that belt and he was stripped of it because he couldn't maintain the defenses and keep them in line, Triple G was awarded the WBA belt. So, I mean, you don't want to count those. I sympathize with that because we on this board don't count Gervonta Davis as being a 3-time world champion because 2 of them were for regular belts. I can sympathize with that, but the man was number 1 ranked. He won an interim belt because the champion wouldn't defend against him. When the champion vacated, he became the champion. All those title defenses count to me.
Fucking
It was
bastards.
also
This shit
Sergio
confusing me.
Martinez in the mix. Something happened. He didn't want to face Golovkin.
Hold on.
But I mean,
Yes.
you can't really
said-
talk about who he ducked and didn't because a lot of people they say
Sergio
that's
Martinez-
not.
Sergio Martinez and
Chief.
Miguel Cotto did not want to fight Gennady Golovkin.
Wait, what did you just say about Tank Chief? You said the regular title defenses count to you?
They don't.
Oh, they don't. Okay.
That's what he's saying. I'm saying the fact that the WBA champion was not defending their title at the time. That's why Gennady Golovkin won his first title, quote unquote, from being an interim champion. Then they handed him the championship right after that. The same way they did to Roy Jones.
He was
When Roy Jones
promoted
fought,
because Felix Sturm
when-
lost.
oh,
though.
Oh, one at a
Roy
time.
Jones
Chief, finish.
fought- when Roy Jones fought Mike McCallum, that was an interim belt. That was not a championship. That was an interim belt. When Fabrice Tiozza moved up to cruiserweight, then Roy became the actual champion overnight, and then he lost it to Montel Griffin via disqualification. But that's what the interim belt was supposed to be for. When a champion wasn't able to defend or did not, like in Tiozzo's case, when he was debating about what weight class he wanted to fight in, instead of the WBC letting him hold it hostage, they left it open and had an interim belt and said, okay, you're champion interim right now, whoever wins this fight, and if the champion decides to vacate, then we're going to crown you automatic champion. Well, that's what they did. That's the same thing they did to Golovkin at 160.
Wasn't Jones undefeated at the time? And I think Griffin, the Iceman, I think he had Willie on the canvas. That's how he got disqualified, right?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, on the rematch, he iced him in 1 round.
Yeah, but
Hence
he
the
was giving
nickname.
he was really giving Roy fits in that first fight. He was Roy had some swelling over his eye, and he was setting traps for Roy. And one of the things that did that was, I think, Eddie Futch had the master plan, and Eddie Futch has a tendency of taking fighters like Montel Griffin and throwing wrenches in plans for fighters that have the kind of talent like Roy, because both Ken Norton and Joe Frazier gave Ali everything he could handle. They were both very limited fighters. They were good fighters, but they were limited fighters, and they got crushed by bigger men, but they gave Ali everything they could handle.
Oh, that was Eddie Futch and Montel Griffith. I thought it was his father.
No, Eddie Futch trained Griffith for a while.
Okay.
All right, I can debate. I'm gonna jump in and debate somebody, man. And I have a topic.
What's the topic?
Julio Cesar Chavez, Meldrick Taylor.
Oh, this one always comes up. Okay, which side do you want to take?
I think you know which side I'm taking.
Well, I can't debate you then because we're on the same side.
You agree that this? No. I agree that the stoppage was correct.
Yeah, I do. I did that night and do now. Even now, the more that I watch it, the referee didn't have a chance. He may have known that the clap or the sticks were banged together.
Yeah.
But he also knew that there was only a small amount of time with one more right hand. And let's remember, where were Taylor's hands at the time? On the ropes. If he didn't make if he would have said, Taylor, walk towards me, he would have fallen right in front of him, and he would stop the fight then. Or if you let him keep his hands on the ropes, Chavez probably could have landed one more big right hand, and even if the bell would have rang, that may have killed Taylor.
Yeah, Lutu would kind of screwed him over because really what happened, he jumped into the corner. You cannot see it on the camera. But when he's looking into, when he's gazing into Meldrick Taylor's eyes, his eyes are lost. But what he's really doing, he's looking at Lutuva, who just jumped in the opposite corner out of the camera's view. That's why he couldn't respond either. So he kind of fucked him over there.
All right, we'll agree on this. I can't believe it.
Oh, there's no. I mean, first of all, I'm pro Chavez. I think Whitaker threw low blows to turn that tide in that fight in the 6th round. I think he went into that fight with De La Hoya with a cut already on his face. I mean, Chavez wasn't the best sport. He had a lot of out-of-the-ring problems. He wasn't the best shining example of a person to live outside the ring, but then, again, who is in the sport of boxing? But when that man was on, at that moment in time of his career, all the way up until the Whitaker fight, he was unbeatable, period.
Yeah.
You could put him in with Duran at lightweight. That's the only lightweight that could have beaten him in my lifetime. And that's even a debate.
That's a big statement. Somebody in the chat says that the Logic says Meldrick Taylor should have had the opportunity to finish the fight. Seconds left, guys. Seconds left. Guys on his feet, fought his heart out. That's what I hear some people claim, that he deserves something. Like he deserves, who deserves what? Like who makes the decision? This guy deserves, this guy, I should stop the fight, but you know what? It was such a good fight, close. He deserves to continue. Like if he's fucked up, he's fucked up. There's no he deserves anything else.
Well, let's put it in a different perspective. Go ahead, Gonzo. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, it's hard to say really why he didn't get on the back foot. I'm not for that, but it's a strategical fight. And who can?
First of all,
who am I to say? Oh, get on.
Corner said not to get on the back foot. His corner said don't get on the back foot. They said you need this round. And let's put two things other in perspective. That knockdown's happened in the middle of the ring. Taylor doesn't get up. That's a 15-round fight. Taylor doesn't go any further. So 2 seconds left. Okay. And it wasn't a 12-round fight. It wasn't a 15-round fight, and it didn't happen in the middle of the ring. But you put those two things, you change that dynamic ever so slightly, Taylor doesn't finish the fight.
And in hindsight, if you look back at how Meldrick Taylor ended, immediately after the fight, he went to the hospital. He was pissing blood. But if you look at his condition now, all that he damage that he got was from the Chavez fight.
You think
he's mentally disabled?
I thought about it, but it's like
whoa.
One fight.
Let's not forget the fact that Glenwood Brown knocked him down twice. Let's not forget the fact that he went life or death with Garcia. Let's not forget the fact that Terry Norris obliterated him in 4 rounds. And let's not forget the fact that Crisanto Espana almost took his head off with an uppercut when he took his title away. So it was a career long sense of, and I'm sure it had a lot of watering down his weight, because they said he used to gain up to 160 pounds in between fights sometimes, and that's dehydration and other stuff coming into play.
That's when he fought Chavez. Chavez said that that's like the closest to death he ever came. He kind of said it like the way Muhammad Ali spoke about the Frazier fight, and I think that attrition, based on what I've learned, because I always keep learning, like the Dada fight and what's happening nowadays. A lot of attempts, it is the cutting of the weight. It is when you feel that you're close to death. That Chavez says, if I would have taken a seat, I probably would have faded away, and because I felt like I was dying. So the same could be said about his opponent. Meldrick Taylor fought his heart out, and getting pushed to that level of tiredness and still having to like give it your best, compile with the punches that you're taking. I think that's what put him over the line. But everything else you said.
All right,
I tell you something that Chavez probably thought about was close to death was how many low blows Taylor was landing in that fight.
All right, let me just quickly read some comments here in the chat. Johnny Quid, he's saying Meldrick didn't respond to questions. Logic says, imagine if it was Chavez in Meldrick Taylor's position and the fight was stopped. Fans would have rioted. Yeah, maybe they would have rioted, but that's still, I mean, it would have been wrong. The wrong decision. The right decision. The right decision. The referee did the right thing. And somebody says, Johnny Quid says, God bless Richard Steele. This is the thing about Richard Steele. I mean, he was a puppet of Don King, basically, right? There was always this controversy. Like, they said that he was working with Don King, but I don't care, man. The stoppage, in my opinion, was correct. Meldrick Taylor wasn't responding. Why wasn't he? He should have just said, yes, I'm okay, or not. He wasn't doing anything. It looked like he was out of it.
That's like I mentioned, Mucho. Well, he was out of it, but Lou Duva jumped in the opposite corner, which is out of the camera's view.
He was distracted by Lou Duva. He's looking towards his right with his mouth open. He doesn't know what the fuck. The referee just fucking stopped it.
He was on the ring apron. He didn't enter the ring. If he would have entered the ring, it would have been a disqualification.
Yeah, exactly. So he was right there, like ready to jump in or something. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Because if you look at the Marco Antonio Barrera Junior Jones fight, that's not a knockout loss. That was a disqualification because Barrera's people actually entered the ring. Right. So,
all right, let's okay. Well, we agree with this. We agree on this. Let's move on. We agree on this. Jeez, MMA champ, are you there?
Yes.
You're a fucking bitch, man.
Hey, I've got one for everybody. Roy Jones was never a lineal or undisputed light heavyweight champion. He was the paper champion of light heavyweight in his first reign.
Who?
Roy Jones.
I don't know about that, man.
Oh, I'll be happy to.
Oh, you're talking about Mikulcheski? Mikulcheski was the real champ. Is that what you're going on with here?
Oh, I'm going on that, and I've got the story as to why. If anybody wants to debate it, bring it on.
I heard it. I mean, listen, I'm not ready to debate this because I don't know much about it, but I remember him, and I don't know the lineage. If you follow the lineage, apparently Mikulcheski is the real king. Was a real king.
But then what happened after that? Roy went up to heavyweight, came back down. The lineage fell through Mikulcheski's win and loss record, which went to Zolta Diri, followed by a guy that Roy had beat, Julio Gonzalez.
Yeah,
he lost to two other guys, but that lineage comes all the way now to Beterbiev, and it was never with Roy Jones.
Beterbiev, he got it through the Ukrainian guy, and the Ukrainian guy got it through Adonis Stevenson. Adonis Stevenson got it from Shad Dawson. Shad Dawson got it from Hopkins. Hopkins got it from...
Nope. That was never lineage. I'll tell you in just a second.
No, I'm lost. That's how far I can go.
I gotta pull the records up real quick. I'm sorry, I'm right in front of a computer, so this shouldn't take too long. So Beterbiev, who did he win his first belt from? He won it
Royal Family Lineage.
That's not who he... Okay.
While you look for that, Chief, let me just let everybody know that we have a Kumite right now, and anybody can join 1v1 debates. You jump on, let us know what you want to debate, and we'll find you somebody to debate. Just bring the topic. Don't be shy.
What's going on, Bucho?
What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? What's happening? No, crazy. 30 years later, you guys say what's up because you guys are still talking. Well, everybody's still talking about that Meldrick Taylor stoppage.
Jimmy,
Isn't that nuts?
was it the right stoppage?
Dude, I don't usually flip flop on things. I've flip flopped to a pretty big degree. The day of the stoppage, that's the time I broke my buddy's coffee table.
Yeah,
I jumped up right and I smashed the glass coffee table. I was so excited that he stopped it because I was such a rabid fucking Chavez fan. Okay, now roll forward through the years. Now I start learning more about refereeing, the rules behind refereeing and what they're supposed to do. And what a referee is supposed to be is very conscious of the 10 seconds. Clock, clock, clock. He's supposed to know that. He knows there's literally seconds left in the round. So if that was just a regular fight, but because of the level of war, okay, and what just this guy went through, and knowing that he's supposed to keep, there's that many few seconds left, let me tell you in the beginning, I'm saying, oh, no, we couldn't see his eyes, as he could have been looking at his eyes might have not been focusing, and it's not even him non-responding. If his eyes aren't focusing, they can't see a shot coming. And Chavez hit so hard he could kill him. So, of course, I'm going through all that back in the day, but then I'm learning about a couple of things. Steele's wicked, shady relationship with Don King.
Yeah.
All right? Right? I started learning about that. And I'm like, ooh, right? That's fucking huge. And then I learned that he's supposed to be conscious about the time and then the level of the fight. Like, all right, the guy who just recently passed, the guy who did Mickey Ward to Toro Gotti's fight, that wasn't even for a belt, guys. You guys know that. I'm not going to tell you anything about that fight you guys don't know already. But he said there was no chance I was stopping that fight after what these guys put themselves through. So you take that into consideration when two guys fight to that degree and beat each other where they're going to be, oh my God, feeling like death for weeks after, and to snatch it from him when it was clear he was up on the fucking scorecards.
Jimmy
So Jimmy,
I
got counter arguments to that.
Jimmy, if the referee would have stopped Gary Ward in round, what was the round where it was a crazy round? Nine or 10?
The ninth round.
Yeah. Okay.
They call it the fucking round of the century.
Okay, if the referee would have stopped it, would you have complained?
It
was crazy, Jimmy. It was a crazy fight. Remember that?
No, but you know why? I'm being a biased fuck, and I'm going to be honest, because Mickey wasn't the one hurt. Mickey was less hurt. Arturo went back to the corner.
He was winning.
Fucked up. But honestly, no. If Arturo called it, if his corner called it, I was expecting him to call it. I didn't think he was going to come back.
The referee, Jimmy, the referee stopped. Let's imagine, hypothetically speaking, that the referee would have stopped the fight. The referee would have stopped the fight. Like, would you have? I know you're Mickey Ward, like he's your friend and everything, but I'm
at that point, because there wasn't a knockdown. Because remember, at the knockdown with the body shot, he did get up from that. And a body shot's one of those things. If you can get up from it, that's the huge thing, right? If you get your feeling back and you can actually stand up, it's amazing he stood back up. So the fact that he was back up, and at the end of the round, yes, they both had beaten each other pretty silly, but was there really anybody like? He could have jumped in when Mickey was catching him, but the problem is, right? How do you do that? Right? Mickey cracks him hard 2 times. Then Arturo comes back with a hard combo. You follow me? If there was like Canty, I'm forgetting his name, but he did say
Arthur McCanty. But it wasn't Arthur McCanty that night. It wasn't Arthur McCanty.
Well, the Italian dude who just died. I don't remember names, dude.
I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah. So, like he said, if there was a sustained period, even fucking 10 seconds of one-way traffic, I would have probably jumped in just to save these guys because I know what they were going through. He's listening to those things hit their heads. But he said it kept coming back. And like he said, though, he's human. He talked to those guys about it. He goes, I was getting into it, too. Like, how do you not? You're standing fucking feet away. The blood's literally, this blood and sweat's literally hitting him in the face. You know what I mean? So he's like, Jimmy, he's in it, you know?
But if he
would have called it, I'll be honest, if he would have stopped it, I probably wouldn't have complained. I'll be honest.
First of all, Frank Cappuccino, that was the referee. Second of all, everyone thought the fight was about to be stopped because I don't know what Mickey's corner was thinking, but I guess the 10 seconds was left before the round was supposed to start, and Buddy McGirt wasn't out of the corner yet, and I guess they thought that was them throwing in the towel, and then his whole corner was already in the ring with their arms up in the air, and Cappuccino's the one that said, this fight ain't over. This fight isn't over. Get back in your corner. But they thought it was going to be stopped, and then he got order back in, and the fight went out there. The difference between that fight there, even though there was blood, sweat, and tears, is neither fighter was completely out on their feet and collapsed out of exhaustion in the middle of the ring before they were knocked down, which Taylor did. He swung, missed, fell flat on his face, and barely got to his feet. Those two guys were completely cognitive the entire time of that fight, regardless of what they were doing to each other. Taylor was not.
I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but was Taylor standing up? Was he leaning on the ropes, or was he up on his own 2 feet?
No, he pulled on the ropes to get up, and then he was holding the ropes with both hands while the referee was counting.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that, but he wasn't suspending his body weight, right? I was just wondering.
No,
I couldn't remember.
He was holding himself up on the ropes, which is allowed. You're right, but the referee never said. He said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" He never said, "Walk to me." The second he would have said, "Walk to me," Taylor would have fallen flat on his face again.
And
another thing, we don't know that, but
we don't know.
Do that back then.
He wasn't. He staggered when Luduva got in the ring.
No, I know,
he wasn't on his feet.
Why didn't he answer?
I know, but I'm saying they didn't used to say that was never. They didn't used to say, "Okay, come to me." That was very unusual. Usually, if you stood there and you took the hit count.
He took his time.
What's that?
The referee took his time. The referee took his time to ask him. So what if you wouldn't have taken that time? You would.
Look, I asked you 3 times if you're okay, and you don't answer. What am I supposed to do?
That's the thing. Like, you're asking the guy to give you some sort of sign, move your head or anything. He doesn't answer. 3 times he was asked.
Yeah. Oh no! Listen, brothers, I jumped up, pumped when it happened. I did. I was excited. But listen, you know what also affected my opinion towards that, and I'll let you go right after Gonzalo, is the relationship with the shady shit with Steele, and it made me think that Steele knew what time it was to get paid. So that really upset me. But go, Gonzalo.
Yeah, if you don't ask the guy 3 times, like Bucho alluded to, but you only ask him 1 time, that gives Chavez extra seconds to come across the ring and bounce on him, right? And another thing that you brought up, Jimmy, with the clapper. If the guy went down when the clapper went off, or like soon after, with the chanting of the crowd, would that be enough to drown out that sound? Because there were like rabid Mexican fans there, right?
Oh yeah, no, it was loud. It was very loud. The TV picked it up, so he's trained to listen to that. That's why he's getting the big bucks and doing the championship fights. And again, I didn't see his eyes. I didn't see Taylor's eyes, but his eyes could have been not focused at all, too. Right?
And don't they have like
a camera angle of his eyes? Was there?
Well, Jimmy, they also said there was like a red. There's like a light. There's in the corner. There's like a red light. Hold on. There's a red light. Right? There's like a light in the corner. Apparently,
there's a red light that blinks at 10 seconds left. Yes.
And that was in front of. Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. I think I see it. So Richard Steele should have seen the light as well, I guess.
So he knew it was less than 10 seconds. He knew it was less than 10 seconds left. But I mean, could have been at 9, 8, 7. He wasn't looking at that light blinking the whole time while Taylor was on the deck. Yeah. He was looking at that light when Taylor got up. Okay, so there's 10 seconds left. Is it 10, 9, 8, what? But if you can deny hearing it, if you know for a fact that he heard the clap, because I couldn't hear the 10 seconds left when I was watching the fight. So now, but then again, I'm not ringside. But like Gonzalo said, there was that place was on fire because they knew that Chavez was 1 punch away from putting Taylor down because he was hurting him, and he's hurting him bad. And as far as Richard Steele being a Don King referee, that's a lot of people that were trying to ruin a man's reputation because they lost a lot of money on him. He did as many Bob Arum fights as he did Don King fights. If you go and look at his record on BoxRec.
Can you be saved by the bell in the 12th round, Chief? Or at that time, in the 90s?
Well, first of all, that was a unification between the WBC and the IBF, so I don't know what rules were standing. If you go back and look at the fight on YouTube when they give you the tail of the tape followed by the rules, it'll say, and I don't remember what it said that night.
Okay, well, I just want to say too, but they can both do. He can do fights because he was a good referee, and he was. I liked him as a ref. But the thing with Don, when you hear things surrounding Don King, that dude was a straight up criminal, and he would pay referees. You know what I mean? I mean, look what he did to fucking Buster Douglas. You know, made him suffer spend all his money trying to hold his belt. But anyways, so then there was things that Richard Steele supposedly got this fucking really nice car not long after, and Mike Tyson was telling people Don King bought it for him under his wife's name. There was all kinds of shit being said. I forget exactly who told me. I don't know if it was Mickey or his brother Dickie, but somebody was telling me that Steele got kickbacks from that. And then you hear other shit. So, and again, this is all just a debate and shit. I've been on both sides of the coin. I really have. Don't get me wrong, twisted. That night, I was fucking.
You're like a politician, Jimmy.
Look, I'm on both sides of the fence. I'm sympathetic towards Taylor because that was the culmination of his career, regardless of what anybody thinks after that. And if anybody really thinks, if that fight ruined him, and as tough as Chavez was, Chavez could ruin people. Duran can ruin people. Floyd Mayweather doesn't ruin people. If Floyd Mayweather ruins your career like he did Filipendo, you're a B-plus fighter. If Chavez runs your career, you could be an A-plus fighter that he turned into a B-plus fighter. Now, having said that, that one fight did it, then what does anybody think he would have? What does anybody think he would have amounted to after that? What does anybody think he would have amounted to as a fighter after that?
I'll tell you right now, the cocaine, because you don't want to badmouth somebody who's been dead, and you know what I mean. It's just human nature. You're not supposed, kind of do that. But listen, he had a screaming cocaine habit. He was smoking it and shit. So if he's basing, are you kidding me? That eats muscle like Pac-Man. That fucking shit took him out quicker than the severe beating he took. His swelling of the brain. That shit can have motor skill issues with you. But the actual cocaine, without a doubt, took more out of it. What's that, brother? Yeah, I believe Medrick Taylor is dead. Isn't he?
Who?
Medrick Taylor, is he dead?
No.
I'm not sure, actually. I know Frankie Randall just died about a year ago.
Yeah, Frankie Randall. I mix name ups all the time.
I know him and Terry Norris are not doing too good. I don't know if they're dead. I'm not sure, actually. But I know Terry Norris is doing pretty bad, too.
Yeah, his son's on Twitter asking people for donations for him. That sucks.
Yeah, he's still alive, guys.
Is he still alive? All right, cool, man. That's a good thing, man. I really thought he was dead. Who died from Philadelphia? What fucking Philly fighter died? I don't know. It's been so many. You know what I mean, dude? You watch 30 years from now, Bucho, you'll be doing the same thing. Oh, wait a minute. Who's that guy?
Yeah.
You just see so many of them, and it happens so often. It's crazy.
In the
see
chat,
the fucking rise and fall.
In the chat, Travis the Chimp says Richard Steele had a lot of screwed up calls in other fights as well. Logic says if Taylor didn't want to continue, he'd stay down. He was probably too winded to respond. 3 seconds left, guys. Sorry, 3 seconds. Let the guys finish. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard. Yeah, right.
Another thing, a lot of people, and I'm just gonna say this because I do believe this. A lot of ground could be covered in 3 seconds. Some people think that it can't, but it could. You can come across wherever he's standing and get to the guy in 3 seconds.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He would have to be you'd have to do a pretty good splint because you're supposed to stand in your corner until the ref, you know what I mean, tells you to fucking the fight's back on. You know what I mean? He doesn't just step out of the way and he comes fucking bum rushing him, but he's supposed to be in his corner and wait. Would he have been able to run over and crack him one more time? But even then, who cares? The fight's over. Even if he ran over and fumbling, the bell would have rang, the fight would have been over before he could even have counted him. And I think the last bell was saved by the bell. I think you could be.
Because if you go like this, 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, that's a lot of time.
Okay, right? Okay, so get across that 22-foot or 20-foot ring, right? So you figured that would take at least a second and a half, 1/2. So you're there. Now he fires off a fucking combo. Bop, bop, bop. Fucking fight's over. Even after he goes down. Remember the fucking... I'm almost positive. I'd rather have somebody look it up, but I'm pretty sure you could be saved by the bell in the final round. Like a lot of fights, you can only be saved by the bell in the final round. But even if he did get across and lay him, I know, dude, it's a fucked up thing, right? I'll devil advocate myself all night on that shit.
And he was way up on the cards, maybe like an 8-4, but then after getting knocked down twice, let's say he got saved by the bell, that round would end up being like a 7-10, right?
Yep. I believe somebody said even if you worded it like that, like a 7-10, I believe Taylor still would have won. So if he ran over and fucking throttled him, and he went down in a heap, still wins the fight. So it was like he had 3 seconds left. See what I'm saying? Like, man, you really think about it like, woof. And he hears that click, click. I don't think Richard Steele ever denied hearing the 10-second mark, did he? I don't remember him ever denying
Did
hearing
Did he
it.
say it was too
You
loud?
see, Lou Duva should have told him, "Hey, just get on the back foot for the last round or for the last minute." You know.
Yeah, Philly fighters, Gonzalo, you know that, right? Them Philly dudes, especially back then, that was their culture, very Tijuana-ish. You know what I mean? Put your fucking bite on the mouthpiece and just let's punch each other and see who's last man standing. You know, no matter how talented he was, and he was a very talented fighter. He was a fighter at heart.
Hey, you think he's one of the fastest fighters ever, Melder Taylor?
Oh, dude, he would do that for he would, especially in the Olympics when he was still fresh.
Hey guys,
You know what? Yes.
sorry to cut you off. We have a phone call, so go ahead. 419, you're on the air. 419.
Hey, what's up, Buto?
Hey, T-Tone. Can you guys hear T-Tone?
I can barely
Yeah,
hear
can
him,
you
but
hear
I
me?
can hear him.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, T-Tone.
Yeah, hey. Heck yeah, hey, this debate, we had it about a year ago. I debated Johnny Boy on it. And then
You
it's, but I got to say, don't you guys remember what ended the whole debate? At the end of the fight, and Meldrick Taylor, out of his own mouth, Meldrick Taylor said that he was never asked if he was okay. So that proves that when Richard Steele asked him if he was okay, he don't remember. Because he was knocked out.
I think I
Richard
heard
Steele
about
made
that.
the right call.
Is that
Do
true,
you
guys?
understand? Do you
Yeah,
understand
I
that?
get it.
By Meldrick Taylor
Yeah.
saying I was never asked if I was okay.
Yeah.
He don't
Yeah, I
remember.
remember.
Do
So when
we put it
Richard
past
Steele
him to lie,
counted to 10
too?
and asked him, "Are you okay?" He asked him twice. That proved that Richard Steele made the right call. So, and and on this too, the integrity of boxing was challenged. The referee's not the timekeeper. You got to be concentrated on what you're doing. And he made his count and he followed the rules, just like if it would have happened at the beginning of the fight. He don't know.
Yeah, but
there's
brother,
3
Tone.
seconds.
Hey, brother, let me tell you,
He's
why
watching a
do you think
class
referees, when they get
beating
judged
war,
on
man, these guys
their
were-
performance,
I
when they
think
hear
that
that
might have been the
10-second
greatest
click,
championship
the reason they're doing
fight I
that
ever
is so the
saw.
ref jumps in and gets ready to break the fighters up. So they should be very conscious of that. They're trained to be.
The referee's trained to be conscious of the timekeeper's job?
I can't hear him at all. Sorry, guys. I
Is
thought
that
he
what
wasn't
you're saying?
talking.
Yeah,
The
we can
referee's supposed to do both of them?
Yeah,
Richard Steele's, refereeing the fight.
Jimmy.
He followed the rules of what he was taught.
Tito, hold on. Jimmy, Tito's saying that the referees, he's supposed to be the timekeeper as well.
Yes. When the last 10
No,
seconds
no.
they are, they're supposed to be, let me finish, bro.
Jimmy, you're
They're supposed to
wrong,
be
man.
conscious
That's
of
why
that.
when they
There's a
invented
reason
the
why they
rules
do
of
it. They don't do that
they
10-second
invented the
click for the
referee,
fighters.
And so he can concentrate
Is he still
on the
talking?
fight.
Like, he has
Then
like
they
something
said,
clipping in the
"We
back. I
gotta
don't know
have
if it's him trying to
timekeeper
talk over me, but
separate."
they don't do that. That
That's
click you
why
hear, that
they
10-second
made it like
warning,
that, Jimmy.
that's for the referee to put himself in position to jump in between the fighters so no shots are thrown after the bell. It's not for the fighters. So on that fact, yes, they are conscious of the time.
Yeah, but no, Richard Steele's roughing the fight, and if he might say, "All right, I know the end of the round's coming," but Richard Steele, is followed the rules of boxing. Meldrick Taylor went down. He made his count. He don't know there's 3 seconds. There could have been 3 seconds or 13 seconds, 20 seconds.
No, Tito,
He
you're
did his job,
making,
and he
but
said
that's not what
when
happened,
Meldrick
dude.
Taylor didn't
He never
respond,
denied hearing the
he did what
10-second
he was
mark.
taught to do,
You keep
so
making
the
part of the
fighter will
argument
not
that
be
he
hurt.
shouldn't have heard
If the
that or
fighter
paid
does not
attention to that.
respond,
That's not the
you have
case.
to stop the fight
That is
so
his
he does not
job
get
to pay
hurt.
attention to that and to be cognitive of that fucking
That's the
10-second
referee's
mark.
job.
To
The
jump in
timekeeper keeps
before, like
time
I
of the
said.
time.
Is he just talking, guys? Because I can't hear him.
Hey, Tito, man, we can barely hear you, man. Well, I can hear you, but these guys can't hear you, man. So jump on Discord or StreamYard, man. Seriously. Your phone, it's not working.
Hey, I don't have one.
This got to be one of the
But
greatest
hey,
fights of all
I said
time,
it
man.
as loud as I could, and if you
Fucking
don't
fabulous
understand,
fight, brother. I was having a heart
Taylor's own
attack.
mouth
I was like
that
19.
Richard Steele made the right call when he said he
Man, it
was
was
never
fucking
asked
crazy.
if he was okay.
What's the saying, Jimmy?
And so
Hold on,
he was
hold on.
knocked out.
All right, Tito, call back later,
But
man.
yeah, hey, I'll let you get on with the StreamYard.
Yeah. Check StreamYard, man. Jesus. Sorry, Tito. We can. All right. Too many things going on here. Tony Boswell becomes a member again, extended member. Thank you, Tony Boswell. Happy holidays to you as well. We have some people on StreamYard as well. I think it's MMA Champ again and Outlaw Boxing. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, bro? Can you
Oh,
hear
it's
us?
Jet Kyle and
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up,
My
brother?
brother from down under.
Jimmy?
Hey,
What's going on, bro?
he's
What's up,
excited
Gonzalo?
because Cambosos is gonna fight. What's up,
Emma?
Jet?
What's up, Emma? What's up, Gonzalo? What's going on, brother?
well, welcome to
Hey, what's up,
the
bro?
Kumite.
Is there
all
anything anybody would like to call out? Jet Kyle, anybody would like to debate any topic?
I was just actually coming on to talk about Chavez Taylor. I mean, I just want to talk about it for a minute before maybe we can move on.
Go ahead. Fire away. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people. I know this is a controversial stoppage. Me myself, I've always thought it was a good stoppage. I've never had a problem with it because even though the ref probably should know with that, even with that 10-second clack that you hear at the end of that is true, definitely. But I think that shouldn't impact whenever a referee should stop a fight, even if there's like 1 second left. If a fighter's been beaten mentally and physically had the fight beat out of him, I think the fight should be stopped no matter how much time's left on the clock. Even if the fighter wouldn't have time to race across the ring and land any more punches on him. I think if you've beat the fight out of a fighter, it should be stopped. I know that's kind of harsh on Taylor, so I can see the argument from the other end. I think Chavez.
Well, let me ask you, brother. Let me ask you. You answer this then, and again, nothing but respect for you. So again, this is never nothing personal. So when I ask you, I'm not trying to be any get you moments. But what would so you understand human nature, right? I mean, it's the reason why we have refs doing it, not machines, and everything by the book. You're supposed to have that human element, and as nuances factor into it, like he knows that's the end of the 12th round, like that's the last round too. Like those things are supposed to come into play on it too. And again, I'm being devil advocate because I could easily see him calling it. I'm just saying, like, he's supposed to know it was 10 seconds. He's supposed to know even if he comes over and throttles him, he can be saved by the bell. So if it goes to the scorecards, like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, you can see both sides of it, man. It's fucking rough.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll be arguing about this shit 60 years from now.
Yeah,
it is kind of harsh on Taylor. That's why I can see why Taylor. But at the same time, I could see why Chavez would think I deserve to have that fight stopped. Like I beat the fight out of him. You know, he couldn't answer the referee. I physically and mentally broke him, which I think Chavez did. Even if there was only 2 seconds that he might not have had time to land any more punches. So yeah, I've always
dudes at that weight.
Imagine Kenny Porter on Mildred Taylor's corner.
Oh fuck. Christ! Oh my God! He would have fucking stopped that fight in the second round.
He would have said Meldrick Taylor didn't do what I told him to do.
Nope.
That's why.
That's brutal.
By the way, I want to thank Not in the chat. Thank you for your contribution. He says, Figueroa versus Fulton predictions. Well, we're going to get to that. We're going to start with
Hey, brother, can
here.
I just say, too, now that I looked at that, too, listen, that whole what he said after the fight, I'll say real quick, the fucking, well, he didn't do what I wanted. That was just word salad. Like, he was, let's be honest, dude, he didn't want to see his son get beat up. Let's call it what it is, but he didn't want to say that. He just didn't want to see his son get stretched the fuck out. So all that he didn't train or do what I wanted him to do, he probably thought of some things that aggravated him during training camp, and he brought it up. But at the end of the day, he just didn't want to see Bud fucking light him up. And I think he did pull it too soon. He owed his son who put the blood and work in there, at least the effort, you know what I mean, the chance to go out in the shield.
Yeah, that was an excuse. Like that was, and I think Porter's a bit of a control freak. Like he has to control everything, and I think he probably thought the fight was slipping out of his control, so he panicked and jumped in and stopped the fight a bit too quick. I think
He's a narcissist. I think he's a narcissist.
Yes, I think you might be right. Yeah, doesn't mean he's not a good father. Or, you know, everyone has their bad and good.
No, exactly. And at first, I'm like, yeah, I can understand. But again, I was thinking of it as a family member, like it was my son. But looking back and thinking of his kid as a champion fighter, no, he should have let his fucking kid at least get up and at least take a few more and see what he could do. Maybe land, right? Maybe fucking Bud could have been over, which I doubt would happen, but got overzealous and come running in, and he threw a home run right and just caught him on the end of the chin. It's happened in boxing. We all know that. And I think he owed his son the opportunity. That's all.
At least one more knockdown. Let Crawford knock him down one more time, you know? Could have, and then maybe
I don't know,
stop.
man.
After 2 knockdowns like that, very, very quick.
In my opinion, I mean, he went down twice in that round, right? So when have we seen Porter go down twice in the same round?
Never.
Never.
Never. I don't think we have.
Now,
That's good.
that's not. Yeah, that's something to consider. Also, yeah, I complained about the stoppage the first time I saw it, but when I saw the replay, I was like, okay, you know what? I think it was a good stoppage because when Sean Porter was on his knees and he was hitting the canvas, after he hit the canvas, he kind of like went sideways. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, this guy wasn't all there, and then when he stood up, his legs were a bit stiff. I think his father noticed that, and he's like, "What's the point? He's gonna get dropped again. The referee's gonna stop it. I might as well just stop it now." And also, there's that factor of the child-son relation. The father-son relationship. You know, it's not only his fighter; it's his son. So there's an extra incentive to just stop the fight. That guy's gonna get hit again. He's gonna go down.
He has to deal with his mother, right?
Yeah, the mother. Who knows
They
what
live
the
right
fuck
across the street from him.
Yeah. I think it was the right stoppage. I think it was.
But listen, you know what? I know what kind of bothers me. It's like because I didn't like an idiot. I went on Twitter, which is just vile, and I shouldn't. It's all the people doing these weird ass. Well, no, fucking. They're all arguing that Porter still could have caught him with a shot. So it was almost left unanswered. Not to me, to you, anybody with eyes, but to his fucking rabid fans. Like they'll hang on to anything.
But
Spence
Jimmy, he has no. He never hurt Porter. Sorry, Crawford.
Yeah, never.
Porter. So he's not a power puncher. It's not he's gonna be able to turn the fight around with a punch. It was gonna be very unlikely that he was gonna be able to do that. This isn't Deontay Wilder. I mean, he had his power. We saw his power. It's lacking. So,
dude, Spence. Listen, end of the day, Spence ain't the guy his fans think he is. He just isn't.
Spence?
Yes. In my opinion, he's not.
He's pretty textbook. He's pretty complete, like in the sense of he's a southpaw. He tucks his elbows in. He throws a good jab. He goes well to the body. The thing with him, he's got heavy hands too. But with the thing with his power, he likes to place his shot so perfectly, like tap, tap, tap. The taps are heavy, but they're not thunderous. And that's why he's not knocking these fools down. I thought about it for a second. I've been sleeping on that. He punches well, where he's placing the punches on the mitts with his trainer. And he's pretty fundamentally sound, but he's not punching through the target like he should.
Oh, bingo, brother. When's the last time you seen him miss a punch and like really miss? Like when he misses, like body weight take him. You see a couple of times when Crawford missed, how like the inertia took him, like his weight kept taking him because he was putting so much behind it.
Yeah.
When Spence misses, he doesn't do that. So that tells me he's not punching through the target, like Gonzalo said. He's very fundamentally sound, but what one thing does he do? Like I can point to a lot of things that Crawford does excellent. What one thing does he do excellent?
Yeah, and Jimmy, can I just add to that?
No.
Okay, it's great.
Absolutely.
It's great that when you miss, you can keep your balance. You're supposed to. Sometimes you throw a punch and then like you miss with the hook, and then you throw the other hand in order to balance your body out. Or just if you can keep your balance together where you can miss, but then still keep your composure, then you can throw again. Well, that's excellent. But sometimes the telltale sign is if you do miss, wow, like you said, you're gonna miss, and it's evidence that you're missing, but you're not losing your footing at all. Means that maybe you're not going all out like you should. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not wrong to keep your balance, right? You're not saying that either. Believe.
No, but now and then, even in the course of a fight, you should go almost head over TKO at least a couple of times if you're loading up. Like Wilder, why do you think he goes all corkscrewing when he misses a punch? Because he's fucking winding up with everything. That's why. And he doesn't have his feet in the right position too, but that's another whole story. But you see Spence, like I watch his fights, I'm like, he never does that. Very fundamental sound, but I'm like, I don't see anything go, oh, wow. You know what I mean? There's nothing he does. What did Porter say?
But Jimmy, does he get the job done? Does he get the job done?
It kind of. Well, his style is okay. We were talking about Chavez. Okay, pretty heavy hands, beat you down like consistently. But he's also having to cut that weight to where he's not as strong in the end of the last quarter of the fight. So maybe that's also impacting the fact that if he could get the job done the way he should, and that's why he's not getting the knockouts either, because he's depleted at 147, right?
But what does Chavez have though? He did have stuff that was extraordinary, more than almost any other fighter. Heart and a chin. You know what I mean? Like those things, those are attributes, and those are world class. Like
even his defense, I'd say he still had excellent
look at the
defense
level
for a
of
pressure
people he's
fighter.
fought.
So,
You know, I just don't rate Danny Garcia, probably because he's never had a big win at 147. And then there was a career super featherweight who came up, right? How many classes? 2? Sorry, brother. Am I talking over somebody?
No. There was a car somewhere. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, no. And then is DSG again, Mickey, and then Porter, who Crawford stopped. And if you look, and he actually hit Porter with 300 shots. I think Crawford hit him with 178, and it was enough to make his father say, "That's enough."
Right.
Yeah. Then also, you know, you get a detached retina on sparring. You never fight Pacquiao. This kind of has to count against you. Really, it does.
Of course it does, brother. Hey, do you guys want to hear a funny stat? A real funny stat. Head-to-head PBC against Top Rank, which remember Porter said this is what this is. You know what that is right now? 4 to 18.
This is interesting.
What is it?
4 wins to 18. Yeah, 4 to 18. What's his name? The guy who hates PBC, but Rick Lazier. He's been keeping count, and it's the PBC out of head-to-head with Top Ranks. They're 4 and 18.
So what? Top Rank's won 14, and PBC's only won 4. Is that how?
Hey, Jed, your mic is very loud. I don't know why.
My mic?
No, Jed.
Mic?
Jed Kyle.
How is it now? Is it all right now?
A bit loud.
A bit loud.
Yeah, it's very loud. Maybe it's.
But that's a crazy stat, no?
Yeah,
Still loud now? I'll turn the volume way down, but it might just be the mic.
I think it's better, I guess. All right, we have that Jimmy. That's crazy. How many? It's impossible that it's 4 and 18, so 22 fights.
Or was it? It's either I could be. It was either
fights?
4 and 16 or 4 and 18. I know it was definitely 4. And it was either 18 or 16 or 18 wins for. And I started going back to ones I could think of, and I'm like, that was a PBC fighter. He lost.
But which fighters are? And we have to look at the fighters, though, right? Because
I would have to look. Yeah,
but that's still significant. A significant difference. Super Anderson Aldo is joining us. What's up, man?
Hey, thank you for having me on, man.
You want to debate anybody?
What's up, Anderson?
What's up, Jed?
Or
I'm open to a debate. What topic are you guys on right now?
We're talking about PBC. We're talking about Crawford and the Sean Porter stoppage.
The stoppage.
Yeah. Do you think it was?
Yeah,
a good
I thought it was a terrible stoppage, man. Like maybe the first knockdown, he seemed a bit hurt. But people are saying that, he was on his way to getting knocked out for sure. Dude, he looked more stable after the second knockdown than the first. I don't know what people are talking about.
He was stumbling.
Not as much as the first knockdown. Like, he was fully aware of what was going on after the second.
I think we all know Crawford's a great finisher. And I think if they would have let the fight go on, I think he would have stopped Porter.
What makes you say that?
I mean, he dropped him twice. I mean,
okay,
Porter
outside
didn't
of that,
look there. Porter didn't look there. He was stumbling on the ground, and I just think.
How do you stumble on the ground? He got up.
He literally when he was trying to get up, his legs were literally like stumbling.
He was punching the ground because he was frustrated.
No, I'm talking about after he punched the ground and he was trying to get up.
He stood up pretty steady, in my opinion. I saw it. I mean. Then all of a sudden his dad comes out, and that's really the more fishy part. Honestly, if the stoppage is whatever, right? But then you see his father smiling at the dude that just quote unquote knocked him out, right? After the Kell Brook fight, he was literally crying with his son. But in this fight, he's smiling like he just had another fucking son born. The dude was smiling so fucking hard. I was like, that was the most shocking thing to me, in my opinion, about that whole stoppage, more than even how bad the stoppage was.
Supposedly he's very close with Crawford.
Is in the
press
conference. He said, "I was going to stop the fight before the fight even happened. I already knew this." He said, "This is his words. You can look at the press conference." And I'm like, why even fight Crawford if you knew you was gonna stop the fight? Like,
Who said that? Kenny
MMA champ,
Porter.
I think
Yeah.
you're quoting him.
He
you're
also
misquoting him a little.
joked around and said, "Oh yeah, I got paid," or he said something weird. He said it in like a sarcastic voice, but it was just like, why would you even say that either? You know,
but
like
But what
he said he,
But what I
he
think
said that
what Porter said about was somebody else going to explain what Porter said? Because what he really meant, it wasn't like he went into that fight knowing he was going to stop it. He said going into the whole boxing, including as a little kid, if he ever saw him hurt, he would stop the fight. So this has been his plan from the beginning, he said. But not like that was his plan going into the fight. I'm planning on stopping it. But I think, again, he was trying to make excuses that he didn't want to see his son get hurt.
That's ridiculous. I mean, you got your son dressed up in the same trunks as fucking Hagler, right? He basically dedicated that fight to Hagler. Then he stops the fight like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what's going on, man?
this is why I think fathers and sons duels in boxing is good and bad. There is some, there's some minorities, but I think like most of like father and son duels turn out bad. What do you guys think about that?
Well, the fact he had war
there's
written on his
definitely some
gum
evidence for that.
shield and he fucking...
That's true, but... Wait, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the whole Hagler thing kind of rubbed me wrong. Like, you come out with dedicating the sport to a guy who literally would fucking die in the ring if he had to, without question. And fucking to go out like that, you know what I mean? It was a little rough with that war shield written across your gums.
It's disrespectful to Hagler, man. Like,
all right, guys, let's move on from this topic. Let's take a phone call. 678, you're on the air. 678.
Hey guys.
What's up?
Derail the whole show.
What's going on, bro?
We can barely hear you, man.
As somebody new to boxing, as a new boxing fan, what the fuck does mandatory mean? And if it means that it's mandatory for you to fight, what the fuck is Benavidez not fighting Canelo? I get that he's going up to cruiserweight. I understand that. But how can you do that when something is fucking mandatory? Words have meanings for a reason.
Let me tell you what mandatory means. So, in sanctioning bodies, right? So, they have contenders, right? And they have like a ranking system. So, like, they have two of the contenders, top contenders, fight. You gotta fight your way up to become mandatory in the rankings. It could be IBF, it could be WBA, whatever. And that means that the champion has to fight you. But
I think he was being facetious, bro.
yeah, it means absolutely nothing.
In
I
all
know
honesty,
that you're
that is a
joking,
pretty
but
reasonable question for a new boxing fan. But the short answer is boxing is fucked up, man. Like, there is no
it means
logical
nothing.
answer.
It means absolutely
There's
nothing.
that an outsider would understand. It's fucked up, and basically, the rules get bent. There are no rules almost.
Is that
caller.
He's on the panel. I think
Hold
he's,
on, let the caller say one more comment and we move on. Caller, one more thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so great. I'm literally a brand spanking new boxing fan. It's always been in the background. I finally got into it, and ironically enough, it was because the whole Canelo thing that he was, I guess, in the surface level for a casual fan. I guess that's what I was. It seems, amazing, and then you dive deep and look at all these fucking YouTube channels, and it's a different beast. And I'm just shocked. It's like,
hold on, caller. Are you an MMA fan? Are you coming from that world?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Caller, listen. Check out Chocolatito. Check out Lomachenko. Check out who else? Check out Usyk. Check out a bunch of.
Check out Tyson, man, as well.
Caller. We gotta move on. But join our Discord chat. All right, you can talk with a lot of these guys. They'll let you know.
Check out Estrada. Check out Inoue. Check out.
All right, guys. He's not gonna remember all this shit.
Have a good Thanksgiving.
This guy MMA saying check out Lomachenko. He don't say Lomachenko. Check out Lomachenko.
All right.
Check out Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder.
Yeah,
come on now.
All right. Caller, he's gone. Thank you for calling, and join the Discord chat. The link is in the.
Check out Anthony Joshua.
I
Alright.
was actually here to debate something.
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
'cause,
L-Dog,
you
we're
know,
gonna get... Okay, guys, let me just get through this. Norman Lewis, thank you for your contribution. He says, Kenny acted a bit suspect after stopping the fight. All right, interesting comment. All right, yeah, let's get down to the debates, guys. This is a Kumite.
Yeah, does anyone... Oh, wait, is there something playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Alright.
just wondering.
L-Dog, who do you want to debate? Let's just cut through the crap.
It's not... Like, who... Like, I'm challenging
What?
anyone who
Yes.
wants to debate if Canelo is pound for pound over Usyk.
Oh. Who wants to take on that one?
I got one word for that last caller. Rigondeaux. Thank you.
Man,
Oh,
that's
no.
why Pete comes in to fucking fuck up the show. Get the fuck out of here, Pete. All right. Interesting topic, L-Dog. Who wants to debate L-Dog?
There's nobody on the panel.
I mean, that's not
on
really a
this
debate, though,
panel
is it?
now. Yeah, nobody.
Which side is he taking? Are you taking Usyk as being
Plus,
better? or-
Philippe is on the panel.
Yeah, I'm
Philippe might
taking
want to
I'm
debate
taking that
also.
Usyk is pound for pound number one, which seems to be
Well, I
a
agree,
minority
so I can't
opinion
argue
these
that.
days.
Philippe, would you want to debate
what's up?
L-Dog about the topic?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, well, 5
I
minutes.
know a topic after that.
Maybe
Shout out
we'll
to
add more
Felipe,
time.
by the way.
All right, hold on. 5 minutes. Maybe we'll add more time depending on how it goes. And here we go.
Who goes first?
You go first.
You can go first. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, why I believe Usyk is pound for pound number one is because to me there are a couple things you got to consider when you look at a fighter's resume. Well, first of all, the way I judge a fighter is off their accomplishments. Okay, I don't like to just look at their loss column and say, oh, he's got a loss. You know, he sucks. He lost to someone. Nope. I'm gonna judge you off your accomplishments. Now, what also matters when you're looking at resume is not only the name value, because you can have a big name on your resume, but it can be kind of a meaningless win. I mean, look at all the guys who beat Roy Jones Jr. towards the end of his career, right? I mean, Roy Jones is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but is like some of the guys who beat Roy Jones at the end of his career, like Enzo Macronelli, I believe his name is that win really better than, say, Canelo's over Callum Smith? I wouldn't say so. But the point is that not only names matter, but context, okay? And that's why I have Usyk pound for pound number one. Because not only does he have great names in the sport, guys who are very capable fighters like Myris Bradis, Marco Hook, Glavatsky, Murat Gassiev, Anthony Joshua, but there's the context alongside those wins. He went to their backyards, he beat them while he was the B-side, and he beat them decisively without any controversy. That, to me, is where Canelo is lacking. His best win, I think most would say, is the second Gennady Golovkin fight. A fight that pretty much anyone will say could have gone either way. But Usyk's best win against Anthony Joshua was a fight where he went to Joshua's backyard and beat him senseless. The guy, you know, there was no way that fight could have gone any other way. It was a masterclass. So that's kind of my position. I believe that not only Usyk has the names on his resume, but he has the context to go with them. Canelo is lacking the context.
And he's one belt away from being undisputed.
It's Felipe, man. Felipe debating. Go ahead, Felipe.
All right. So to me, Usyk is number 2 pound for pound, but he just doesn't have enough names in his resume to really, put him ahead of Canelo. So Canelo's really been at it since like 2013, since he lost to Floyd. He has Lara, Cotto, Triple G, Danny Jacobs, Kovalev, Smith, Saunders, Plant. Usyk's best win is Anthony Joshua, and I respect what Usyk's done. Going to the hometown of all the guys he's beating, right? But to me, I mean, it's just not expansive enough to put him number 1, right? I mean, even at heavyweight, he struggled with Chisora and Witherspoon. So, I like Usyk, but to me, his resume is just not expansive enough to put him number 1.
Casual.
Okay, so no, hold on. Let's go through this, all right? So I want to break down what you said because you listed the names, right? You listed Arislandi Lara. Arislandi Lara is
Right.
not as accomplished as Marco Hook.
No.
He's not as accomplished
That's
as
not true.
Blavatsky. He's not as accomplished as Myris Bradis. He's not as accomplished as Murat Gassiev, and he's not as accomplished as Anthony Joshua. I would argue there's only,
I disagree with that.
let's just do it this way. Name me Canelo's 5 best wins in your opinion, and we'll put them head to head with Usyk's best wins.
Okay. So I'll say Triple G, Miguel Cotto, Danny Jacobs. Let's see. I mean, it's tough to say just 5, but I guess let's see. Billy Joe Saunders and Lara.
You wouldn't put Kovalev in there?
Just because people would say because of the rehydration clause and too many other calculations, but I would put him up there too. You know.
Okay. So I'm gonna name Usyk's 5 best wins. I'm gonna say Blavatsky, Huck, Bradis, Gassiev, AJ. Now, to me, a lot of those guys are better than Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs, his best win is against a glorified contender in Sergey Derevyanchenko for a vacant title. Guys like Myris Bradis have better wins on their resume. They beat Dorticos, who was actually a world champion. Blavatsky was a world champion. Marco Hook, who was the longest reigning cruiserweight champion in history. They also have wins over, he also has a win over a heavyweight in Manuel Cha. Anthony Joshua has something Triple G doesn't have in many categories, okay? Anthony Joshua is an Olympic gold medalist, something Triple G wasn't. A 2-time unified world champion.
I don't count amateur pedigree,
He has
though,
a win over a Hall of Famer, something Triple G hasn't. So to me, a lot of these names aren't actually that good, like compared to the ones that Usyk.
Klitschko was 41 years old. I mean, come on, that wasn't the same Klitschko that dominated the heavyweight era.
He looked much better than the Klitschko that fought, Tyson Fury. He looked pretty good. And even if we disregard Klitschko, he still had Alexander Povetkin, who went on to knock out Dillian White afterwards. He still had Joseph Parker. He still had Andy Ruiz, who was the unified champion at the time.
So he also lost.
He still had other names.
I mean,
Anthony Joshua's resume exceeds that of Gennady Golovkin's.
But I rate Triple G above AJ just because longest reign, arguably the most middleweight title defenses ever, other than Bernard Hopkins. So that's an accomplishment in it of itself. He the competition that he was going against, he was just destroying. Right, he wasn't really having competitive fights with any of these guys. He couldn't really get the big fights because everyone was ducking him. So
he had a competitive fight against Kasim Uma.
He had a competitive fight with Jacobs, who Canelo also beat.
Jacobs doesn't have that great of a resume though. Jacobs' best win is Derevyanchenko. Like Jacobs is someone who got knocked out by P-Rog, lost to Triple G, and then has pretty much gone on to do nothing after Canelo beat him. And since you've pretty much admitted that AJ has a better resume than Gennady Golovkin, you've gone to the eye test. I think Myris Bradis is a better boxer. Huh?
Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Myris Bradis is a better boxer than Triple G.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I'll give it to him that he won the cruiserweight.
He got a better resume than Triple G. He's shown me that he can fight a guy who is pound top 2 and give him a hell of a fight. Something that Triple G has done, but the difference is Canelo moved up to fight Triple G. Bradis was fighting a bigger man. Usyk is bigger than Myris Bradis. So to me, Bradis went to a very close and competitive fight with a guy who was bigger than him and top 3 pound for pound. Whereas Gennady Golovkin went life and death with a guy who was smaller than him and, top 3 pound for pound.
Boo.
Yeah.
All right. There's 1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Okay, to me, his resume is just a lot more expansive. He's a 4 division world champion. I understand the argument that going from cruiserweight to heavyweight is an accomplishment in and of itself, but the competition for Canelo has just been a bit better to me. Marco Huck, I don't really rate him. Who else? Christoph Glavacki. I mean, he struggled.
So you
with
don't rate
Chisora.
Marco Hook, but you will rate someone like a Caleb Plant. Marco Hook is a better resume than Caleb Plant. Marco Hook is a better resume than Callum Smith. Marco Hook is a better resume than Billy Joe Saunders even.
Marco Hook has like 5 losses.
Yeah, he has 5 losses, but he has better accomplishments. He has 11 consecutive title defenses. He went up to heavyweight and gave Povetkin a hell of a fight. Ended a majority decision. I'm pretty sure he beat Denis Lebedev, who went on to become a unified cruiserweight world champion. So he does have wins on his resume. I mean, when we look at Billy Joe Saunders, what do we think of? David Lemieux, a paper champion. That's all he is. When we think about Caleb Plant, what's his best win? Caleb Plant's best win is, Jose Uzcategui. Uzcategui, what is really he? A fringe contender? A gatekeeper?
All right, that was fucking loud. Good debate. Let's look at the results. 50-50. Fucking shit. We got 1 vote. L-Dog 51 to 49%. I mean, this was close. Good debate. I mean, I guess it's a draw since it's so close. What do you guys think?
Now,
everybody?
that's not a draw. Listen, man, democracy
I
doesn't
took it on
matter
short
at the end
notice,
of the day. Let me decide for you, and I proclaim myself as the winner.
All right.
No. Since everybody was saying go by the poll, when I was debating, then let's go by the poll.
Well, then L-Dog won.
It's
She's at 52.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, L-Dog got him by 1 point.
Just think of the guy that he faced.
Both lads did great, though. That was a good debate.
I'm actually surprised, L-Dog. I would expect you to be a better debater, man. Because I was expecting you to make some points, and you didn't.
I think you might have been saving him, Anderson, maybe.
Gonzalo, I want to hear Gonzalo. Gonzalo, go ahead.
I was just going to say that he beat a big guy in Anthony Joshua Usyk. That's a great... He's 1 belt away from being undisputed. That's really, really good. He doesn't get the credit, I think, as a heavyweight. Look at he's heavyweight champion. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, so basically, L-Dog said that AJ has a better resume than Triple G. Anybody disagrees with that?
Yes.
If you go just on wins because he beat Klitschko, but then you got to take in what stage Klitschko was, in his career.
Or
That was the
Marco
best
Huck.
Klitschko ever, man.
Or Marco Huck.
He did look great, but he's still a 40-year-old Klitschko. I don't know. It's hard to.
I'm going to be honest. Like, if we name out AJ's best wins, they are better than Golovkin's best wins.
Yeah,
like, this is
definitely on paper.
paper.
Definitely on
Well,
paper.
rightfully,
Yeah.
one of those, honestly, in my opinion, both, but at least the first one, that first Canelo fight should be on his record.
That's
the
the
main
thing.
It's just
point.
not, though.
And
That's the problem. It's not.
That trumps
It should be.
Klitschko. That trumps pretty much anyone on
Yeah,
AJ's
Joshua
side.
hasn't got a win as good as that. Joshua would have to beat Usyk to have a win as good as Canelo.
But that doesn't mean that
GGG beating Canelo is better than any win.
Yeah, it is. That's why I said MMA. Joshua would have to beat Usyk to have a win as good as that. He'd have to beat Usyk in the rematch.
Okay, this is what I'm saying, right? Because here's the thing. What I'm not arguing is that AJ is a better fighter. What I'm saying is that Usyk put masterclass performances on fighters that are more accomplished than Triple G. Whereas Canelo went life and death with Triple G, who was how old?
Yeah, and also, L-Dog,
this
even
is
if
the thing.
Canelo has the better names on his resume, we've got to look at the intangibles. Usyk hasn't had any things in his favour. He hasn't had all these A-side tactics.
Exactly.
Which I think we should take
I
in.
don't even think you need to go there. Just look at the performance.
Yeah, I know, but
that's another thing.
Quote unquote,
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll die on this hill. I think Myris Bradis is a better fighter than Triple G in terms of technical ability.
But
I've
outside
seen
of Bradis,
Bradis
he
do
dominated
things
pretty
that
much
few
everyone
fighters
else.
can do. I've seen him knock
And
out a
Chisora,
250-pound heavyweight on the back.
Chisora,
foot
he didn't
with
really
one
struggle
punch.
with.
But also, Philippe, I think Usyk definitely clearly won though. Bradis and Chisora, even if they were competitive fights. if you want to make that argument, he still clearly won. Like Canelo's got fights where you really can make an argument the other guy won, like Lara, Trout, GGG. I mean, there's even some people think the Cotto fight was close. I don't. I thought Canelo clearly won that. I do too.
It was 7-5 in my opinion.
Yeah, I do too. I think Canelo
close.
did clearly win the Cotto fight, but you have some people that say he didn't.
How's it going, everybody?
This is
What's up, Brandon? What's going on, brother?
Pretty good. No more Karl Marx. I got the Larry Merchant.
But
you can't deny. Let me just say something. Gennady Golovkin's got one of the hardest chins ever and one of the strongest punches pound for pound. There's no human being on the planet alive, probably right now, even a past prime Golovkin, that's got those two things at pound for pound at the level that Golovkin has.
Yeah, I agree. But look, what I was trying to say, because I heard someone say that the Bradis and Chisora fights, they could have been robberies. No, they couldn't. Okay, and I'm gonna give you the reason why.
Yeah, I didn't say
He said struggled. He didn't.
Yeah, I don't think he said that, L-Dog, to be fair.
Okay. Because if anyone wants to argue that, I'm gonna just say this: if those fights could have gone either way, Usyk would have lost them. He went to their backyards. That's why, to me, Usyk is the pinnacle of boxing. He's the guy who overcomes, despite all odds being against him. He's a guy who fights the best at their best in their environment.
Who wants to take L Dog down? Who wants to take L Dog down?
He said Valdez. I got a debate topic.
And the reason that I mentioned about the Triple G thing is because when you couple those two things together, a solid punch and a good chin, you could do a lot more than many other fighters can, regardless if they're better than not. Because that means you're going to close the space, you're going to take two to land one, and you're going to take his shots, and you're going to land yours. That's why he's a badass. But he also got a good jab in boxing ability. Go back to the subject you were talking about.
All right. Let's move on. Somebody else has another topic. Who said they had another topic?
Yeah, it was me. It's about Valdez and Conceição.
Conceição.
What about it?
Whatever.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
The Brazilian, man. The Brazilian.
Sorry about that.
I believe
Brandon was under that. Brandon jumped straight on that.
L-Dog wanted to say that.
I'm
No, you're cool, man. You're cool, man.
Come on, guys. We have a lot of people. So let's just keep this go straight to the point. Go ahead. What's the topic again? Go ahead.
The Brazilian versus Valdez. I believe that the Brazilian won. And L-Dog said that he thought Valdez won. I think he's dead wrong.
Oh.
So I'm calling him out right now. You're dead fucking wrong.
Okay, I know Valdez won.
Fight.
He did
go
not
ahead.
win, bro.
Who wants to go first? Well, L-Dog, you reply. L-Dog, you reply. Go ahead.
He won first. Yeah.
I know beyond any doubt that Oscar Valdez won. We can pull up his box rec. We can pull up his Wikipedia. We can pull up footage of his hand being raised. Right, but that's who won. At the end of the day, how you win when it goes to the
Who should have won? Here's my debate.
Who should have won?
Let's alter the topic then.
No, but that's what you said. You said who won. You didn't say who you thought, who we thought won. You said who won. So beyond,
come on.
This fucking dude. Can we just disqualify him immediately for doing this?
I mean, I think Valdez won. There's video proof to show that Valdez won. He got his hand raised.
Bro, come on.
Alright, so that's it then.
You actually
L-Dog just tested positive for BDA.
Do I think deserved to win?
Who do you think won the fight, bro? What are you talking about?
He said Valdez on the immediate reaction.
I don't think someone won the fight. I know Valdez won the fight.
Who should have won the fight? Cut the crap. Come on.
Who should have?
Judges are opinionated. That's their opinion.
That's how you decide a winner.
Yeah, but that's their opinion, though. It's still not factual. It's not fact. Because it's their opinion.
No.
This is ridiculous. L-Dog, who should have won?
You're getting the words mixed up. Who you think deserved to win and who won are two different things, okay? Sometimes they can overlap. Sometimes they don't. For instance,
I asked you the different question, so please answer
in the second fight, I just don't believe he deserved to get the decision.
Yes,
okay, so who do you believe should have won?
What I mean, who do you think won, is who do you think won in the ring? Who do you
In
think?
your opinion,
outbacks who?
who should have won?
He knows what we're
Well, I
talking
mean,
about.
they
L
were-
Dog
they
is
were
not
in the
dumb.
ring
He knows
when,
what he's
the
doing.
decision got announced, right?
No, L Dog. Who did you score it for?
Who did I score for? Okay, I scored it for I scored a draw, 7-5 either way.
Alright,
Yeah,
so let's move
why
on.
is
No,
that?
next debate. Next.
Come on, man! I didn't even go.
Yeah,
What
this is
about the
pointless.
Ugas Pac fight?
And it's going to be hard to debate a fight because it's just going to be opinion.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
L
good
Dog's
point.
just going to
Yeah,
say.
it's not.
That's not true. I was gonna come up with facts.
Well,
Yeah, but L Dog's
go
just
ahead.
going to say. L Dog's just going to say, I scored it this way. I scored it that way.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to move
How
past it.
about we talk
Yeah,
about
Jed has a
controversial
point.
fight or something?
next.
Then why argue the
Like,
stoppage
I don't
of
get like
Mildred Taylor
like a
and
controversial
Chavez?
fight,
I mean, he
right?
got
It's
stopped.
just down to
Yeah,
perspective.
well, that's what
Some
I
people
agree with
value
that.
certain things more.
So what the fuck can we debate? what
That's what
can
I'm
we
saying.
debate?
Like, if we're just not gonna be
Rankings.
honest about
Alright.
things, why even
Okay,
debate?
okay,
I guess
okay,
we'll-
okay,
But I can
okay,
just see how
okay.
this one's going to go, bro. I can just see it.
I'm-
L Dog's just going to say, I had it this way, and how are we going to
Yeah.
prove that that's not what
It's
he
the
thinks?
same people with Pacquiao Ugas when I say I think Pac won. They just say, "Oh, well, he got the decision."
All right, so Super Anderson Aldo, present
I think
your
Ugas won
evidence. Oh, why do you think Conceição won the fight?
Well, a lot of people say in that fight that clearly Conceição won the early 6 rounds, besides like one where he got rocked. Like, most people believe he was doing very well early, right? And then all of a sudden, the talking point of, oh, Valdez came on strong in the second. That's not true, all right? Because I've done personal punch counts. Sure, you can call it bias, whatever, but for the most part, they're around the same ballpark, right? Maybe not accurate, but whatever, right? Maybe 5 off. Who cares? I counted the shots landed, right? Conceição landed like 3-1 or 2-1 in almost all the rounds. He literally like doubled or tripled every single round. How?
Yeah.
And Valdez would miss so much. He'd be wasting so much energy. He would get stunned in multiple rounds, but apparently he came on strong in the end. And Valdez, I don't get how he won the second half when the punch counts literally didn't change. I don't understand that.
No, hold on, because L-Dog had it a draw, apparently. Go ahead, L-Dog.
Yeah, so first of all, you don't score a fight off of punch counts, okay? That's the first thing.
I never said
Like,
I did, but his punches weren't
not-
effective.
Yeah, like here's the thing: you don't score a fight off of punch counts. There are 4 criterias
I
for a
didn't.
reason, because it's scored holistically. This isn't a game of tag. This is,
That's not what
boxing.
he did.
We have things such as effective aggression. We have things.
He wasn't
such as
effective because he kept
defense.
missing.
We have ring generalship.
Was Valdez aggressive, effective? L Dog.
He was on the later rounds.
No, he wasn't. The
How
punch
was-
counts
how
remained the
was it
same.
effective
He wasn't any
if
more
it was
effective
really
in the last
bothering
6 rounds
or
than he was
doing
the first
anything
6.
to Canseco?
Because he was
Well,
forcing
what-
engagements when he wanted them to happen. That's the
No, he
that's,
wasn't.
in
He
my
was
opinion,
missing
one of the key
consistently.
definitions of effective aggression. Ineffective aggression is forcing engagements and getting nothing off, right? Like, or forcing engagements in bad position, or just not even being able to force an engagement. So when someone follows their opponent around
Okay,
the ring,
let me ask you
you're
a
trying
question.
to get to them and attack them, but the lateral mover is always getting out before they can even launch an attack. The effective
But that's not what
aggressor
happened.
manages
Because he was tagging him consistently when he was coming forward.
Also,
Let me give you an example, right?
Valdez
If
is
I'm
missing
coming
a-
forward and I want you to swing, I don't land shit, I'm trying to tire you out. Am I an effective aggressor because I'm letting you swing and making you tire out? That's my game plan? Am I winning those rounds and being the effective aggressor?
I want to
Alright,
mention
2
two
minutes,
things.
2
Look,
minutes.
Mind you.
Hold on, let
Robinson
them-
Robson
Gonzalo.
Conceição. What's up, Bucho?
Yeah, let them finish. Oh, you know what? Let's end this fucking shit. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Mind you, Robson Conceição had beat him already in the amateurs. So he was a difficult style for him. Now, when they fought, what happened was that Valdez was complaining that Robson Conceição was running. But at the end of the day, he got tagged up. His face was all marked up. And another thing, remember when Canelo told him, you had no punch variation. And basically, when Conceição was landing, this is what goes against Conceição. When he was landing, he was raising his arms like he was Billy Badass and was taking the round off when he was actually winning the round. So that was a bad look for him. But I flip-flopped on my opinion. It could have been a draw, or you could give it to Conceição. But if you give it to Valdez, hey, whatever.
But how
But how though?
So the winner.
How is he any more
Bro,
effective in the
raising your
rounds that he
hand-
supposedly
raising your
won in
hand
the
after a
second half
punch,
than the
bro,
first half?
that's-
He
this
didn't
is not
land
the
any more
amateurs
punches
anymore,
in
bro.
the first half.
You know what I mean? This is not, yeah, man. Like, this is not the Olympics anymore where you just tag them and you raise your hand. Look, to prove you had a point.
I never said it was just him tagging him. He was hurting and stunning Valdez as well. Valdez barely hurt him after that third round.
guys,
Where
hold
he
on,
rocked
hold
him
on,
with the
hold
left
on,
hook.
hold on.
Look, right. Let's make this clear, bro. Conceição is a dark Latino, bro, right? It's hard to look at his fucking face when they bruise. You're talking about a light-skinned Mexican.
Why does that matter?
Easily. Why does it matter? Because you're saying, oh, look how he was hurting him and stuff.
I didn't say
Look
that.
at Virgil Ortiz when and he doesn't seem phased. Then look at his face. Like,
I never said
is
that.
he really
That's not what he said.
hurt? I mean, is he really hurt?
Look, the issue.
No, I saw him
have
do
with
the chicken
people
dance
is
when
the
he got
notion
stunned by the
that you
1-2s. That's
prove
what I
someone
saw.
won a fight
All right,
by a
hold
punch.
on, L Dog.
By a-
We gotta just establish who won this debate between L Dog and Aldo, Super Aldo. It was a draw 50-50 again. It was.
Hey, it says 53% to me.
No,
what are you on about?
let me check again, man.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
L Dog.
okay, somebody voted. Okay, L Dog won by fucking what? 4.
Recount. I demand a recount.
Recount.
And
All
my-
right,
and
Let me vote, bro. Let me make it 4%.
it's over. The poll's over.
One last thing. And mind you, people were irritated at freaking Valdez because he tested positive for that shit. Whatever it was.
All right. Who wants? What's the next
Exactly.
debate? Then?
That has nothing to do what happened inside the ring. Exactly.
All right. Next
the
debate.
next,
Next debate. Who wants to debate?
Was Sugar Ray Robinson overrated?
Nah.
That's not really a debate. It's just
Overrated?
a
I
yes,
mean,
no.
no.
Yeah.
I think he is.
What? I'm sorry. What did he say?
Maybe a little.
I
Was
missed that
Sugar Ray
question.
Leonard overrated?
No,
Sugar Ray
Robinson.
Leonard.
Sugar Ray Robinson. not Leonard.
Robinson.
Dude,
Robinson.
honestly,
God no. God no.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes,
God no. I'll
yes,
debate
he is.
anybody on that.
Yes, he is.
Who? Sugar Ray Robinson is overrated.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
overrated, yes.
all these old
Let me
heads
say
are
something real
overrated,
quick,
man.
guys.
Alright.
I'm here to
Now, what's-
call out Black
Alright.
Chibi. Black
That
Chibi's
should be
ducking me.
the
Who the fuck is that
Aldo
guy?
and Jimmy debate.
Hold on.
Black Chibi.
Black Chibi, where are you, man? I sent him a message and he never replied. He also want to debate.
Well, in the meantime,
I'm gonna go
can I
hunt him
ask?
down.
Can I, in the meantime, can I ask, like, what do you mean by overrated? I guess that's what I should. When I think overrated, I think like, Danny Garcia, like overrated,
When I
like isn't what?
Well, people
Yeah,
say like
Robinson is
Robinson would like
overrated. I
KO
think
all these modern
people
guys in
are
like the second round,
overhyping him
like
and don't
that
actually
sort of
take
stuff.
the time
All right.
and find out who these guys he actually
Yeah.
fought.
And
actually
also,
break down his
something
resume.
to understand is that, like, at the time, like the welterweights, I don't know what was the weight at the time, but like I assume it was different, in Sugar Ray Robinson's era to that of today, where they were. I'm just saying, like, it's a lot different. So yeah.
Well, I studied his fucking fights growing up. There's a reason almost every coach I know would put his tapes on. There was not a fighter, if he wanted to fight you like on his toes, and that's who Muhammad Ali. Remember, his style wasn't his own creation. That was a fucking influx, but it was mostly of stuff he was copying off Sugar Ray Robinson. If you wanted to get nasty and make a fucking bite your fucking mouthpiece and just knock each other out, he'll do that. If you want to get dirty, elbows, fucking headbutts, he'd do that. I mean, he was a troubled individual, a great dancer, but to say Sugar Ray Robinson, that's like saying, okay, so when they say Ring Magazine for the last 100 years, I think he was rated #1. So all the greats, Jimmy Cannon, fucking all these great boxing minds who say he's the greatest fighter of all time, it's just kind of a hard fucking sell to say he's overrated. You could say I don't agree he's the greatest of all time of all boxers, but to say he doesn't even belong in the top 10 or say he's overrated by who he fought, the fucking wars he went with Jake LaMotta, that no fighter today would fucking dare. They just couldn't. They wouldn't allow those type of bloodbaths going on.
Do you think his resume is overrated?
No, not at all. I think. Look, but dude, how many fights did he have in his career? He fought, I think at one point he fought 21 times in 2 years. 21 times. So yes, if he fought 10 great guys and beat up 12 dudes for rent, oh well. But you got to mix in, yes, you can't fight, I think he had over 100 professional fights. What are you going to do? Fight undefeated world champions 100 times? It's just, it's just a matter of numbers. You just couldn't. But when he did have to fight the best, he could go in any type of way too. He could switch fucking hands. Dude was a killer. He had an insane jaw. He fought guys bigger than him, smaller than him. I mean, yes, I can't sit there and say he's the greatest all time. I mean, that's again opinion. But to say Sugar Ray Robinson is a hype job that's just a weird. That's like it's like saying Jesus Christ didn't get hung on a cross. I don't know. It just
so that's Jimmy knows.
And I'll agree with Jimmy on this. Like a lot of people, they'll say, "Oh, look, he fought these bums." Okay, yeah, he fought those bums, right? He might have fought 5 bums in a year, but you know what else? He probably fought 2 or 3 Hall of Famers in that year as well. And that's what people are missing out. Fighters these days are lucky to fight 2 or 3 Hall of Famers in their fucking career.
His whole career, exactly. And I kind of see, and I see a lot of discussion. Like a lot of people compare Julio Cesar Chavez resume to Floyd Mayweather's resume. I see that a lot on social media, and like they said, and then like the Mayweather fans, they keep saying that Chavez fought a lot of cab drivers. Well, I didn't know Meldrick Taylor was a cab driver. I didn't know that
hold on.
Macho Camacho was a cab driver.
Yeah, that's a silly
That's
argument.
An irrelevant criticism, right? Like a fighter. Hold on, real quick. A fighter could have fought a bunch of cab drivers, but still have a way better resume than you because it excludes the amount of fighters that they fought that weren't cab drivers, right? You could have a resume like Lomachenko's, right? Where it's pretty condensed, and you could say he's better than someone because they fought a bunch of cab drivers. Okay, but what if they fought like 20 Hall of Famers as well? Like, that's more than he's fought. So, you can't just focus on the bad and not give light to the good. That's what I don't like when people do these resume comparisons. They immediately go to the failures and the losses rather than comparing the achievements. That's how you judge a fighter. That's how we remember.
Let me tell you something, dog.
Real quick. That's how we remember Roberto Duran. That's how we remember Muhammad Ali. We remember them for their fucking legendary fights that they won, not the fights that they lost. That's just hater shit.
Okay, let me mention something. Let me mention something. Let me mention. Also, look, with the negotiations, you see how that plays out. It takes time for them to make a fight, to get the resources together to pay a fighter. Now, when people complain, the fights aren't happening as often as they should. Well, if you go by that narrative, then it would take a long time for people back in the day to put those fights together where the fighter probably wouldn't have been fighting as often. So a lot of times when those fighters like Chavez had to stay busy and they were going to get the opponent where he was going to get paid $10 million every fight, I mean, you had to fight somebody in order to stay busy or what? You complain that he's not fighting, or are you happy that he is fighting? And that's the difference between then and now. Right?
Let me show you guys something. Wait, hold on. So I'm on his box rec right now, right? Okay, so he fought Diego Infantes or whatever, right? 48-9. Okay, he won that by KO. Then after that, he fought Georges Estafo or whatever, 4-12. Then he steps up again for Ralph Dupas, 98-17. Then he goes to fight a guy on his debut, another guy on his debut, Then he loses. Then he fights a guy who's 18-4. Then he has a decision with a guy who's 18-7. I mean, like, come on, bro.
Okay, again, you're only looking at a small part of his resume and you're neglecting all of his legendary wins. What about the wins over, a top 10 all-time great Henry Armstrong? What about the wins over Gene Fullmer, Carmen Basilio,
Yeah, like
Zivic, Jake LaMotta.
MMA. You took a small sample, and you just rating that small sample that you took. You have to look at like how many fights did he have? How many fights?
Like over 100.
Yeah, so
174, 19, and 6.
You gotta go through every one of those fucking names, man, and we don't have.
Let me repeat that again. His record was 174 wins, 19 losses, and 6 draws.
You
Wrap
must be
your head
talking
around
about
that.
Is that
Sugar Ray
Robinson?
Yeah. It has a hard time for me to say this, but MMA fighter saying that Sugar Ray Robinson's overrated.
Listen, I
No,
think
he
he's
didn't
a
say that.
great
Somebody,
guy.
no, he didn't say
I
that.
think
Somebody.
he's a legendary, great fighter, but I do think he was overrated to some
MMA.
extent.
Enlighten me.
Watch this, MMA. Okay, Manny Pacquiao beat Gabriel Mira by 4th round knockout. Then he fought Medgoen Singsurat and lost by 3rd round knockout. So I mean, Pacquiao's overrated, right? Like we just if we use that type of reasoning where we just take a snapshot at someone's worst point in their career, we completely neglect every good thing they did.
Yep. Well, I mean, I don't always agree.
L-Dog does have a point. He does
listen.
have a point because people, I saw that people were saying that Chocolatito was a hype job just because he lost to Sorong Visai with the knockout. Everyone remembers, and but people don't understand that Sorong Visai, he's also a good fighter in his own right because he beat he beat Estrada too, and so I hate comparing. I hate it when people only remember a fighter for their bad moments, as in what have they done. So yeah.
Well, to pick up off of that in the that was his 4th weight class, and Rungvisai was a natural 115-pound fighter. Now we're talking about Sugar Ray Robinson. He went 40 to 44 wins before he lost to Jake LaMotta. He then won 100 plus fights before he had his 2nd loss. Now, if you want to save anybody that can actually top that, outside of Willie Pep, who went 63-0 twice, he went 63-0, lost 163 more fights. Go ahead, throw it at me on someone that's actually done that, that's worthy of being called greater than Sugar Ray Robinson. I'm willing to listen, and I'll wait.
Guys, this is over. This is
flawless victory.
It's over. Let's move on. You guys.
I don't know who was saying he was overrated. Can I make a point real quick?
Quickly. Yeah.
Just wonder. Okay, so when I say he's overrated, I'm talking about the people that say, "Oh, him from what was it? What was his decades? Like the
40s,
40s and
yeah, around. If you
40s,
transplant
50s,
that
late
man
50s.
to modern day, he would knock out Canelo in 2 rounds. That's the type of shit that people say, and that's just ridiculous. I see this so often with old fighters, right? They get so the nostalgia goggles or something. It's so bad that these people say that they just wash the modern fighters, and that's not true at all. And that's when I say old fighters are overrated, that's what I'm referring to, not resume. Obviously, Robinson has a great resume, but people are just outrageous, especially the people that just worship these old fighters, man.
All right, next topic. Let's move on. Guys, I'm tired of this fucking shit. It's over.
I can say Willie Pep punched real hard when he was in his 80s because that fucker punched me in my arm at a funeral.
Oh yeah,
and he still hurt me. So I just want to say that.
I got a great debate that will interest everyone. Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez. Who is undisputed? Is Teo undisputed, or is Haney the WBC champion?
Bro, I thought you were gonna say who has the biggest nose.
Excellent.
Oh, didn't they already do this one?
Bro, that Haney is.
I was joking, MMA champ. No one's interested.
Yeah. Nobody's interested, but especially with the WBC's franchise ridiculousness. No.
All right, let's bring something else then. Come on. Something juicy, controversial, spicy.
Who thinks? Can I ask you guys? Who do you guys think won Hagler, Leonard?
Oh,
Leonard won the show. Hagler won the fight.
Yeah,
I thought Leonard won. To be honest,
blasphemy.
Leonard won the fight the same way that Canelo beat Triple G in the second fight, which again I think Triple G won that fight. For 30 seconds at the beginning and 30 seconds at the end, Leonard won, so did Triple G. For the other 2 minutes in the round, Triple G and Hagler won those rounds. Now, how do you judge it from there? I know L-Dog can break it down literally of how you judge a fight. With all due respect, I'm not trying to make fun of you. That's my point is, how do you judge the fight and make your decision on the round based off of those facts? And if you like the show, then you're going to go for Leonard and you're going to go for Canelo. Otherwise, you go the other way.
Well, and I can say too, in that time period, people don't know because everybody we look at history through rose-colored goggles, and Hagler became a fan favorite and even a media favorite after he retired. But people got to know, outside of New England back in the day, he was hated.
Oh yeah,
media slaughtered him. And Leonard, on the other hand, was the golden boy. The Pepsi commercials and fucking gold Olympics. So he had the whole country going for him. And I think the judges scored it upon that. I'm from the era where that used to be a thing. You used to have to take the champion's belt. Like, I don't think you did that. I don't think you do that running away. Again, that's just my opinion. That's all it is, opinion. But I had Hagler winning.
The precedent had already been set prior to, with Spinks getting 2 wins over Holmes without taking the title away from him, that you didn't have to take the title away. Because I'm positive that happened before Leonard Hagler. But Hagler was back then looked as the bad guy in that fight going into it. He was looked as a monster, even though he wasn't the meanest guy when you are interviewing him. He was actually very articulate for the education level that he had, but he wasn't overly loved and respected until after the Tommy Hearns fight.
And even then, the fans liked him. They earned the fans' love. But because he wouldn't play with the mafia, like he just said no to him and wouldn't do certain things they wanted, so they wouldn't give him his title shot. And they actually controlled that shit in the 70s. And he did not like media. He was not a good, like he would be nasty to him because he didn't forget shit. Like if a media dude cut him up, and especially if he got shit wrong and said shit about him that was just rumor, yeah, he would fucking really be an asshole to him.
Well, after he retired at the Hall of Fame, if he thought you were trying to get like a bunch of eBay autographs, he'd just drop his pen and tell everybody to F off and walk away. Yeah, so he's never one to take trash from anybody. But he was still a gentleman at the same time in most ways. Very, very unique guy that could actually be a gentleman and looked as a bully at the same time. Very few people can carry both of those torches at the same time.
All right, exactly. And I'll put out to an thing. It was a guy who used to do, not Bernie Pachinko, but somebody used to work for Showtime. And he kept saying on shows and different like interviews how he heard at the end like there was a rift between Hagler and the Petrocelli brothers, and that sent Hagler through the fucking roof. Yep. And then there was some other. It was I don't want to get into it, but yeah, it was a black commentator, and he was like, yeah, it was almost like he didn't like the fact that these guys were white, and he didn't want to give them all the type of credit or something. But that's what Hagler said too. He flipped out on him, said, "I love them like fucking they were family." And when Goody died too, he showed up and like he was crying, so he was fucking devastated. He loved those guys.
All right, there's something we completely disagree with over here. Come on, let's bring out the controversy.
Fine, then I'll take the other side. I'll take Leonard 1. I'll tell you when because he controlled the show. He landed more punches. He confused the daylights out of Hagler with his movement. Hagler couldn't catch up to him for over half the fight. And when he did throw his combinations, he outlanded Hagler like 5 or 6 to 1. So someone come against me. How did Hagler win?
I would say the more fucking decisive shots? Punches, the harder punches.
Shoe shining doesn't count.
Yeah,
okay, you can say shoe shining, but at the same time, Hagler was pushing his punches.
Trying to win the last part of the round. He was trying to steal the rounds. I don't buy that shit.
But Hagler couldn't cut the ring off. He couldn't catch him when he used lateral movement, which is part of boxing. Hagler couldn't catch him. Mind you, I'm playing devil's advocate. Mind you, I'm playing devil's advocate because no one else is taking the stance. But still.
Yeah, okay.
I went back and watched that fight. I'm just gonna add that I didn't think it was that great of a fight, honestly.
It wasn't.
I watched it on my toilet. about 2 months ago.
What you on your toilet?
That's interesting
People
information.
were actually disappointed in that fight. We look at it now as reverence because of what the esteem we have for those guys. But that fight, De La Hoya Trinidad,
yeah, that's overrated.
Both of the Lewis Holyfield fights, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather. These huge fights have gotten all this land-breaking money. Most people have been disappointed in these big fights that we think are historical, and they are in retrospect because of the star power these fighters had. People don't look back when they were going, "Wow, I got my money's worth. That's one of the best fights I've ever seen." Yet,
Leonard Hearn's rematch was a way better fight even than Leonard Hagler, and I think that happened a year after Leonard Hagler.
Chief, just like the 3 rounds. Just like the 3 rounds with Thomas Hearns and Marvin Hagler. Maybe out of those 3 rounds, I would have to say the first round was great, but the last 2, Thomas Hearns was on rubber legs. He wasn't even sitting down on his punches. It takes 2 to tango, right?
Yeah,
but he was still outboxing Hagler in the second round. It was the third round that Hagler caught up to him.
It was jobbing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hagler started beating him up the second round. Started wearing him down. It was a great fight while it lasted, though. I don't think anyone could deny that.
My favorite Hagler fight would be Mugambi.
I got to Mugambi. I agree, Jimmy. I think Mugambi's probably even a better fight than Hearns. Went longer, and Hagler even had to go through more fire.
My favorite fight was I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you. Just go ahead, sir.
No, I finished. I made my point. Like, yeah.
My favorite fight was the second Mustafa Hamsho fight because Hamsho had basically taught Bobby Chez what professional boxing was about by just fouling the daylights out of him. Headbutts, elbows, everything, stepping on his toes. Pulled a real Eusebio Pedroza in that fight and just artistically beat him up with every part of his body. And that's how he got the number 1 contention for the rematch. And Hagler's like, "I'll show you a dirty fight." And I think it cost him. Go ahead.
Oh, wow. Not just one of my favorite fights is Michael Carbajal versus Chiquita Gonzalez 1. And you know what I thought about all of a sudden? I think that's how Isaac Cruz is going to end up on the canvas against Gervonta Davis.
Hey, that's is that the first lower weight fight to have $1 million gate? I think that was Gonzalez and Carbajal.
Well, it was also the first time anybody of that weight class they split a $2 million payday.
Yeah, that's for fine.
Yeah, and I forgot that fucking Gonzalez went on to beat Carbajal in the next 2.
Yeah,
I thought it was the other way around.
But you know what?
Nah, he won the trilogy.
He went on and outboxed Carbajal in the other 2 fights because Carbajal kept looking for the knockout. But Chiquita Gonzalez was in 2 fights that were fight of the year, and he lost both of them.
Yeah, he got knocked out similar fashion by an Oriental guy. I forget where he's from.
So Mansoor Chaturang out of Thailand, and he was a hell of a fighter. He was.
Ricardo Lopez beat him, mate. Ricardo Lopez put a boxing clinic on him.
What's that?
All right.
Ricardo Lopez beat up that Thai, I think. Yeah, he put a clinic on him.
Who did?
Ricardo Lopez on that Thai fighter.
Benito.
Yeah.
Ricardo Lopez on who? On so
the Thai fighter. What's the Thai fighter's name?
The
one that beat.
Let me check out.
So so yes, he had a title fight against Ricardo Lopez and it ended in 2 rounds. However, he flew to America, so Chaturang did. He gets here, his visa wasn't any good. He had to get on the plane and fly all the way back over to Thailand, get his visa renewed, which took 3 days, and then come back. So he was on a plane and out of training for almost a week when that fight happened.
Yeah, it sounds like Marichan, the top ramen soup. So Chaturang, how you say that?
Samantha Chaturang.
Okay, sounds like that soup, the noodles.
Now, I don't think he would have beaten Ricardo Lopez anyway, but I think he might have given him a better run for his money if he would have showed up and been able to fight when he was supposed to. And I say that based off of what he did to Chiquita Gonzalez and how long he kept that title after he got it. Given it was at 108, but he had that title for about 3 years and close to 9 title defenses. So he made a good run for a while after he beat Chiquita Gonzalez, which just leads me to believe that Ricardo Lopez still would have won, but mano a mano, it probably would have been a more entertaining fight had all that other extra stuff not happened.
All right.
Would you still say, based on that's Ricardo Lopez's best victory over that Thai fighter? That's his best win?
Was that Ricardo Lopez's best win?
Yeah. Would you say that?
That's a good question. In hindsight, you might have to say that because that was one of the most accomplished guys he fought.
All right.
I get you.
hold on. I want to get the 150 Dream Team in here. 150, you there?
Yo,
Somebody
what's up?
How's it going? How you doing?
What's up, bro? Salute to the panel in the chat, man.
You got anything
What
to
we
debate?
talking about today?
Anything to debate? Any topics? Do you want to call anybody out?
I ain't got no smoke with nobody right now. I ain't got no smoke with no one right now. So
besides,
y'all was talking about favorite fights, right?
What's that?
That video wouldn't play for me.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I said y'all was talking about y'all favorite fights or some shit. That's what I was talking about.
Well, I got a little passion over it. Sometimes it's just like something clicked on. I don't know about you guys, because Chief started it and Jimmy was in it, and we started talking. Yeah, great fights, man.
I know another topic after you guys are done.
Go ahead.
Which one?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, of non-modern fighters, who's the most overhyped or overrated? Either one.
You mean from past? Curtis Anderson.
Present.
Pre 2005 ish, something like that. If they kept fighting,
Well, how far are we going? Like till the beginning
How
of
far?
boxing, or
it
between?
doesn't, if you want to, yeah. I mean, just anyone, just so that you could,
I'd say-
shit
I'd say
stir,
be
basically.
Well,
I think
me,
Roy
prior
Jones
to
is overrated.
2005,
like
Michael
crazy.
Nunn
I'll
was a
say
good
that.
I would say Prince Nassim. I would say
Michael
Prince Nassim.
But some people
Michael
underrate
Nunn was
Prince
overhyped?
Nassim at the same time, so I think that's hard. Because some people call Prince a bum, which is ridiculous.
No,
Roy Jones.
Yeah,
What about Roy
I mean,
Jones?
I'm not
Prince Nassim is good, man. I think
Yeah. I think he's rated just where he deserves now. I think maybe he might have been a little bit overrated at his peak, but I think now he's rated just about where he deserves to be.
What about Roy
Listen, I
Jones?
can't-
If he
I
was
can't
more
call him
disciplined, he
overrated,
would
but
be a
he
way better
handpicked a
fighter.
lot of opponents, and he dodged Juan Manuel Marquez for 3
Yeah,
years.
he dodged Juan Manuel.
Yeah,
He
but, I
dodged
mean, yeah, he
Morales.
definitely did, but he still had great comp. Like he beat Kevin Kelly, knocked him out in 4 rounds.
Yeah,
Knocked out Manuel Medina,
he wasn't a bum.
Vasquez. These were all top heavyweights. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. He had some good wins, man. He had some good wins, bro.
like I said, I think maybe at his peak he was a little bit overrated, but I think now he's just fine.
for
Where
3 years,
I
and he
think
didn't fight him.
pretty much evened
Yeah,
out.
I agree, Jed. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
What about Roy Jones?
Hold on.
Mhm.
Boxing Chief is ready to debate anybody who believes that. Wait, hold on, Chief. What are your thoughts on Hamed? Do you think he was overrated?
The gentleman said that he's about where he deserves to be. I can't disagree with that too much, but like let's face it, he took a long time to fight Barrera because that fight was on the table in 1994 and didn't happen. And it took a long time for that one to come about. It didn't happen until 2001. And like I said, Juan Manuel Marquez was his #1 contender for 3 years, and he never fought him. Juan Manuel Marquez had to fight Freddie Norwood for a belt because Hamid would not fight him.
Yeah, but I agree with all that. You're not going to get me. I'm just talking about the over, but I agree that he ducked Marquez, and the Barrera fight took a long time. So that's
In other words,
we're
he
just debating
ducked Marquez.
where he's ranked. Yeah,
And
that's
that's an
somewhat,
undisputed fact.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a disagreement from me. I agree with that. He did duck, but we're just saying where he's rated as a fighter. You know?
Yeah.
I think there's more overrated fighters than him from the past.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So he had
One
some
of the
good
things
ones, don't get
that-
me wrong, but
Well, I'll say one, Barry McGuigan, one of the most overrated. I don't know how familiar you are with him. He had a great win over Sabio Pedroza. Other than that, I don't really see much from Barry McGuigan, and he shamelessly ducked Azuma Nelson. He's one of the most overrated fighters from the past.
you saying that Sabio Pedroza ducked Azuma Nelson?
No, Barry McGuigan.
He
Barry
ducked-
McGuigan, bro. I said Barry McGuigan is one of the most overrated fighters.
Yeah, you're breaking up a
Barry
lot of my
McGuigan.
end, so I can't hear everything.
Yeah, no
you're
worries.
saying, so I'm trying to make
Fair
sure.
enough.
I'm getting
I
correct.
said Barry McGuigan ducked Azuma Nelson.
Oh yeah, well,
I got someone.
Azuma Nelson ducked Brian Mitchell. I mean,
Ruffle some
we can go
feathers.
around and
I
around
think-
when we think about these things.
Yeah, but Barry McGuigan, that's what I was talking about, and he ducked Azuma Nelson. So I was just saying he's one of the most overrated fighters that I could think of from the past.
Adrian Broner.
Well,
Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier.
So another
I
one,
think
I
Joe
was
Frazier's a
asked,
bit
hold on, I
overrated.
was asked, do I think that Hamid was overrated? I think, like some of these other guys with manufactured greatness, he did a lot of stuff, has a lot of names, but when it came time to actual threats, he fought them either when he wanted to or didn't fight them at all. And so, does he belong in the top 10 at featherweight? No.
No, I don't agree with that. He's not. See, I wouldn't say the Prince is an all-time great. I'd say I'm fine with him being in the Hall of Fame, but he's not an ATG. So if someone says Prince seems an ATG featherweight, yeah, that would be overrating him. I'd agree with that.
He's got he's got the knockout power for an all-time great in that category. You know how they say,
Oh, that's true. One of the hardest ones.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No one can deny that.
He could be considered one
But
of the
I'll tell you
hardest
this.
punchers.
Yeah, he hits like a middleweight, bro. Hell yeah.
I'll tell you this.
He hit like hold on. Wait.
I think
Let me jump in. He hit like a middleweight. Let me jump in. He hit like a middleweight. I'm going to talk whether anyone's going to listen or not. He hit like a middleweight at featherweight, but he didn't hit. We don't know if he hit like a middleweight in any other division. And the only way I'm going to put on this is outside the fact he never really fought outside of featherweight was Wilfredo Gomez had drawn his first fight. He went over 40 wins all consecutively by knockout, including 17 title defenses at 122. But when he got to 126 and 130, he couldn't crack an egg.
That's a good point.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. This is a Kumite, and I like this debate, but I'm noticing, I added too many people now. There's too many people in here, so we gotta go back to the format, the Kumite format, 1 versus 1, or I'll even push it to 2 versus 2 or 2 versus 1. That way, more people have the ability to speak, and we're gonna let the people in the chat decide who wins the debate. So, should we continue this debate, or do you guys want to move on to another topic? And then we'll find out.
Does Juan Manuel Marquez have a legitimate
let's move on.
reason for hating on Canelo Álvarez?
Okay, that's a great, Gonzalo. Good job, man. This is great. All right. Does Marquez have a good reason to shit on Marquez? Let's start with where everybody's...
I'm gonna start it off, Mucho. Look, he's always complaining that Canelo is like the A-side fighter. He's always got everything going his way. But remember, how many times did Marquez fight for a title other than vacant or interim? Like real world champions that he snatched the title from their hands. And he said he never got no favors done for him. That's a favor in a way when they line up the titles to give them to you.
Yeah, Gonzalo, can I put my 2 cents in on that too?
Okay, so it's going to be Gonzalo and Jimmy versus 2 other people.
I was back on. I'm having a hard time here for debate. No, you guys just debate then. Sorry for jumping in.
Yeah, no, this is a debate, and you're welcome to. Butcher said it can be up to 2-on-2. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say I don't think.
Exactly. I'll just come back. I brought it up when we were discussing Prince. I was saying Barry McGuigan was way overrated than Prince.
What's the topic?
Yeah, but hold on, bro. We need to find the other 2 who are going to debate you.
Hold on.
Oh, all right.
Jet, by the way, I want to just say something. Jet, can you message me on Discord so I can add you to the panel? To the Discord is better because too many people on Discord and StreamYard, it's a mess. So Outlaw Boxing Club, Jet, message me on Discord and let's do this 2 versus 2. So somebody fucking teams, man.
He's always complaining that he got robbed against Freddie Norwood, against the Indonesian guy, Chris John. Always complaining that he got robbed in all his fights.
Except he didn't get robbed in either one of those. He didn't fight his best fights and he lost.
Yeah, and he really got a gift in the first Pacquiao because, admittedly, so on his part in an interview, if he wouldn't have got a 7-10, which should have been a 6-10, the way it should have been scored, he would have lost that fight on one of the scorecards that judge made a mistake.
Yeah, that's still a majority draw. But yeah, you got a good point there.
Not to cut you off, I just want to say, Bucho, after they finish debating, I want to debate Pete Coke Bender after this.
Okay. All right. Ooh. So there you have it. A challenge has been sent. Okay. So Gonzalo, where do you stand on this Canelo Marquez thing? You're saying that it's not. What is it?
I think he's just kind of like hating on him because he didn't get he wasn't as famous when he was in his early 20s. He picked up steam, and after 30. I think it's like a little unwarranted on Juan Manuel Marquez's part. And also, he kept kissing the canvas his entire career. Canelo's never been down. And he hates on him a lot.
Yeah. And
I got Marquez on that. Sure. I'll take Marquez's team on that.
Okay, so we have... Okay, Jimmy, where do you stand on this? Are you on Marquez or Canelo's side?
I think he hates on him, and I think it's out of jealousy. I think Marquez is a kid from... He's a tough kid, but he was never embraced the way Canelo was. Listen, Canelo was out there playing golf, the polo shirts, the commercials, the fucking... And Marquez was never like that. He was a dirty dude, you know what I mean? There was all rumors that... I mean, come on, if he wasn't fighting, he would have been knocking dudes out in the street. So I think a lot of that is all just jealousy of the fucking... of the hype of Canelo that Marquez never got, and he never would have got because he was from the wrong side of the tracks, if that makes any sense to you guys, at least in his mind.
All right, so we have Jimmy and Jimmy and Gonzalo on one team, and then we have Pete. And who wants to join Pete on Marquez's side? Sorry, I'm all confused. Jimmy, you're on Marquez's side, right? So you think he has a
Yeah, I'm saying he's hating on Canelo for no reason. I think it's just hate. I think he's hating on him. I don't think he has any real reason to, you know?
So you're with Gonzalo. Pete is going to defend Marquez. And who wants to join Pete on this debate? Who thinks that Marquez is correct in saying what he's saying about Canelo? That he's over.
Come on,
he's
drink
a hype
a
job.
glass of piss and jump in here. The thing about it is, of anybody who's got the rights to knock Canelo, Marquez. Who didn't he fight? I want to name the list of people who he didn't fight. Canvas or not, winner or all. Who didn't he fight?
Eric Morales.
Marquez?
Eric Morales.
Morales.
He didn't fight him.
That's one, okay. I'm just saying, like, this motherfucker fought the best to the worst multiple times. Let Mayweather blow weight against him.
Okay,
I give a credit to a guy who's B-side his whole career.
I'm going to join Pete then. I'm going to be on Pete's team. I'm going to be on Pete's team over here.
Is this criticizing Canelo's team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually
I'll agree with that.
Pete on this. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, Canelo had the big television in Mexico when he was 19. He was already getting contracts with the big television networks over there. So
wait,
Marcus
Lucha, did you already take his side?
What?
Like, even
did you already hop on the
Canelo lost
2v2?
to Floyd.
Oh well, you
Even
can
when
jump in, man.
Yeah,
Even
I'll
when Canelo lost to
join
Floyd,
teams on criticizing
the-
Canelo because that's valid.
Even when Canelo lost to Floyd, I think one judge had it wide or
draw.
something for Canelo. Isn't that true?
A draw for Canelo.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So I mean, listen. So even when he lost to Floyd, he was still, they were still pulling for him to win anyway. But
Yeah,
they
he's a
had
very
to give it to him
privileged
because
fighter.
it was so wide. But yeah, man, Canelo's been the A side his whole career. Like, who has he came in, being the B side or being the underdog? None of his opponents. So that shows you something, at least, bro. So
I think he was the underdog versus Triple G in the first fight.
I think we can all agree on this. All we want to see is Canelo fight a guy that will actually put up a great tough fight like GGG did. I want to see Canelo in with Better BF. I want to see him in Bevo. I want to see him maybe a rematch with GGG, because these are the only guys I think that can actually put up a great fight against him and possibly beat him. I mean, GGG already beat him twice, but
All right, so
that's what I'm saying.
Gonzalo, you want to defend Canelo over here? He's getting destroyed, man.
Well, look, I kind of agree, and that's not a knock on Canelo. That's on the opponents, because if you say you're gonna go in there, and you're not gonna like whatever Plant was talking this time after Billy Joe Saunders that he was gonna go in there, and not give the fight up, that he was gonna talk the talk and walk the walk. He didn't do that, so I kind of have to agree. I've heard some of Precise's content, and there's fighters like same thing could be said about Crawford that his opponents are doing good, but all of a sudden they get knocked out. And Canelo's been doing that. That's not a knock on Canelo, but why are these fighters doing good, but they can't sustain that? And I'm not knocking on. I'm basically talking down on the opposition. There should be fighters that should be able to keep up the performance that they're delivering in the first half of the fight, but somehow it's the ability in Canelo that's having it to where he's knocking these guys out. Also, Terrence Crawford.
So the opposition is shit, or what are you saying? Or Canelo's that good?
He's that good, and he's that better after fighting Triple G. The iron sharpens iron, and maybe before Triple G, you could say, okay, he lost against Lara. Okay, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Maybe he should have lost the first Triple G fight, and maybe he lost the second one. But after that, look what's been happening. You can't compare this Canelo to the Canelo from before the second Triple G fight, is because honestly, let's be honest. He's only 31. And that means that the fighters evolve and he's in his physical prime. And yes, that knee brace is gone. So the dude is not like a shop worn. He's in his peak moment, and I think he's only gotten better, and that's the reason fighters are hesitating to open up, because he's pretty complete with the high guard, the waist movement, the keeping the eyes open in the pocket, going to the body, that solid chin, and he's got slow footwork. He's got decent footwork, but why can't he be that guy after fighting Triple G that he just got better for that? And if Triple G were to fight Canelo again, I probably favor Canelo, even though Triple G is one of my favorite fighters of all time.
He's old.
Just keeping
He's
it
40. He's 40 something. He's
course
how old
he
is
is.
he?
Yeah, of course.
He's 39.
If Marquez waited to fight Pacquiao, like the time of the third fight, if he waited till then to take the first fight, yeah, he'd probably fucking ice him out. If he took 4 fights the same way, Pacquiao would be 40 years old. I'm just saying, Marquez. What was his biggest adversary? Pacquiao.
Yeah, for
Fought him
sure.
4 fucking times.
Marquez. Remember, Marquez beat Casamayor, and I believe Casamayor was lineal lightweight champion. So that's also
Okay,
weird.
but the only reason why Marquez faced him 4 times is because he never won. Because the second he won, there were no rematches, even though Pacquiao wanted the rematch. Sure, it was a dominant win.
There was no posturing. There was
but
no fucking,
still.
There was no ace. It was just they fought when they were like fresh on the scene. They fought every 3 years, man. And he got some shitty decisions. I think Triple J.
Well, how long should it should have been? How many fights? 5, 6 fights? I mean, like that's what I keep saying.
Yeah, but Pacquiao was willing to give him a rematch when he already had 2 wins over him. So he was gracious enough to return the favor. But then Marquez wasn't.
It was the best fight to be made. It was the best fight to be made. The style matchup, the fucking skill matchup was there. The power was there.
Why was
I'm just saying.
The reason why there was
the question is, does Marquez have the right to fucking shit on Canelo? Hell yeah, he's got the right. If anybody's got the right, it's him. Shit.
A lot of the times with Marcus, he was how many world titles did he win? He probably won a lot, but how many times did he actually get that title facing a world champion? Maybe 1 or 2. All the others were for vacant titles. And he said that the organizations never helped him, that he had to get it the hard way. Well, isn't it like when an organization lines you up for a vacant title, is where it's right there just, to be taken? Isn't that a gift? Kind of a gift?
Well, Gonzalo, the question you asked, I don't know offhand that statistic. And the point is, it doesn't fucking matter. Canelo needs to understand that. He wants to be the first redheaded Mexican to fight a black cruiserweight in history. He's setting all these historical firsts, and they're just getting a little too hokey. I mean, shit, Marquez could have gone up to cruiserweight if you just fucking find some guy out of the Congo, put a belt on him.
Marquez tried to become a 4-division champion when he fought Timothy Bradley. So he had an opportunity and he failed because he clearly lost against Bradley. So he also
could have handled his career totally differently if he wanted to. And he could have had the same record as Floyd if he wanted to. He could have fucking positioned himself and strategized and A-sided guys and waited guys out.
Didn't he lose his first
He
fight?
just didn't fucking get involved in it.
Yeah.
He just fought.
He lost his first fight, so he couldn't be Floyd.
I'd say this 200-pounder from the Congo is a world champion, so if he's a 200-pound kid, he can crack. So I think this could be a cherry pick that could go wrong if it's a cherry pick because he can't hit. And it's pretty astounding that he's going to fight a 200-pound dude. That's I think pretty crazy. I prefer him to fight these other guys because I know he'd destroy him.
Well, Jimmy. Nacho Beristain said that hopefully there's no like a catch weight. You know what I mean? Because he might try to make this fight at 180 or something like that. So you never know. I don't think so though, but.
Yeah, then it's not a cruiserweight. Then it's
no, it is a cruiserweight, Jimmy. Anything above 175 is a cruiserweight. Yeah.
But I thought they were going to do it at around the 200 pounds. So,
well, it's 190
they're going to bring this kid
Jimmy,
down all the way down to 180.
Jimmy,
I'm
now
not
it's
really
190.
down with that.
Jimmy, the WBC changed the weight limit now. It's 190.
That's right. They shifted the weight limit down.
Yeah.
That was a couple of weeks ago, no?
I think it's because of the inception of the Bridgerweight.
Yeah.
That's another ridiculous weight.
Who cares about
I mean,
that?
look at it, man.
It's like
Yeah,
a
no
junior.
one cares about that
It's like
weight.
a super cruiserweight division. The cruiserweight division was never famous, never popular. So what do? Well, they create another cruiserweight division that's gonna be overshadowed by the heavyweight division. It's just
Cruiserweight
stupid.
2.
Cruiserweight too.
It's another reason for sanctioned bodies to make money. It's a scam, I think.
If they
Just to
wanted
create
to,
more
they could have made a
sanctions,
super
money.
heavyweight division. That was on its face the reason for it. Well, these heavyweights now over 200. I mean, that could be two 270 pound Tyson Fury or an Usyk who up until his last fight was
When they first started throwing that around, when they first started throwing super heavy, I believe it was 240 and heavier. I think that was the best.
So they could have accomplished that, but what they did is they hooked to that basis, which everybody, I don't think anybody has a problem with that necessarily. They hooked to that basis, but instead of making a super heavyweight division, they actually anything over 215 is cruiserweight? I mean, is that bridgerweight?
What is bridgerweight?
Anything over 215 is fucking heavyweight now. So what the hell did you accomplish? You
224.
just did that for Canelo.
Anything above 224 is heavyweight now. You know why they didn't use the word super heavyweight? Because it's gonna destroy the prestige of what heavyweight is. So they want to keep that
That's
intact.
right.
They want to keep it intact.
Oh, yeah.
Heavyweight, not
That's
super
what they would have
heavyweight.
done. Hey, how about they if this and again, if I'm Marquez, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to drink a glass of piss and I'm going to tell you like this. This guy Suleiman has started a hell of a fire here with the franchise belt. Well, if you go back and listen to the guy at the inception, when he was first catching all this flack about doing this, somebody friendly to him. I'm going to call it an interview, but it was just more like giving him the floor to explain himself. He just asked him, "Hey, listen, what's this franchise all about? Can you explain it to us?" He was using Canelo in the first term, like a per se, like he was naming Canelo as the basis for the explanation of this franchise belt.
Well, that's what
It's just going to give him the opportunity to go up and down as he pleases, skip mandatories,
of course,
just so the WBC belt's around him no matter what. I mean, it is what it is. I could put a belt around any bum and put him in front of Marquez, he'd knock him out.
Well, Pete, that's
That doesn't mean that he's a champ.
why are we talking about belts and people want to talk about Haney and is he the real WBC champion? Who cares? I mean, the WBC will make up rules as they go along, as the WBA same thing. Nobody cares about this. It's lawless.
I agree. It came up because of the Marquez thing. It's why Marquez is salty about it, because he's going, guys. Well, if you want to go up and weight, right? If you want to go up and fight cruiserweight and fight Jeffrey Jamunda, the Prince Hakeem.
Yeah.
If you want to go do that, you can do that, but clean out the divisions that you're in first, right? I mean, this is like, arguably Roy Jones just went up to heavyweight.
Yeah.
Pacquiao just kept going up. This guy's got, and again, I don't give a shit if he ever fights these. Let's call it what it is. If I'm Marquez, no.
So what,
Yeah,
guys?
but didn't he just clean out the division? Didn't he
But
just
that's-
unify the 168?
That was
Exactly.
the weakest division he was in.
I didn't say the belts. I said, did he clean out the division, Jim?
Well, Jim, okay,
Realistically,
hold on.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
play
I
devil.
mean, did he really do that?
Pete,
Yeah,
Pete.
'cause he
Hold on.
didn't
I'm gonna
fight
play
Benavidez, and
devil's.
still,
I'm gonna play
top dog, one of
devil's
the top dogs
advocate over
at
here.
168,
Hold on.
Little
Why
bit,
do
nobody be
people keep
quiet.
forgetting?
Jesus.
Sorry, that Benavidez lost. Maybe I have a delay. He lost his belt 2 times. He lost the belt.
Yes.
That's still not
Coke.
clean out division.
Coke and weight.
Clean
What?
out division is fighting everybody in the division.
When does it
That's
stop?
at the top.
Hold on, I'm gonna play devil's advocate over here.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Who's
I'm
your
gonna play devil's advocate over here. When does it stop? When do you finally clean a division? Can you actually even clean a division? I mean, I guess what I'm saying, you can win all the belts, but at some point, there's always gonna be somebody else coming up, or there's always gonna be another boxer that people are gonna go like, well, he didn't fight this guy. When do you clean up a division?
You know what I mean?
I would say.
No, I don't.
What I would say is, say Spence beats Crawford and Ugas, then that's clean out division, because he already beat Danny Garcia, he already beat Porter, stuff like that. So he fought all the top guys at the division.
No, what about Virgil Ortiz? What about
Yes, but they're still prospects. They're still
They're not prospects.
That's
No,
it.
they're not.
How's Benavidez different?
Dude.
High level contenders. Yeah.
What?
You're naming other
Virgil
guys.
Ortiz and
What was
Cruz
Miller?
are high level contenders?
I can end up right now. Who have they fought that
little baby Miller? Hang on, you're naming guys from this
Bro,
era. I'm talking just go back one era to Marquez.
Who have they fought?
I'm saying.
Bro, Benavidez and Boots Ennis and Ortiz are the same age.
Yeah, I said that, not MMA. MMA, I said it, Jimmy. Yeah. Who did he fight? Egas Clevis.
Yeah, but that's listen. Who has Ramos and Ridge Ortiz fought to get a world title? Like, come on.
But you just said they're prospects. You said they're prospects.
Yeah.
They're not prospects. They're contenders.
They're contenders. Yeah.
Contenders.
They are not prospects. They're not prospects, dude.
They haven't stepped up yet.
When you just beat that
Jimmy. When they step up, then
you can talk over me all you want, dude. It doesn't change anything. They're not
talking over you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you are. You're not letting me finish the sentence.
Let him finish, man.
When they fight, when they step up and actually fight like a good fighter, then I'll say, oh, these guys, you have to fight them.
So
I think if you beat Ugas and Crawford, he goes up the division.
All right, but and I'm just saying, there's Virgil Ortiz who beat the Green Machine kid who fucking looked really good against Crawford, probably as good as anyone. I mean, he even hurt him. That kid's a tough out. Bullshit. That kid's a tough out. Listen, who else do you ever hear anybody from the PBC calling him out?
That's not
anybody. All right, that's your opinion.
Charlo.
Not step up.
What? So that he's a soft touch. Don't start with the listen, dude. That doesn't add anything to it. Dude's a tough kid.
You're not listening. You're not actually listening to
because you're not you're saying he's not a. Yes.
Okay, hold on.
That's your opinion.
Call out precise.
Bro, the first time Benavidez won his belt, it was vacant against the
Bro, Benavidez gave up all his chances, man. He lost the belt twice.
Dedicate me another 1 or 2 videos, 1 hour long each, for a small 5-minute roast that I gave him.
Hey, Buccio.
What's going on here? Yeah,
I don't mean to try to stay on topic for once in my life, but I'm just saying this whole thing generates from the Marquez talk, and he could really say that about he's got the right to say that about any of these current day fighters. There's a short list of guys he couldn't say that about, right? That's all my point is. Does he have the right to talk? Yeah.
I thought the question was, why is he saying it? I thought the question is, why is
No. The question is...
I know. Now I know.
Yeah, okay.
He's just hating.
He has the right to say anything he wants, right?
Well, yeah,
No, I don't mean like that.
Jealous.
I mean, like, does he have basis? Does he have
Has he earned it?
2 legs to stand on? Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, has he earned the right to talk about people? Of course.
No, he doesn't have basis, bro. He doesn't, bro.
I think he's just hating on Canelo. My personal opinion.
Not from a guy that drinks piss.
I never seen Canelo drink piss.
Maybe he does.
He's the only guy that figured out how to beat Vada and USADA. They can't get a sample from the guy. All right.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Before they can test it.
Now, hey guys, can I just finish that one thought? Listen, now that Porter has fought and stopped, Crawford has stopped and fought Porter. You got to stop now when you look back at his prior wins. That kid Machine there is a tough fucking kid. Yes, he has too much muscle, and I think it sucks his energy. But that kid is one of even Crawford said it, the hardest he's ever been punched. Without a doubt, was that dude. He's a tough kid. Nobody's calling him out. He's only lost twice to Virgil Ortiz. My point was Virgil Ortiz is not a prospect. He has. I thought after he beat that dude and he was hurt, he was even rocked. Remember, the kid was rocked. He came back. The question was, can Virgil Ortiz go out there and knock people out like he was doing after he was taking a big shot? And I thought everybody on the panel said absolutely. He did step up to a world-level guy who fought Crawford and was hurt, and he came back to stop him. That was the question everybody had of him. So the minute he did that, he went to contender status. So if you have a guy in your division as a contender, that you got to, if under the thing of cleaning out all the contenders, that's under that premise, yes. And then Boots Ennis, yes, he still hasn't had even a victory as good as Ortiz, but by skill alone, that motherfucker's a tough out for anybody.
But we're not looking at eye tests. We're talking about your accomplishment, your resume, and everything.
And if you,
I thought we were talking about which guy's gonna beat who.
Boy, if you look at who spent speed,
How is
and if he-
Benavidez'
and if he
record so
beats
much
Crawford and Ugas, he will have cleared out the division. Like, come on, bro.
No.
Hey,
You
Virgil's
can't
got
admit
it,
that,
man.
like,
Virgil,
come on, bro.
Virgil's the more fundamental, the more textbook fighter, and also he's ahead of the pack. He's the number 1 ranked in WBC. He was number 15 in IBF. Now he's number 4. He's about to get a title shot, man. He's a way ahead Boots. He's way ahead Boots right now.
I got a new debate, and I'm gonna stir up the whole panel, man, and I'm gonna argue it to the bone. Manny Pacquiao.
Let me just say one last thing.
It's a money hungry, money Pacquiao is a money hungry motherfucker because he
You're a
sold out.
clown. You're a clown.
He sold out a prospect, Isaac Cruz, to Gervonta Tank Davis.
Yeah, he's with Chung Givens.
Yeah, he got so much money from that single prospect.
Dennis and Virgil Ortiz. Look, there still remains some questions to be answered about Boots Ennis. There's a lot of fighters in the world that could have been more, or they were never worse, because a lot of fighters could punch hard and they have a lot of skill. But if they don't have a chin, they get knocked off where people don't even get to hear about them. Now this guy's good, and he's at where he's at for because of maybe a good backing, and he's maybe just that good. But we cannot really tell until he takes that shot, and we can see with our own 2 eyes if he is the goods or not.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You're not a contender
Gonzalo,
yet.
though.
You're not world level contender until you actually step up. In my opinion.
Well, he said that. He said that about Boots. So, but Gonzalo, would you consider Virgil Ortiz to pass that when he beat that dude?
He answered those questions because we saw that he was able to still attack at a frenetic pace after being buzzed. Still get his wits about him and come forward. And will he always be able to take punches like that? Who knows? But he just did. So that tells me that he can go in there against a Crawford and be competitive and maybe soak up a little punishment and dish some of his own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, next topic. Let's bring it. What's the next topic?
I think fucking Isaac Cruz has a fucking chance to fucking KO Tank Davis.
Nah,
I agree.
I don't know.
I agree. He's tailor made for Tank, man. He might give him a good fight, but he gonna get knocked out, bro. It's gonna happen, bro.
I saw his training. He's got that punch in Mexico. It's called a volado. In English, it's like a haymaker. It's not actually like a hook. It's not a short hook. I think he got 2 short fighters fighting on the inside. Most likely, it's gonna be a train wreck. And I think the fighter that keeps the punches more compact is gonna win that. With that being said, Isaac Cruz throws wide haymakers instead of compact hooks. I think Gervonta Davis clips him with an uppercut and knocks him out, similar to how Carvajal knocked out freaking Chiquita Gonzalez. As I alluded to earlier.
In Puerto Rico, that's the Berlanga.
This is going to be the battle of the midgets.
I want to say
is literally taller than
shut the
Isaac
fuck up,
Cruz,
MMA.
bro.
I want to say Isaac Cruz is shorter. Shut the fuck up, you fucking MMA, you dumb motherfucker.
You cokehead, you're a cokehead, bro.
Listen to the fucking adult talk, you fucking faggot.
Drugs cartel member.
Whoa, this turned fucking quickly.
All right.
Fucking snake your raft.
MMA is racist. MMA is
Dyslexic
racist.
motherfucker, shut up. Isaac Cruz is shorter. Isaac Cruz is shorter.
Whoa.
Don't say Beaner.
Somebody call Border Patrol.
Okay. Man, I don't want to be racist.
No,
I'll let it slide.
no. Okay,
I'll let it slide.
guys. Hold on.
Isaac Cruz is shorter than Tank Davis. So the KOs that Tank Davis actually had were with taller dudes, and I don't know how to explain it.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, so they get the same power from the ground because they're so low to the ground. They always go up. So Isaac Cruz has the advantage.
All right, good ration. Let me just take a phone call here. Caller, go ahead.
Immigration and Customs.
Hey, what's up, guys?
MMA champ.
It's Rare Breed.
Rare Breed?
Yeah, let me add to that. Yeah, let me add to that Booth Ennis, Virgil Ortiz talk you guys were having. Yeah, I agree. Virgil has a better resume, but I kind of look at it like Triple G and Canelo. So, like, at first, everybody was saying, "Oh, who's Triple G fighting?" Like, he hasn't fought anybody, but just by the eye test, you could tell that Triple G was that guy, right? And Canelo obviously had a better resume, but everybody that's around Boots, I'm talking about trainers, fighters, they all say he's the real deal. So either everybody is wrong, or this kid is the biggest hype job of all time. So
I agree.
That's what I'd say about that.
And people whose opinion I respect in this game, like I really hold in high regard, put him in very high regard.
Yeah.
So I got to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I look at Boots. To me, he's like Crawford on steroids. He's got a lot of the natural abilities that are good qualities that Crawford has, but like bigger, stronger, and faster.
All right, caller.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got a lot of people, but thanks for the call. All right, man. Call back again next time. Hopefully, we have more time. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's take another phone call quickly. 956, you're on the air. 956.
Hey, yo. Tell LT to pull up, man. LT's a bitch. This is Big Low. Say, LT, you in Brownsville. I'm in West Texas. We're like 40 minutes.
Shut the fuck up, pinche huerqueo cagao. Cállate que la verga entonces, pinche cagao. McAllen, motherfucker. You don't even have the fucking bridge right next to your fucking city. You have to fucking drive like 30 minutes.
Yeah. Come on, West Coast, Texas, bitch. You ain't shit, LT. You fucking faggot.
West Coast. Cállate el hocico, cagao. Cállate, pon tu pinche cara en una pantalla y vengas a la verga. So then, shut the fuck up.
He's gone. What's going on?
Yo.
Wow.
Yo, boy's crazy, man.
The passion. Who is that?
Some faggot ass from NXPC.
He's goofy.
Let's bring them on. No, but I'm going to post a StreamYard link. Anybody who wants to join, you're free to join.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Davis knocks out Cruz. They're LT and Pucho, Jimmy.
I agree. Let's make this interesting, bro. Someone has to give the contrary, ¿me entiendes? Even though my points suck, but fucking Isaac Cruz has a better chin than Tank Davis. I mean, what the fuck? Leo Santa Cruz knocked Tank Davis down on the first fucking round. Soft fucking pillow Santa Cruz, bro. You don't think fucking Pitbull can do that, bro?
Yeah. Is he better than the Rolly? Yes, he's definitely a tougher opponent. But my thing is this, dude. I don't think fucking Floyd matches him against anybody he thinks he's gonna lose against.
The Floyd formula, the Floyd, he knows how to manage the fighter. He knows how to guide them. That's why they avoided the Lomachenko fight. They're not stupid. But you never know. Sometimes you get a bad, not a cherry pick, but you know what I mean.
But what Gonzalo said there, Bucho was right. The shorter punches.
Bro, if Isaac Cruz is fucking losing, bro, he'll fucking use that head. He don't give a fuck.
No, I just agree with Gonzalo. I think he's 100% right on what he said. It's going to be the shorter, more direct punches. Cruz does come in of a crab style, and it's going to be the straighter line. And I think it's going to be the uppercut, like he said, what's going to stop Cruz. And I think that's what Floyd's betting on, because like Bucho just said, 5 years, dude. They talk about this kid. And I love how Tanks puts himself when he talks about his contemporaries. It's fucking Garcia and these younger kids who haven't done anything yet. This dude's been a champion since, 2017? He's never fought anybody. And he's on there complaining the other day on Twitter again or in an interview saying, nobody else is fighting anybody, but nobody else is charging $80 to watch them fight fucking Uber drivers.
I also want to say another thing. Tank Davis was getting prepared for another dude, not specifically for fucking Isaac Cruz. He just changed the fucking trainer like within a month.
Do you guys think
a month and a half
Cruz has
before
a
the
better
fight
shot than
and
Rolly?
the, the opponent? That's a big ass fucking change.
Do you guys think Cruz has a better shot than Rolly?
I do.
Yeah.
It's a
I
bad
do too, man. I do too, man. Bro, and you know what,
I
bro?
think
Like,
Rolly's
it just,
horrible.
Yeah.
bro, I'm like, I get the feeling he's gonna get knocked out, but hopefully he doesn't, bro. But it just
Hey.
fucking touched my heart, bro, when I fucking saw the all access, when fucking Isaac Cruz started cheering up, and like his humble ass homie that he has, you know what I mean? Like, and then you see Tank Davis with this jewelry and this fucking cars and these mansions, bro, and Isaac Cruz, you know, barely scraping by.
ALT, are you gonna place a bet on this fight?
Not really, bro. No. No. Maybe a $5-10 something, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a nice odd, wouldn't it? I need to check on the odds, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have Viking Casual. Hold on, Viking Casual and not. All right, we have too many people now, but go ahead, Viking. Do you want to debate anything?
Wait. My sound is fucked up. I'm gonna rejoin.
All right. And then we have... Who do you have? We have Peter. Who's Peter? Peter going once.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. What do you want? Do you want to debate anything?
Hey, man, who else hates those big lip niggers?
Oh my god! I thought that was.
What the hell, man?
Was that an L dog?
Yeah, that was L Dog, man.
No, it was
That's not
on
a dog.
Wait, we have not. What's up, man?
What up, man? Nah, I just heard the Cruz Tank conversation, and I got pretty interested in it. I think I would say Tank in under 6 rounds, to be honest.
I agree. Well, yeah, probably. I can see it, bro. Man, I'm just saying, like, Cruz is tailor made for him, man. That style, bro. Styles make fights. Like, he's just gonna come in swooping in, man. He's prone to an uppercut, man, for sure, or a left hook, man. One of those two is gonna catch him, bro. He gonna go to bed, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mayweather's one of the best matchmakers of all time, man. He not gonna let this dude lose, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if Tank Davis comes out undefeated, bro. You know, the only way I can see him get big fights if they get ordered. You know what I'm saying? Because Money May already said it, man. PBC only, bro. PBC fighters only.
Even if they get ordered, he might just vacate.
Shit, yeah, exactly. That too.
You know what? You also have to look into how Cruz has been matched up so far. In my opinion, he's been matched up pretty weak, and he hasn't looked that great in his last two fights.
Jesus, they got the chainsaw going here, but this is pretty basic for me. It's a good fight because of the styles. They're both considered like the Mike Tysons of, you know what, the Mexican and Gervonta Davis, the African American, like the little Mike Tysons, respectively. Look, but I seen Cruz, he throws them wide hooks. They're like haymakers. And Gervonta Davis is a little more like tight, like Tyson, you know, 3-punch bursts when he chooses to. I seen him. He's got, you know, I don't know if he's a shorter or a taller fighter. Maybe Isaac Cruz is shorter. But I think, you know, it's the selection of punches that they're going to exchange allows for that punch to land quicker, whether it's a hook or an uppercut from Davis, as opposed to Cruz's wider shots, right? It's just, you just see those two exchanges taking place, hooks and uppercuts. Who's going to win that battle? The punch that lands first, and it's going to be the guy with the shorter shots on impact, and that's going to be Gervonta Tank Davis. Remember, Gervonta Tank Davis punches hard. Not too many human beings can withstand that power, pound for pound, against a fighter that's like equal in your size. And he just hits that hard when you're exchanging and you're not on the back foot. Remember, a lot of fighters don't get knocked out because they go on the back foot. But not too many human beings can go in there and trade punches like that. Same could be said about Isaac Cruz's power. But I think Gervonta Davis hits a little harder.
I want to say, I also want to say this. I saw the All Access, bro, and all I see is Tank Davis on a fucking, what is it called? On a weight loss program. I never see him training. All he's doing is running around trying to lose that weight, while Isaac Cruz been on weight, just training for fights.
You notice that one consistent between these guys, like Tank and say Canelo, they're necks. Tank's got a big neck, so it's going to be a hard puncher to stop him. I just think Cruz throws his punches too wide, like Gonzalo said. And when I saw his last fight, I believe it was on Showtime. I was on that Showbox. Yeah, I just don't see anything in there that's going to, stop Tank from doing what Tank does against that level of competition. And although this might be his best opponent since Pedraza, which is almost 5 years ago, can't stress that enough. Crazy.
Bro, I want to say that Leo Santa Cruz knocked him down in the first round. Leo Santa Cruz knocked Gervonta Tank Davis in the first round.
I just saw the knockout. I didn't see the fight. I haven't bought one of his fucking. I wouldn't buy one of those garbage pay-per-views. Put a pistol to my head.
I remember that was a slip.
I'm streaming that shit.
It didn't look like a slip to me. I thought it was a knockdown, but I don't know.
Yeah,
it
is a knockdown. It's a knockdown, but the referee counted it as a fucking slip. He ruled it against. He ruled it on his favor. Yes.
Who was the referee for the fight? Does anybody remember?
I don't remember. Hey, Cruz has a pretty big neck himself, though.
Yeah. They're both explosive, but I just think Gervonta Davis is a little heavier-handed. Isaac Cruz is explosive, but it's almost like that type of like Andy Ruiz power. Speed, more speed. Still can hit hard, but Gervonta Davis is a little more like a little tank, hence the nickname.
And Tank's more athletic too. Sorry.
Yeah, more explosive. The quick fiber.
Yeah.
He is what Errol Spence is not. They're heavy-handed, but this guy's got the speed behind the heavy hands.
Yeah, but Isaac Cruz has the more dog in him. He keeps on coming and coming and coming, and Tank Davis doesn't.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, LT. I hope Tank Davis loses just to fucking teach him
Yeah,
a
I
lesson.
know, bro. Me too, man. I don't want to run the show, man. You know what I mean? But let me stand my ground.
He could take something to give some, man. He can't.
He's got a big ass head and a big ass neck. Like he'll wait for the counter, just taking the punches on his head.
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah, he's gonna wait for the counter, man. He's just a more fundamental sound fighter, bro.
Yeah, a lot of
he has more in his game to put
if Top Rank would have
away.
fucking had him from the beginning, that kid would have been a fucking superstar on his own. I think he's had that back in the day, that much explosive power, and he's a dog. He's in a Benavides mode. Tank would be in the street throwing hands if he wasn't being a paid fighter. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, but in the streets, he's like 5'2", no?
But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a fighter. He's a natural fighter. Like, that kid's been fighting probably since, you know what I mean? Like, some guys are great boxers, but they're just not violent. They're not fighters. They don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's just not what they are. Tank is definitely that type. Like, he's a fighter.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a brutal
knockout. Read about that kid's childhood, man. It's about as bad as it gets.
I also want to point out this, man. Isaac Cruz will outwork Tank Davis, and that's a fact until something happens.
That I agree with. I think he's going to have a better motor because I think the good life is getting to Tank. I think part of the drinking, the lifestyle, and like you said, his camps have now become fat camps instead of working on his skill. But again, that's all a part of when you go into every fight, it's just a matter of time. And most of his fights, I'm going to knock this dude out. It's a different mindset. You're not training the same. You're not training like, oh my God, this kid could beat me. How many training camps does Tank go into thinking this guy has a chance to beat me? Or is he having conversations with Floyd? Try to take him out with this shot. You know, that's more what his camps are about because he's not fighting the level of competition that he should be.
All right.
I also want to say that if it goes to the distance and it goes to the judges, they might give it to to Isaac Cruz.
I'm almost positive, man. This fight won't go the distance. No matter how hard of a chin these guys got, it won't go the distance. It's too of an explosive affair.
Yeah, this fight's not going 12 rounds, bro. It's not going 12 rounds.
Yeah, I just don't know if like throwing a lot of punches is like a good strategy.
These guys are going to get someone. They're going for the kill, each of them. So it won't last 12 rounds.
Look, we can
Like,
see Tank get hurt. You know, like I said, as a Cruz, yeah, I agree with LT. He got the better motor for sure. Like he could definitely put it on Tank, but man, he's gonna get caught, man. He's gonna get caught. I promise you.
Barrios can hurt him. Cruz can hurt him.
Exactly, yeah. But they're gonna get clipped in the end for sure.
Yeah.
They got the chainsaw. They got the chainsaw going. I don't want to talk too much. You're gonna say something, Jimmy?
Oh no! Finish your thought, dude.
This is a great fight, fucking low key, man. People don't realize it. All of a sudden, you guys are talking like, and I'm feeling
right.
This is a bad
It is
fight.
a good fight.
It's a good fight, but it's not pay-per-view.
But
No, it's
for
not
my
pay-per-view
taste,
worthy.
it's a great fight. Like I always like this fight for Isaac Cruz, but not right now. Maybe next year. You know.
Are you gonna pay for it?
2 years. Nah, fuck that,
Are you
bro.
gonna pay for it?
Hell no, bro. Fuck that.
I'm not.
Can I ask you guys? Well, all you guys on there, I'll do a debate. I'll say right now, I have like somebody tweeted out something. I'm like, I really kind of think of it like that way. You know, they're saying, well, Steve Kim was on here, said that he talked to somebody who's as reputable as anybody when it comes to pay-per-view numbers, right? Who's in that business, and he said that he was told. Well, Steve was told that the PBC is jacking up their pay-per-view sales by upwards of 40%, because that makes sense. Think about it. Or do you? If not, that means was led to believe that Ruiz Areola sold as many pay-per-views as Triple G Lemieux, or that Barrios Davis sold more than Triple G Jacobs. It's just that's bullshit. It was a stronger pay-per-view market back then too. Like Crawford supposedly did 190. I guess it died off quick. They were selling. They were tracking to do a lot more, and it died off. But if that's legit numbers, but if you added 40% to that, then it's what 260,000. They said that's they would say have sold. But that's why I agree. There's no fucking way those numbers are right what they're saying about Davis. They're just not.
But Jimmy.
And by doing only in-house fights, you don't have to open up the books. Say if he was about to fight Lomachenko, and you're saying, okay, I want this side of the purse. Okay, why is that? Because this is the numbers I do. They're not going to take Floyd's word for it. Aaron would say, okay, open up the book. Show me what you paid taxes on, because that's the only number I care about. And that's why they want to keep everything in-house, because when they do that, they can say any number they want. Nobody's going to ever know.
That's a good point, actually.
That might be true, but the Tank Davis and Barrios fight, I believe that probably did do more than Triple G and Lemieux, because Triple G is a Eastern European guy.
No, not that one. That one supposedly did more than Triple G Jacobs.
Oh yeah. Well, even that one, Jacobs is not really well known like that, man.
Yeah, but Triple G was one of the most popular fighters in the country then.
You guys might not like him.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. You guys might not like him that much, but Tank is pretty popular, especially among the casuals. He has a big name. He's got a lot of followers.
But casuals notoriously don't buy pay-per-views. That's just another thing. Hardcore guys do. Like all the formula involved.
Even still, Tank Davis is the more known fighter. As much as I like Triple G, I'm not a Tank Davis fan, but he's the more known fighter. He's under Mayweather, man. You know what I'm saying? One of the most best fighters of all time. You could say, like, bro, he has everything behind him.
But I was going to say, but listen, Triple G sold out on 3 coasts. I mean, on both coasts in London. Record selling. Yeah. He did record selling numbers at fucking Madison Square Garden. Sold it out completely. Unlike Tank, I know they say he sold out Atlanta. No, he didn't. He didn't. He missed it by 6,000 and 7,000. No, 6,000, 8,000. That seats 21. He did 14 and 16,000. Together. So they lie about the sellouts. So why wouldn't they be lying about the fucking pay-per-view numbers too? That's all I'm saying. And by not doing, like I said, not doing only in-house fights, he never has to open the books and show anybody else.
You got a point.
I think Tank's still popular, but I don't know. The pay-per-view number might be here and there. There's no way to prove that. I agree.
Well, that's why there was before, like Heyman. Now think about this, all right, guys who don't like Bob Arum, who like I see him on Twitter and they go at him, whatever. And you pose it this way. So imagine if Bob Arum, for the first time in boxing pay-per-view history, told the providers, the guys who actually sell the pay-per-view, put it on, and have the numbers usually within days. If for the first time Arum said, listen, you guys don't put them out, put a gag order on them, say no more, we'll release them. And they have an in-house person leak it through an ex-employee, because that's what PBC's doing. Mike Coppinger is the only one who's releasing these numbers, but he never states he never quotes his source. He never says who it's coming from. So it's like, okay, so where are you getting that number from, Mike? He never tells anybody. And it's you know what I mean? It is what it is. They're inflated numbers.
We're talking about Carpenter?
Yeah, selling out. He actually even caught himself.
Carpenter.
He actually said, well, this one sold that. I mean, when he was talking about Santa Cruz, and he said, and then he fucked up, and he took the tweet down. But he first had said, when he said Barrios outsold Santa Cruz at 200 and something, but he first initially reported that Santa Cruz did more. So, yeah, people caught him on it, took the tweet down. But I again, there's no fucking way he's doing the numbers they're saying they're doing. No, especially now. All right, put it this way. Do you think Barrios Davis did as much as Pacquiao fucking Ugas? Because that's what they're trying to say. That's what, Mayweather and Ellaby said. Well, they don't actually say it either, which is weird. 250.
Well, we know that Mayweather doesn't know anything about money numbers or anything else. He can't do his taxes. He can't read and he can't count. So, I mean, that's beside the point. Ellaby, still to this day, hasn't released the official numbers to Mayweather Guerrero. And he was called out on it, and he told everybody, don't tell me how to do my job. I'll do what I want to do. I know he's getting a $32 million check, but I've got the numbers right here in my briefcase. I don't have to show you anything. And come to find out that million that's still reported on every website out there, based off of the writers, are saying it's probably closer to about 850. So they've been inflating numbers for a while. You're right, Jimmy. What are the numbers they're reporting for?
A lot, though. Shit.
What are the numbers they're reporting for the last fight, Crawford and Porter?
190.
190.
No, but now they're saying it's 150.
Oh, who said 150?
They said
150 Dream Team.
150 Dream Team.
Shout out.
Yeah, but who said it? Who said 150?
Hold on. I think it came out this morning. Hold on 1 second. I gotta check right now because the new numbers apparently came out or whatever.
Well, Blue Blood Boxing is the one that jumped on and said 190, but he's a PBC fanboy. I think he's part of the LDBC. And
he is.
And what I love about him, bro. I work with a guy who's a boxing fan here at the Air Force, and he tried to send me those guys' videos. I said, don't listen to this guy. He's like, oh, but he's full of facts. He's full of facts describing the fighter he's talking about, and then he thinks, 6-time world champion, former pound-for-pound champion, all-time great, Floyd Money Mayweather, who beat Manny Pacquiao. Okay, that's all facts. And then he goes into everything else.
About Blue Blood?
None of
Blue Blood, yeah.
Everything's opinionated.
He's always saying that shit's funny.
Yeah, he has like 30-second long introductions.
Yeah, bro. That's not.
Yeah, because that's the only time he knows how to put a fact out there is to do that 30-second introduction to everything, and everything after that, like Juan Silva over on Apple Podcast World Championship Boxing, everything's opinionated, and I'll call Juan Silva out all day long because he's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of confusing with the fighter news and numbers. This is always like.
Hey man, so do you guys think that the pay-per-view is dead? I think if you get the right guys in there, it'll do numbers.
Canelo showed that it's not dead. He outdid UFC's greatest fucking pay-per-view. Like that card was stacked from fucking top to finish, and they were $20 cheaper.
Usman isn't a big pay-per-view star. Neither is Colby.
No, but if you get Canelo in there,
if Conor was fighting, he would destroy Canelo.
That's only Conor. Who else is there in UFC?
I think John Jones would wash him too. And Ngannou, if that fight was made, that would be.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dude, I mean, literally for Canelo Kovalev, he had to wait for Masvidal and Diaz. Diaz is another fighter that could outsell Canelo as well.
No
even
way.
Canelo.
No way.
You also have
he did Street Jesus Diaz. He got his fucking soul.
You also have to take into account that nobody knows who Plant is.
Nate Diaz, he loses a lot, but they fucking love his ass, bro. They love him.
Yeah. And if he did Canelo and David Benavidez, that would do $1 million easy.
Yeah, that would do $1 million easy. And I don't care who's fighting on the UFC card.
Look, I'm a rare breed, man. It takes two to tango, man. That's the only way pay-per-view gonna be successful, bro. Well,
Exactly.
Canelo did show it could still be sold. There could still be a lot of people tuning in.
Yeah, and this was like Canelo's the last time he did Billy Joe Saunders, he sold out. He made a record for the biggest indoor crowd arena ever, and that was in the pandemic. And then he came out and took Caleb Plant to fucking 800K pay-per-view buys. Come on, man.
Look,
Caleb Plant.
I'll be real.
Let's put this in perspective real quick. Let's
forget Canelo for a second. I think Tank and Teofimo were doing millions.
Right? But even back in the day, if he wasn't fighting a Hispanic fighter on the Hispanic anniversary who didn't come off of a high-profile win, he didn't sell a million pay-per-view buys. He fought Andre Berto when it was 400,000.
Yeah.
He fought McDonald twice, and neither one of them
Ryan
broke a million.
Garcia.
He fought Guerrero, and supposedly did a million, but they haven't proved it yet. And then when he fought everybody else, they were HBO fighters.
I don't think
a lot of publicity
random
behind it.
TikTok Zoomers would buy a pay-per-view. To be honest, man.
What's that?
That's Ryan Garcia's entire audience is TikTok Zoomers. So I don't think he's a pay-per-view star.
Well, they said the same thing about Jake Paul. He did a mill.
Well, the problem with pay-per-view,
no, he didn't.
the reason why this was actually Al Heyman selling. How he got the
I heard he did like 200.
$750 million. I was going to say how Heyman got his $750 million from Waddell Reed during his pitch with his lawyer Mike Hill. He said it's a dead platform, pay-per-view, and this is before. It's gotten even worse because now conservative estimates from the people in the know say that upwards of 60% of pay-per-views are illegally streamed. That's not a winning percentage. When you got that many people robbing you, pirating, that was the whole reason why Canelo didn't want to go on pay-per-views. And that was the whole driving force behind I want my money guaranteed because I don't trust pay-per-view because too much can be stolen. So that's the reason why I don't think it's not. They need to figure something else. If you can steal 60% of the shit's being stolen, they're doing something wrong.
But they're listening to Ellerby and Mayweather's pitch of the fact that it's the only way to get real money because of all the money that Mayweather made. What they're overlooking the fact is most of Mayweather's performances between HBO and Showtime, the last three on HBO and all through Showtime, was mostly guaranteed money, just like Canelo. He rarely got big bonuses over that. There's a lot of claims that he did, but there's nothing there's no real documentation backing it. Now, no one has to back it. It's his money. It's his business. But they say he made $50 million against Cotto. There's nothing backing that because the pay-per-view buys didn't support the fact that he could have pulled in that much. Canelo, yes, and Pacquiao, yes, but everything else was the guarantee of the $30 million that he was contracted to Showtime, no matter how many pay-per-view buys they were sold. So, but their way of thinking is, if we can build a guy up enough, this is the only way to go to really generate money for back-end money for the fighter.
And one thing about Floyd, man, that the fucker did, he would get people he was getting people buying his pay-per-views just hoping he'd lose. And I think that's what he's trying to tell.
Exactly.
I think he's telling Tank the same thing.
Floyd Mayweather, he was like the only guy that was consistently selling that any kind of pay-per-view against anybody. Like he sold that shit by himself.
Hell yeah. But Floyd was a Hall of Famer by the time he already went on pay-per-view.
Alright, guys.
He's a great
His first pay-per-view, he said when he started pay-per-view, that was Arturo Gatti. He had cemented himself as a Hall of Famer when he fought Arturo Gatti.
I think he arguably was. He had Castillo and Corrales victories. I'm not saying he was a certified Hall of Famer, but I think arguably he was. Put it this way, he was way more accomplished than Tank. Like Tank doesn't come close to Floyd's accomplishments at the time he fought Gatti.
Alright.
Well, no, but
let's switch it up, man. I'll get it.
There aren't as many fighters to put him in with. I don't like defending Tank Davis, but the sport isn't reeking full of people to put him in with like it was with Floyd. 130 to 147, you could throw your name in a hat, and anybody was someone that people knew who you were. Paul Spadafore, Stevie Johnson, Freitas, Casamayor, Castillo, Gotti, Sean Mitchell, Costa Tszyu. I mean, I'm going through 3 different weight classes, and I'm naming fighters left and right. You don't have that anymore.
Yeah,
let's move on. Let's move on. Fucking Floyd, it's boring.
etc. Tank hasn't even come close. Like, you won't even fight Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez.
No.
Even the younger guys.
Hold on, he's fought at least a Gennaro Hernandez because he just fought Leo Santa Cruz. And that's about as good as that's actually better than what Gennaro Hernandez was.
No, I don't think that. Gennaro Hernandez was the champion at that weight at 130. Leo Santa Cruz was moving up.
I know who he was. I know exactly who he was, and he was an overhyped victory on Chavez.
You don't know who he is. I'm just saying I think he's better than Santa Cruz, in my opinion. He beat Zuma Nelson.
Santa Cruz is a 4-time world champion.
Right.
Hey,
But what he done at
Cruz is a
130?
4-division champion,
Yeah,
and
But what he
Hernandez.
done-
All right, let's switch it up, guys. Chief,
twice.
Chief,
The biggest fight.
Chief, we
Yeah,
gotta
but
move
he
on.
had done
We gotta
that
move on.
130
We can't stay
centuries
on
into
this
a thing at
topic
130.
forever, guys. Come on,
Okay.
let's switch it up. Another topic, or else it just gets like stale a bit. Interesting topic, but we gotta move on. Anybody else got something? What's Pete doing on a bicycle? Or?
Well, boots on.
Yeah,
He's on a scooter
It's
or
on a
something.
bike.
You hear me, bro?
yeah.
You
Go ahead.
better not get hit by a fucking car, man.
Go ahead, Hefe.
I'm in Big Bear right now.
Oh, Hefe, go ahead.
You
Hold on,
fucking animal.
guys. Stop talking,
He's
please.
Sergio Martinez. He's on that Sergio
Can you
Martinez.
guys hear me?
Yeah, Hefe,
Well,
go
guys,
ahead.
Pucho's trying to talk.
Yes. God damn it, Hefe, go ahead.
Bro, how's my sound? I don't know if I sound.
Nah, you sound alright, bro.
See, it's
What I was
slow,
gonna say, man,
Good,
because I was catching on a little bit, bro, because I'm kind of fucked up right now, bro. I'm kind of sick, but I was listening to the show, bro, and I didn't like a couple things you guys said about Teofimo Lopez. And this whole Teofimo Lopez, like, I'm gonna call it straight how it is. If somebody has an issue, we're in the Kumite. We're here to debate the topics
Let's do
about Teofimo Lopez not actually beating Lomachenko and creating all these excuses for Lomachenko. Teofimo Lopez beat Lomachenko fairly easy. A 9-3 type of fight. Fairly easy. Those first 7 rounds.
So why you not taking the rematch?
No, I don't agree with that.
He ran.
He beat him. He was getting his ass whooped in the
He
second half of
never
the fight.
touched up Teofimo Lopez. So how do you win those first 7 rounds not doing nothing, bro? Because when Floyd did it, people gave him
But
shit
no,
for that. But when
that's the whole
Lopez
thing.
did it,
The only
it's
reason
like,
he won
it's
is
beautiful
because he didn't.
boxing.
Lomachenko
And
didn't do
that's
anything,
my-
and
that's
when
my
Lomachenko
Kumite
was
take.
doing things, he was competitive, and he was getting the better of Tio.
Look, T.O., he probably won 7-5 draw at best, man. But he didn't dominate Loma. No way.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't.
When you say he didn't
Dude,
dominate, what happened?
if you don't even score by like rounds, if you describe the fight to a random person, it would just be someone missing and then getting their ass whooped for the second half of the fight. Like, that's literally the fight.
And he's
That's what
like
I'm
trying to
saying.
run
It was
away
a
and trying to
dominant
capture
performance by Teofimo Lopez,
undisputed
'cause
from like a
he
weaker
implemented
lane.
his style, and Lomachenko.
Dude, he didn't
you
dominate
rarely see
Loma at all.
doing
He got
what
his
did
ass
in those
whooped that
first 7
second
rounds,
half.
which is move a lot, on the bike, be dancing. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the typical Loma. So those first 7 rounds are all Teofimo Lopez rounds.
But he
and
was
then
missing too.
When
And all
Lomachenko
Loma's
started to come
shots were
forward
headshots,
in the
unlike
12th
his
round,
body shots.
Tio started countering him, and he caught him with good ass shots, and he even hurt him in the 12th round. Whether Loma wanted to put the pressure or run, it didn't work for him because.
No, but that didn't work only on the 12th round because his daddy was like,
Well,
"You're
let me
about to-
ask you then,
we need
if
this
that's your
round, we need
opinion, it
this
was so
round."
easy, then why doesn't Teofimo give him a rematch?
That's what I'm saying.
The business of boxing, it doesn't work like that.
The business of boxing, it would be his like Bob said, it would be his biggest payday.
Okay,
So if
Bob
it's
was-
about business, then why does he fight for the money?
Senior?
Okay, Bob was about
does he look like a
business of boxing
businessman?
and paying the highest paydays to his fighters. Why didn't he pay Teofimo Lopez the $6 million that he wanted? Why did he have to go to?
Why didn't he
have to go to the
all right, let me finish. First off, the zone isn't giving him $6 million. Nowhere near that. That's what those other knuckleheads fucking bid, and look at how that turned out for him. Now he ended up wasting a year of his career and not making. And if you actually add up the money he lost in a possible second fight that he could have got in this time, this whole Combanzo thing has been a fucking debacle for him, without a doubt. And my point is this.
Mike Carpenter tell Barbero, the reason we're in this situation is because you didn't pay your fighters.
And Mike Carpenter got fucking roundly humiliated by everybody. Everybody, his peers, everybody in boxing said, what an idiot. You don't put your personal feelings in. That's why Bob said, get the fuck out of here, you idiot. Listen, Bob has been around the business long enough. He knows what it's worth. If Teofimo Lopez thought he was worth that money, how come they couldn't get that fight across the line? Because they saw that it wasn't going to sell. Listen, I think Triller was idiots, but they knew they were going to lose a ton of money in that fight.
Right now.
That's the reason why they sabotaged it, because it wasn't worth $6 million. And he's finding that out now, because what's his pay now? I think it's $2 million. So it's $4 million less than he was getting for that other fight. Actually, pretty much the same kind of money that Bob was offering him for the last fight. But my point being,
he said he was worth way
about
more.
the business, this isn't about Coppins or anybody else. The number one fight right now for Timo to make money-wise, what Bob was going to pay him and for everything else would have been a Lomachenko rematch. So if it's about the business, then rematch him. Or if you beat him so easily the first time, then fight him the second time. It should be even easier.
And my counterpoint to the business thing is like he said he was worth way more, and then Triller was the only promotion that was willing to pay $4 million
at 130.
They stalled him for
at 139. That's the last time he talked about it.
138. He said.
Why would Josh Taylor? Why would Josh Taylor shrink down when he's already struggling to make 140? Why would even what's in it for him? You got to ask yourself.
You got to meet in the middle sometimes.
No, you don't. No, when you're the undisputed fucking champion at the weight class this dude's coming up to. My point is this. Okay, say he goes down to a catch weight, and because remember, Timo said, well, I'll put my 135-pound belts on, but it doesn't work like that. You can't keep them both. So that means Josh Taylor would have to beat him at 138, say if he fought him and beat him 138, and then instantly give up all those belts and go back to 140. There's nothing in it for him. His thing is, I'm fucking fighting you at 140 or I'm going to 147. So
but when it comes to the business of boxing, Josh Taylor, he doesn't bring nothing other than those belts. Teofimo Lopez is the face of Top Rank basically right now, other than Terrence that he just left. Bob Arum, he's a real businessman.
Where do you get those numbers from?
He knows that his future star, his future pay-per-view star is Teofimo Lopez, and Teofimo Lopez is demanding that respect right now. Give me the Josh Taylor.
But he's not worth that much.
And then
he's not worth that much.
No, he was desperate for a Tyson undercard. What are you talking about? A major pay-per-view star? No, he's not. He was unknown before fucking fighting Loma.
He's never been in a pay-per-view.
Yeah, like nobody. And he squandered his win over Loma, so really nobody knows him for real. So what are you talking about? He's this huge next pay-per-view star. No, he's not.
Have you seen when he took the pictures?
He was having trouble selling tickets.
Have you seen his Bud Light sponsorship? Like this dude is getting major corporation sponsorship. Are we just gonna slide over that and
Bud Light
nothing? Come on, man. Let's be real.
The big corporations pay you what kind of eyes you bring. It's not like just because you have a Bud Light on your trunk, that means they pay you $10 million. No, if your viewership is $50,000, they're gonna cut you a $50,000 check.
Yep.
But that's not the point. The point is that they even sponsorship for a big corporation like Bud Light to even sponsor you, bro. That means you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you have some eyes on it.
I'm sorry. T.O. is not a big star. I'm sorry.
Not yet. I mean, who knows, man? But
Tio has potential, though. It's just like I just don't agree with the fact that he's like business savvy. Because if he was business savvy, he would have never gone to Triller, because he had already seen what Triller was doing. Triller was the only one that was willing to pay him $4 million, and he squandered the whole year coming off of an undisputed win, and he lost maybe 2 fights worth of money there, and then they probably didn't even give him
and all the momentum.
You're focused too much on the money and how much money.
You said about the business.
You were just talking about how he's got these big companies funding him. Then you're saying the money doesn't matter.
When you invest in something, bro, you're bound to lose money. Everybody that does business, I do business, bro. I'm sure you guys do business too, bro. When you invest on something, bro, you're bound to lose money. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
but you don't want to lose money.
Yeah, but you also have to make money
You're not
after that.
supposed to be losing money on your world champions, though. If you're losing money on your world champions, something's wrong.
It's because the whole system's against Teofimo Lopez, and he's been saying that on
That is true. The saying is lose money to make money. No, it's spend money to make money, not lose money to make money.
I think everybody agrees that Teofimo is a great fighter. It's just that he's not making the right moves.
Is he?
No, let me put this in perspective.
He's a good fighter.
He's good, but he. I don't think he's a great fighter.
That's a strong word.
He's not Mexican,
Not yet.
so he doesn't have the hardcore Mexican family. He's not Puerto Rican. He's not African American. He's not Asian. He's not a white American. So he's in the position.
Mexicans do like him, though.
Mexicans do like him. Everybody dislikes him, from the Latino fans to the Lomachenko fans to
I see all his dick riders in the comment section.
So
said
The
he
world's
dominated
against
the
him, Brad. He
fight.
said this.
No, it's just like I don't believe in that kind of
The
stuff.
world is
Man. It's like
against him.
it's what move
Has
you
he taken
make. He got
responsibility for
endorsed
some
by
of that
Canelo.
hate? As,
Canelo
as
asked him
his
to come on the
decisions,
ring with his
how his
belt.
attitude, how he come. Listen, let me finish. How he went from contender, which what he was, they were calling him they were still calling him out a contender the one before, prospect. Just 2 fights before Loma, they were still labeling him a prospect. He got contender when he knocked out Comey. Then he beats Lomachenko. We had all that momentum, and he squandered it because he thought he was worth more than he was. And he learned a lesson. I hope he learned a lesson from that. His eyes got bigger than his fucking worth was. He's overinflated his sense of worth. And that's a fact. Just look how that whole thing went down.
True.
Yeah, the ego thing. You might be right on that, but he just became undisputed at 23 years old, bro. So imagine you, or me, or anybody on his becoming undisputed.
Well, he's not
champion at
undisputed.
23, but it changes your mind,
You gotta,
bro.
bro.
Changes
You're not
his mind.
undisputed
He's
until you beat
He's
him.
unified. He's unified.
It's
Hefe's
taking time.
bringing the argument on this one. Hefe's bringing the argument, even though
It's taking time for him to adjust to this fame, bro, and this money, and he just got married, and he had family problems. He had the whole world
He hasn't
against
even
him,
gotten
bro. That's
paid
what I'm
yet.
Bro,
telling
you sound like a fanboy.
For real, like
It's
he hasn't
not
even
a
gotten
fanboy,
paid yet.
bro. I
The most he's
understand
made is
where
like
this man's coming
600,000.
from, and not only that, he's a Christian. For him simply being Christian, bro, the world's even more against you, bro.
Oh
That's my
Lord.
argument for this.
Yeah.
That's a lot of excuse, man. You said he's a
Loma is
fellow
also
leader.
a
Like,
against
what?
Christians. I agree with you there.
That's what I'm saying. You guys should see what I'm seeing.
He's
Put you put
crucifying
my
himself.
glasses on, bro, so you could see what I'm seeing. Like,
No, but it's like I think the reason that Tio gets the hate is
it's not
because he
really hate.
acts
It's
like
more
he's
people just
Ali.
dislike him, but just look at it from my point of view, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I think people are, I think people are frustrated with his decisions because you got to admit he had crazy momentum, like you said. He had all the eyes of boxing on him, and he squandered it for greed. And then, it ended up costing him. I hope he takes that lesson and learns. And all my point is this, dude. I'm not one of those people saying Loma won that fight. I did score it fucking by 1 round, but I don't think it was an easy fight for him. My thing is this. If you fight a champion, man, just run it back. That's all, especially if you think it was easy. Then run it back. And if you're looking for money, if that's his other thing, what fight could be bigger and more financially rewarding than a Loma rematch? I'm just saying, I think if he campaigns at 135, he should take that fight. If he doesn't, I think it's going to affect his legacy. That's just my point.
Wait, Jimmy, you think a Tank Davis fight with Teofimo wouldn't be more lucrative?
I think it'd be pretty lucrative.
But the tank people don't want to make that fight anyway.
I'm saying if that did happen, wouldn't that be more lucrative than Loma? I'd say
I think it would be, but then Tio has to build himself up, right? Like he's sitting on the throne, like he just completed like 3 undisputed, and then he's been champion for 40 years. That's the problem with Tio. It's like he's squandering the fucking momentum.
True, but I don't know.
Yeah, man.
But that's still a big fight. I agree.
Kid, man. There's no doubt about it.
Fight.
Anybody says he isn't talented.
He's charismatic too, Jimmy. You gotta say it, bro. He's a charismatic kid.
Oh yeah, dude. And I agree with you one thing, and I'll tell you, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said family problems. That is where a lot of his problems, because his wife and his father are very strong personalities, and they're bumping heads, and that's not a position to want to be in for Tio. I don't envy that at all.
He said it before the Loma fight. He was depressed. It came out on the ESPN like promos or whatever. Like the man was a depressed Tio outboxed the Loma. So imagine a happy Tio. Come on,
well, think about that's like saying his personal life is that he's out in the public, so it's bothering him that much. He actually ate it.
The shit out of Tio.
Yeah.
Loma's had a surgery. Like he didn't say anything. He just took the loss.
Actually, I view the father.
Oh, he won't even run it back with Lomachenko, bro. Why don't you fight Lomachenko? That's what, if I was Tio, that's what I would say. Why don't you fight Lomachenko?
That's what he is saying, though, and that's not helping.
Exactly.
I agree 100% with that statement.
I view Teofimo's father as like actually an asset because people don't like him a lot, and that's gonna make people want to see Teofimo lose. That might be, bring more eyes to him. So
Nah, but then Tio uses that as like Tio uses any excuse that they don't like me, so I'm not gonna give the belts. I'm not gonna give them the fight. Like he's acting like a child. Like, dude, you're a fucking champion. Go defend your belts. Call everybody out. Climb the ranks. Like you act like these other 3 guys don't even exist.
he's not going to get the Josh Taylor fight. Josh Taylor made it clear he's moving up to 147. I don't even know how Josh Taylor even makes 140, to be honest with you. But he's not getting that fight. Though. He needs.
Let's just be
He
real.
needs to stay.
The dude's scared. He's scared.
He needs to stay at 135 and take care of it.
I even noticed that he was trying to like big up Devin Haney. Like, oh, Devin Haney's actually the WBC champion. Then he was hanging out with Devin Haney, bro. So this he's scared of Teofimo Lopez. That's how I see it. And I think even
I say that Taylor should never give Teofimo the opportunity to even fight for undisputed. If you want to be undisputed, do it like everybody else. Just collect all the belts from one by one. Like, why you want to go that route?
I mean,
I don't know if we can say Taylor. Right? Taylor's taken on every challenge so far.
Yeah, I have to agree with Jed on that one.
That's one of my favorite fighters, Josh Taylor.
He's never faced somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying like for Tio, Tio should do it like Josh Taylor. Tio only want to fight Josh Taylor.
Avoid that
He
fight,
wants
I'll
to
agree
collect all
with
the
you.
belts
Until we have the evidence, I can't, because he's shown me everything as a fighter so far that he'll take the challenges.
Okay, why does Josh Taylor get all emotional when you bring up Tio? Like in
because I think he doesn't like.
Because he's annoying.
He doesn't like. I can
Tio
agree
gets
that he already doesn't like him. He's probably a bit emotional about him, but I can't say that he's ducking him.
So when you don't like somebody, what do you want to do? You don't like somebody, what do you want to do? You want to fight him?
Yeah, you want to fight him. But what I'm saying is him saying, he needs to do this. That's just all mind games. That's just all trash talk. If Teofimo moves up to 140 and Taylor still doesn't want to take that fight, well, then I'll agree with you. Then there'll be some evidence to what you're saying.
Yeah,
but at
he'll
the
be
moment,
at 47
until
by
he
then.
moves to 140.
Yeah, I don't think Tio should get a straight shot at undisputed like right out when he first moves. Like, fight your barrios. Like, fight a fucking barrios.
Yeah.
Barrios?
Why should he get a chance to
They probably fight like the Peterson.
Barry had a skateboarder. I don't really want to see.
You know what?
No, fight Regis program.
Exactly.
Teofimo Lopez.
Probably that'd be a good fight. That'd be a sick fight.
Yeah, and I have to agree with Jed too on Taylor, man. It's kind of hard to shit on that kid in 19 fights what he's accomplished. You look at his resume; it's pretty impressive.
Crazy.
And that kid, that Scottish kid, did his country proud.
He's a warrior. Josh Taylor said that it's hard for him to get motivated at 140 because he feels like he's done everything already. So he wants like the bigger challenges at 147.
I think fighting Crawford right away would be too much. I know they're talking that like he's going to jump to 140. I think he's biting off too much than he can chew. Crawford's too comfortable at that weight.
I think they're talking about that because I think Crawford's advised by Kinahan now. Well, I'm pretty sure he is. So they're both advised by Kinahan. So I think they probably see that as an easy fight to make. But I agree with you. I think that would be a mistake jumping straight into Crawford at 47.
Have you seen them? They met last week. Have you seen them side by side? Josh Taylor's a big dude.
Huge. Taylor looks a lot bigger than Crawford.
How does he make? I don't know how he makes 140. I'll say that again. It's crazy.
But Crawford's much more experienced at 47 than him, And it's
Crawford said he wants to fight Thurman next anyway.
Yeah, but if you ask him between Thurman or Taylor, I bet you he would take Taylor.
Now, did somebody say, was it official that Crawford left Top Rank?
I'm not sure, but because his contract's up, but he was getting advised by Kinahan even before this. So I think maybe what he's going to do now is just stay advised by him and maybe do a fight-by-fight thing, fight-by-fight deal, instead of signing a long-term contract. I think that's what it looks like.
That's MTK, right? That's MTK?
Yeah. He's not with MTK, but he's advised by Kinahan, who runs MTK behind the scenes, allegedly.
Right. He should shut up. He should shut up because if Top Rank's offering the best deal for the next fight, he's gonna fucking be fighting for the Bob father, spinning the dreidel.
Yeah.
Like a motherfucker.
Yeah, and Bob never forgets.
Oh yeah, you guys go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say that, and remember, Bob can be vindictive when shit like that. Say if Terrence was to leave him, I'm just speculating, obviously, but if Terrence was to leave him and then sign with another promotional company and say, okay, I want Josh Taylor, Bob's like, yeah, well. Too bad. He's my fighter. You know what I mean? Like he would definitely do that. He would. And it would. Most guys would too. Like why should I give you that fighter? You lost that route when you left the company. But everybody would do that. I mean, the same way to.
But I can't imagine the list of fighters that Bob Arum has had a personal dislike for. I mean, it's business, right? So if the next fight can make Bob Arum a profit, and it's the best offer for Terrence Crawford, then they're both gonna. Ebby and Ivory are going to get together again. So just chill out.
And Kinahan and MTK seem to be closely allied with Arum. They seem to do a lot of business together. So I think with Crawford being with him, they can still do business even if he's not signed with Top Rank. I think they can still do.
They're going to get him his best check, right? That's their job, is to get him his best check. So if that comes from Bob, then fucking money's green, then cash the check. And that's what these guys should also think about with all this bullshit. I'm about ready to move up because Tio was talking about moving up the goddamn minute after the fight was over. He barely held those belts from from Loma. He barely fucking took the picture before he was fleeing off to 140. Meanwhile, 16 months later, he's going to make 135 again. So it's like, dude, for the right money, they'll fucking make the weight. Josh Taylor makes 140 because he wins. He make,
Yeah.
It is, but into Bob's thing, no, there is precedent. Like, he's even turned down big money fights. Remember, he did it with Mickey Garcia, because after Garcia left, signed with PBC, and then Garcia wanted to fight somebody from Top Rank, and Bob's put the scabosh on it. So he will do that. Petty. You know what I mean?
That's petty.
No. What's that?
That's petty from Bob.
No, I know, of course. Well, look at the same thing. Look at Al Heyman. Won't let anybody fight on his guys unless you join his fucking outfit. He wants Canelo. Like everybody says, he wants to see Canelo fight Benavidez. Unless Canelo, says, okay, I'll, put it in writing that I'll take 2 more fights with you, he's not going to get Benavidez. Heyman isn't just going to fucking feed him any more fighters unless it's worth Heyman's while. Heyman's been doing that since 2015. Actually, Heyman's the one who started this whole fucking tribalism bullshit back when he was at HBO. He's the one who started the HBO
That's what I fucking don't like about him. Because Bob is like, some contractual problem might come, but like, once he builds you up to a certain stage, like, you got to fight the big fights. He doesn't give a shit,
Yeah, he's proved it. Like, he does match his guys tougher than fucking anybody else. And the fact that right now, I'll use the lower number, head to head, the PBC champions against Top Rank champions, the record is 4-16, 4 wins, 16 losses for fucking in favor of Top Rank.
And Top Rank's winning 80%. That's 80% of the fights. Top Rank's won.
Yep.
Hey, one thing I do like about Bob is how honest he is. It's probably because of his age. At this point, he probably doesn't give a fuck anymore. But they asked him about Valdez fighting Shakur next, and he was like, "Who told you that?" He's like, "Oh, he said that." No, that's not what they're telling me. They say they want to fight Navarrete.
Or when Teofimo was trying to say, "I want to fight Josh Taylor next," Bob was like, "That's not gonna happen, you fucking smut." He told him right in front of the fucking reporter. Like, he's like, "Are you fucking crazy?" Like, he doesn't give a shit. Like, he'll put you in your place.
That's a dude that you don't hear too many people calling out or saying, "Oh, I can't wait to fight him."
Yeah,
he's a tough kid, boy.
Oh, Navarrete.
He's a tough fucking
He's a
kid,
very
man.
awkward fighter.
You better pack a lot.
Yeah, I think he could beat Valdez.
Yeah, I think he can beat him too. That's a competitive fight to me. Yeah.
But I don't get it. Like, you and Shakur are on the same promotion. You both have 2 belts. Like, that's the obvious next fight. So if you're scared of him, just say that.
Yeah, that's the dude I kind of grew respect for, is like Shakur, like the way he fought last time. And I like Andrade now because of his last time. Like, he's like trying to mandate fucking WBC to fucking give him mandatory against Charlo. So like, he's making moves. Before I didn't like him, but like now,
Andrade is a tough matchup for Charlo because Charlo struggles with guys who can move or box a little bit. If you watch his fight against Kubarov, the Russian guy gave him trouble. So that's why Andrade, would be a tough matchup for Charlo. And you guys might not like to admit it. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's what you need to do. Like, you need to fucking force these guys to come out of their shell. Like, and that's what he's doing, and I respect that.
Yeah, Andrade, although he fucked himself up, the way he started his career, that's why he's at where he's at right now. Like, He chose Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn has yet to make any of the big fights he said he was going to make. Tyson Fury, Joshua, that didn't go through. Wilder, Joshua, that didn't go through. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. Like, this guy never makes any of the fights.
He made KSI versus Logan Paul though, so.
Okay, we can give him that one. He got that one. Yeah, he talks a good game though. I'll give Eddie Hearn that.
Yeah.
I think Eddie sincerely tries, but like he
promotes
just
his
doesn't
fight.
understand like how complicated things are gonna be. You know, he just can't like fucking say
Yeah.
something is gonna happen, and like he'll talk like it's gonna happen next week, but it's not that easy. You know.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta end the show. It's been like 4 hours, almost 5 hours, man.
Oh, I just got here. I'm just kidding.
Join the BDA Discord shit. Maybe I'll jump on later. Also, we can have a bunch like a chat. Everybody. Discord.
Can I, hey, what's up, brother, man? Recognize. Can I just say a very disappointing viewership to like ratio? I mean, thumbs up. Fucking only 70. There was at one point over 200 people watching. Man, motherfuckers can't just do BDA a solid and even hit a dislike. Anything, any interaction helps the show. It's amazing that people don't do that.
That's right. Listen to Jimmy, guys. He knows best. Hit that like button. And yeah, we'll see you next time. All right, guys. Jump on Discord, everybody. If you want to continue chatting.
Yeah,
I'll be on
95,
Discord.
95 likes. 5 more to 100, you bitches. Hurry up.
Recognize. What's up, bro?
What's up, Jed? We'll talk on the
Yeah, let's
Cool,
go to the
cool.
main one. Let's go to the main one. And everybody listening on YouTube, thank you for joining us. We'll have another kumite. I think we have to do multiple kumites to get some sort of rhythm here because, you know, it's not easy organizing a kumite 1-versus-1, but we'll get it. We'll create some feuds as we go along. But anyways, guys, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Take care.